Hi guys. Happy post Thanksgiving. Hope you had a great holiday or a regular day if you weren't celebrating Thanksgiving. We are back in action. We are going to be continuing with day 5 of the 2017 trial for Zachary Adams. We're going to be finally getting to Victor Dinsmore. I think we're going to have Brent Booth on the stand, but we have a few witnesses first before we get to those kind of bigger players in the picture. Yesterday, we went and watched some more footage from the post-conviction relief hearing. So if you missed that and want to do the deep dive on what's going on in the recent months, go check that out. Those are linked in the description. We're going to get right into it. Volume is somewhat boosted. The courtroom audio quality is kind of weird. So you guys let me know in the chat if it's good, if it needs a little more, if it needs a little less, and we'll tweak it.
First of all, it's something you need not be concerned with, but I'm going to give you a general explanation, kind of as part of your law school education. I bet you that wrap will come off before the day's over. Yesterday it was a little muggy, so we should try to start out with.
Oh, that's law and crime freezing.
The law has evolved.
Still going.
At one time, they called things trial by ambush. One side did not have to.
Oh, we're getting a lesson to the jury on trial by ambush.
Tell the other side anything. As the law evolved over time, a case in its strongest sense is a search for the truth, whether it be a criminal case or whether it be a civil case where someone has sued somebody. Discovery is applicable in both of those, civil and criminal, and it's where the attorneys, because of court rule, have to furnish to the other side certain material so that we do not have trial by ambush. They have to advise them essentially of what evidence they intend to present, and it can apply equally to both sides. So I hope that answers your question. It's not something you need to do with others.
Nope, that's law and crime again.
You've heard 404B, you've heard discovery, you've heard all kinds of things that might be outside something we're used to. Those are things that we must concern ourselves with. All right, call your next witness for the state.
Brian Vitt.
And please, so much where the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Be seated.
Thanks, sir.
I want you to state your name first and last and spell it before the court.
Okay. My name is Brian Vitt. Common spelling on Brian, with I. Last name is V as in Victor, ITT. I'm a City of Camden police officer with the Camden Police Department.
All right, thank you, sir. You can proceed.
But you're really not here today about your police duties, are you?
No, sir.
Sort of about your ordinary life.
Yes, sir.
Where do you live?
Oh, maybe.
I live at 926 Yellow Springs Road.
Is that in something called Yellow Springs, like community?
Yes, sir. The Yellow Springs community.
And generally, where is that?
It's in the northern part of Decatur County.
Is it?
Not very long when this took place.
All right, so there was just a jump there, like a little edit from Law and Crime. Maybe an address was said.
Do you know whether or not Juanita Hickerson was related to Shane Austin?
It was his grandmother.
April the 13th of 2011. Well, let me ask you, did you have like a routine basically for how you got up in the morning and stuff like that?
I work swing shift. I change shifts constantly.
Okay.
Once a week, I'm on midnight for a week, and I'm on day shift for a week.
Okay, so that night before, that April the 12th.
Okay.
What time did you come home and stuff like that?
Working a midnight shift. Came home. Got home about 6 a.m. On the morning that Holly disappeared. I came home.
Now, did you interrupt right there?
Yes.
Did you know Holly?
I did not know her personally. My daughter knew her. My daughter, they weren't best friends, but they was in the same circle, so to speak.
Okay.
Came home, parked patrol car, Went in and cooked breakfast for my wife and I. I'm trying to remember if my daughter was there at the time or not. But I fixed breakfast for my wife and I. We sat around, talked for a little while. She got ready to go to work.
What time she go to work?
She generally leaves.
They're cut.
Mr. Vitt, I'm Jennifer Thompson.
Yes, ma'am.
What?
Um,
Okay, so it just cuts to cross.
you were a police officer with the Camden Police, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also, or at the time in the past, you were part-time at Tennessee Wildlife, is it
Yes.
TWRA?
Yes, ma'am. TWRA. Yes, ma'am.
Officer. And so you've been a police officer for years,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're trained to observe things, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're certainly trained to listen for people in distress.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would, while you may not have noticed cars, you certainly would have noticed something that was suspicious driving by, such as if someone had driven by at a really high rate of speed. Isn't that right?
I would hope to. We have several that go by at a high rate of speed from time to time.
Okay. And so you didn't notice anything that morning unusual.
No, ma'am. Like I said, I was in the house from 6 to 8 o'clock
Okay.
inside.
Now, you've given a statement about this before.
Yes, we've talked.
Okay. Matter of fact, Josh Carter came out with the TBI and spoke to you in September of 2014.
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
I don't remember the name. I mean, I spoke to several people, agents throughout this time.
Thank
Okay.
you, Derek.
So,
Appreciate you, Derek.
and as a police officer, you're familiar with the fact that you write up reports after interviewing witnesses.
Yes,
It's standard practice among law enforcement.
correct.
So it would be in discovery.
And so
it'd be
at that
discoverable.
time, and you would agree with me that memories fade over time.
Correct.
At that time, when you gave that interview, you told the TBI agent that you were outside mowing your lawn sometime between 7 a.m. or you started at approximately 7 a.m. and finished around 9 a.m.
Okay. I'm looking back. I mean, I'm pretty sure though. I'd have waited till she left. I normally do. Or
Okay.
did.
So it's possible then you're saying this report is wrong? If
I'm
it
saying
says 7 to 9?
I'm saying I may have been wrong on the 8 o'clock. It may have been 7 o'clock that I went out there and started mowing.
Okay, because memories fade over time.
Yes.
And even before that, though, you had shared with law enforcement the fact that you were outside that morning, hadn't you?
Oh, yes.
Because as soon as you heard that Holly Bobo was missing, you knew that you might be a key witness or that you might be able to provide information to the police.
No, not necessarily, because I did know that she come through that area.
There were items that belonged to Holly Bobo that were found on your road, weren't there?
I've heard that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so once you heard that, you recognized that you might have information that would be helpful in terms of the absence of information.
If I had information, yes, I would have definitely give the information.
The state called him because he reported mowing the lawn. The relevance of him mowing the lawn isn't for anything to help further the investigation to find Holly Bobo. And Jennifer Thompson there's no reason to be asking these questions. Put it down that it's in your report. And, with your experience with law enforcement, you know that these reports get turned over and presented potentially as discovery in the case. She can't ask him what a prosecutor necessarily would do with it or what a defendant might be able to do to access that information. But she could ask one simple question about, based on his experience, is it typical that you turn these things over because you know that they would be used to prepare for something like a trial? And he'd be, yeah, I'm supposed to turn things over. That's the only thing she needs to ask. You reported that you mowed the lawn. You reported that you mowed the lawn. Why is that important? Let me get a timestamp. Where do we need to go in this video? We need to go to 5 hours and 40 minutes. We're going to time travel to the stream we watched on Wednesday. Let me cue us up. There's going to be 2 of me on the screen in a second. But she's not getting there. She's making it seem like he's a suspect or he's lying or he's nefarious. And that's not the angle here at all. Let me cue it up.
What did he say? And again, you can't talk about what Shane said. You can't talk about what Dylan said. What did Zach tell you about raping Holly?
He said that it was a brief encounter and that Brian Vitt was out mowing the yard. And
Do you see why this witness is important for the state? Because to the jury, it's going to look like, holy crap, the very last witness we just watched on the stand, Jason Autry, told us all these specific details. Maybe he was just making details to make himself sound believable. Because he is getting some type of hope of leniency for this, right? Well, then they put Brian Vitt on the stand directly after, and Brian Vitt goes, I was outside mowing my lawn that morning. That's all he says. And the only thing Jennifer needs to try to start getting across to the jury is that everything that Jason Autry says, all these details, he's able to know those details because he has a discovery packet where he can access the reports. That's the only thing that she needs to try to start poking away at. And she's going to have to tie it all together and argue it either with different witnesses, with the investigators on the stand, or in closing. But the only reason the state put this witness up was to say Jason Autry is credible. He said something that Zach told him Brian Vitt was mowing the lawn, and then we pull up Brian Vitt and he was mowing the lawn. That makes Jason Autry credible. Jennifer Thompson is making it seem like this guy is somehow supposed to be some third-party suspect, and he could have been lying about what time he was mowing the lawn. That's not what she should be doing. So, and yeah, problem we didn't hear the direct, but there was only like 2 minutes in time in the jump. So I don't think the direct was all that long, but at least I don't think so. What was the exact jump? I think it was at the 10-hour mark. So we're 7:58 in. Yeah, so when Paul Hagerman's doing the questioning, it's 10:08 local time. And then by the time she's up there, it's like 10:10. So direct wasn't long. Direct was like 2 minutes. And then we were about here. But she's going on, this is so unnecessary for Jennifer Thompson. So good morning, everyone that's tuning in now. I'm going on a rant and bant about a pointless cross-examination we're in the middle of.
Did you observe Jason Autry's testimony yesterday?
Bits and pieces of it.
And he had a different demeanor yesterday from the Jason Autry you know, didn't he?
I'm not really familiar with Jason Autry. I know of him, but never really been around him or spoke to him or anything.
Oh, I thought you had spoken to him before.
No, ma'am, not Jason Autry.
When you were out in the hall, you didn't say that he had a different attitude or a different demeanor yesterday than he has in the past?
No, I said he was very sharp yesterday.
No further questions.
Yeah, dangerous. Jennifer Thompson just stepped on a rake because now this guy's like, he was sharp yesterday because he's probably like, yeah, I was mowing my lawn that day. That's interesting. He knew that. Jennifer.
All right,
Oh,
here you go.
Thanks, sir.
Next.
Because Randy McGee.
Raise your right hand, please. Shall we swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Be seated. State your first and last name and spelling for the benefit of the court.
Randy McGee, RANDY, MC, capital GEE.
Thank you. Proceed.
Mr. McGee, what do you do for a living?
I install satellite systems, TV satellite systems.
And were you doing that in 2011?
Yes, sir.
And in what area do you do that?
Then probably 2 or 3 counties out here. At one time,
Speak up a little bit, please.
I would go back from Memphis to Nashville. But that was years ago when I was a lot younger.
Years ago when you were a lot younger.
Yes, sir.
You might get a little closer to that mic.
Okay,
It's a hot mic.
Chair didn't move. Let me move this.
that's fine. There you go.
But that area in 2011 included Decatur County.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to install a satellite system or a cable system, Mr. Shane Austin, on Yellow Springs Road?
Yes, sir.
What did you do that morning?
That morning, now it was just lunchtime or a little after when I got to his place. That morning, I had a service call, but I can't really remember what it was about.
That was on April 13th, 2011.
Yes, sir.
And just tell the jury what you were going to do, Mr. Austin.
Oh, I was going to install a DirecTV D12 IRD receiver, 18-inch round dish. Just one room system. It's not that bad. Most time, a couple hours you can be through. Sometimes maybe it's 2 or 3 hours.
What time did you get started?
I'm going to say around lunch, maybe a little after. I'm not sure.
Mr. Austin present there at 30 Yellow Springs Road when you were installing that system?
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody with him at that time?
I didn't see anyone.
Did you have a chance to observe him and how he was acting or what he was doing?
I show him where I'm putting the dish. I'm getting a cable in a house, how everything's supposed to work. So mostly it's all the talking I do to a customer until I get through and I explain how to operate the system.
What was he doing while you were installing that system?
After I showed him about where the dish and stuff was and inside, he just stayed inside there. Was in the house.
Observing drinking that morning?
Yeah, he had a beer in his hand.
You know how many beers he had?
No, sir, I have no idea.
Thank you. About to ask you questions for you, Mr. McGee.
Now, the fact that you were going to come install television services for Shane Austin, that was planned in advance, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was. See, all my calls go to my store. My wife for her help takes all the orders.
I'm sorry, still having a hard time hearing you.
They call the store and order everything, and then they let me know my wife or the people that work for us.
So that day when you were working with Mr. Austin, you actually had to go back and get a chainsaw. It was kind of an extended ordeal to install that.
Oh, yes, I see.
What's that
I live across 641, which was not that many miles from her. And it was just small trees. I'm saying something about like that.
A small what?
Trees. Did you say something about chainsaw?
Yes.
I just knocked, I don't know, 2 or 3 down out of the way. And he said, that was fine. And I said, you clean them up. I said, I don't mind getting them down so you have TV.
Okay. So when you got out there, and you think it was around noon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you actually, because it was a scheduled visit, you call in advance before you come, don't you?
Yes, ma'am. Usually, but that day I can't remember. Sometimes I can't remember if I did that day, but most time I always call before I get there. And half the time the people don't answer anyway, so I'll wind up going.
And you had several numbers, telephone numbers at the time that you used for your business, didn't you?
Oh, what, you talking about the store numbers or?
Yeah, well, store, cell phone.
Yeah, Mostly the store and my cell phone.
So one of the telephone numbers you used was 731-847-7813.
That's the store, Tapestry.
That's the store.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you used 731-549-7532.
That's my cell phone.
And then you used 731-847-6070.
That's my home.
Okay. And so those were three numbers that Shane Austin might have called you on in order to set up or discuss with you the logistics of getting his television installed, isn't it?
More than likely, it's going to be the Tapestry. That's where most people order anything. It'll be the 7813.
Okay. 7813, and that's the store number.
Yes, ma'am.
So you ended up installing, is it Direct TV?
Yes, ma'am.
Initially, you were going to do Dish because that's what Jimmy and Rita Austin had, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe they did. But it was probably too many trees because Dish Network hit more satellites and they're lower. The elevation is lower. Where just a little 18-inch Dish Direct hits only one satellite and it's a good 10 degrees higher elevation. So it give me a better chance of clearing the trees. There's, lots of tall trees around that place.
Okay. And so that day, because you say that the number most likely to have been called would have been 7813. And you called Shane that day to let him know you were coming, didn't you?
That I'm not sure. I can't remember.
So if the phone records show that you called Shane, because actually before he came, Shane had kind of called you a lot or was very interested in the satellite dish setup, wasn't he?
He may have called the store a lot. I'm very seldom inside the store. I'm out on jobs all the time. I do all my own installs.
So that day, if there's a call from you, number 7338, number 847-7813 at 11:22 a.m., that would sound about right, wouldn't it?
It may have been. It may have been my wife or our secretary calling and letting him know. Or, yeah.
That's
probably
the
one of
store
those.
number.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a landline, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it would take you approximately, 20 minutes to get from downtown Parsons to Shane's trailer?
Yes, but I come from somewhere else that morning. I don't really remember where that place was.
Okay, so perhaps your family had, or like you said, someone in the office had called.
Yes, ma'am.
And then after you installed the satellite, Shane called multiple times because he was having some trouble getting it work, didn't he?
No, I don't remember that.
And so you have no memory of there being additional telephone calls between you two?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Call my cell phone number or store number?
Well, on April the 13th, 2011, at 1:41 p.m., Shane called your store number and had a 46-second telephone conversation. Do you have a-
I don't believe I was
Do you have a
through at
memory of
about
that?
1 o'clock.
Objection.
Okay.
Now, she's asking what Mr. Austin did about calling the store that he's not at. I don't think that's a problem.
I don't have any problem with relevance as to the whole thing, but nobody's objected on relevance.
I'll check on relevance as well.
All right, sustained.
Well, Your Honor, if Mr. Austin is making calls to Mr. McGee that day, that's relevant as to what he was doing.
Is the clerk helping? Oh my God.
You've been over and over and over. I'm going to let you go, but I'm having problems with this.
No further questions.
Dang.
You're free to go, sir.
I mean, the point would be if all four were supposed to partake in these activities and people were supposed to be at Shane Austin's trailer at a certain point before they go park the PT Cruiser in front of the church, getting those timestamps down might be relevant, although just making a phone call doesn't necessarily mean anything. But yeah, you have the judge now assisting the prosecutor with an objection, which sometimes that's just a judge keeping the record clean. But then the judge additionally admonishes and characterizes the questions, the line of questioning, as a waste of time in front of the jury. That's typically why we would hear objection 403, right? That way the jury isn't constantly hearing an attorney raise an issue and then the judge agree with an issue that's a proper characterization. So when you hear 403, 403, 403, the jury doesn't see that as the judge saying your questions are nonsense, your questions are meaningless, your questions are worthless, your questions are pointless. Because that could lead the jury to think she has no case. She's just up there wasting time. And I don't know what that was with the clerk. The clerk.
Brenda O'Brien.
I like to hear speaking objections because I'm messy. But I like when a judge, if an objection starts to carry on, like, let's just approach, let's keep this out of the ears of the jury. But this judge, the jury just seems to have questions about the legal process. They want to know, they want to have a better understanding, it seems like, of the judge's decision making, which they're not really supposed to consider. But we've had 3 lessons, right, guys? I think we've had 3 Q&As from the jury. One about what Jenks witness or Jenks evidence, Jenks material is. They spelled it as JINX. 404B. And then now what it means when someone says trial by ambush. No, we have not had a single question that's been part of this law and crime footage from the jury that's been about the substantive evidence in the trial. But we've had 3 questions about evidentiary rulings and the discussion of such, which is crazy. Because every other trial you watch, the jury's instructed to it's not for their consideration. It's none of their concern.
Prove the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so you got it. Be seated. State your first and last name and spell it for the benefit of the court reporter, please.
Brenda O'Brien, BRENDA, O''BRYANT.
All right, be seated. Proceed.
Miss O'Brien, where do you, back in 2011, April 2011, where did your parents live?
3703 Cox Road in Holiday. It's the road that runs parallel to the interstate.
I'm going to ask you to lean forward because you're soft-spoken.
Okay.
We want to be able to hear you. Will you give the address again, please?
3703 Cox Road in Holiday. It's the road that runs along the interstate.
Right. This Cox Road, the area that your parents, the property that your parents own, is it anywhere in the vicinity of an area that's known as Kelly's Ridge?
Kelly Ridge is basically directly across the road from their home.
And Cox Road, where at least your father's house was, is that sort of a small, narrow, windy road?
Yes.
And you said this Kelly's Ridge is directly across the street from your father's property?
Yes.
All right. And what is Kelly's Ridge? What does that mean?
It's basically just a dirt road through the woods. There is a gate at the entrance.
Do people hunt there?
Sometimes I think so. And
Did you say there is a gate at the entrance to this dirt road?
there is.
And will you describe that property that your family owned?
Let's see, it's a lot of wooded area. It's a home with a shop and 3 ponds.
Okay, and these ponds, how far away from your home are they? I mean, are they visible?
From my parents' home?
Yes.
Yes, very.
I want to draw your attention, please, to, well, let me ask you this. Do you know the Holly Bobo?
Yes.
And how did you know Holly?
She played on the same ball team with my daughter many years ago.
And would you say that you were close friends with her family or just acquaintances because your daughters played ball together?
Acquaintances.
Do you remember on April the 13th of 2011 hearing that Holly was missing?
Yes.
Is that something that I guess you watched unfold with respect to searchers in the area and what people were doing to try and find Holly?
Yes.
Do you recall the weekend after she went missing, like that Saturday?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were doing?
I was at my parents' home.
And is that the home on Cox Road that's across from the Kelly's Ridge Dirt Road and Gate?
Yes.
Was your father and other family members in the home, or were they out talking to searchers and trying to help?
My father and brother-in-law were in the woods helping them search for Holly.
And who was inside the house?
I was in the house with my mother and sister.
And did something happen which struck you as odd that you later felt like you needed to report?
Yes.
Would you direct your answers to the jury, please, and tell them what happened?
Now, note that the question was that you felt you needed to report. So this isn't something that we find out after Jason Autry gives his proffer, gives his confession, testifies on the stand. This is something that's in the reports and are thus part of discovery.
I was in the kitchen with my mother and sister, and a silver PT Cruiser came up the driveway.
In here.
Yes.
None of us were aware of who this person was. I went to the door, and a guy asked me if he could fish in the ponds. And my mother happened to be sitting at the table, right there, and she heard the conversation. And she said, well, really, I don't know that there are any fish in these ponds. We've had problems with otters, and we just don't really have any fish right now that I'm aware of. And
What did you tell him? I mean, your mother chimed in, but did you tell him?
I told him that he would have to talk to my dad.
Okay. And what did this person respond?
And he asked where my dad was, and I told him that he was helping them search for Holly.
And what, if anything, did you notice about this individual's demeanor?
When I mentioned Holly, he became very stressed. He rolled his eyes, ran his fingers through his hair, just looked extremely stressed. And at that point, he said, okay, I may come back later. And he got in his car and he backed out.
Now, did you report that day, Saturday?
A few days later.
And why did you report it?
Because to me, it was just the way he reacted when I mentioned Holly.
Let me ask you this, in all the years that, as far as you know, the years that your parents have lived there and you've been in and out, had anybody ever driven up your driveway before, come to your porch and said, can I go fish in those ponds?
Never.
And did that strike you as odd?
That was odd as well.
And you said he backed down the driveway and left?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
So her whole purpose of coming in here is saying a guy knocked on our door in a PT Cruiser, asked to go fishing. She reported all of those details. Those details are in discovery. Let's go back to day 4 of the trial, Jason Autry's testimony.
One of them ponds,
So what did that mean to you?
dead. Something dead.
You said you walked up to the house. So is there a house close to those?
There's a house at the entrance of Kelly Road. I got out and I knocked on the door and I asked the person living there if I could go fishing down there.
You said you asked the person, so somebody answered the door?
There was, yes.
And, what did they say?
They told me no, that there had been some river otters or creek otters come through there and wiped all the fish out. They didn't want nobody on the property. At that time, I got back in the vehicle and left.
And this person that you talked to, is it a male or a female?
I'm not sure. I think there was both people there.
But they wouldn't let you.
They would not let me up to the door. I mean, I was met from a distance. Just as soon as I pulled up, they come out to the screen door.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
So for as many of these like specific details that I can think of, I'm going to try to side by side them, because we know when Jason Autry recants, when Dr. Katie Spirko goes and visits him in custody, he says he just went through the discovery, went through the investigative reports, and picked up all the details. That way it would sound believable. He put the story together. And here he is. He's got the lawn mowing story. He's got the going up and them telling him about there's no fish in these ponds because of the river otters. And he's just left and right with these details, weaving them together. And then the state's calling these witnesses right after him for the sole purpose of introducing those details, which is going to make the jury go, ooh, ah, if they don't understand that a co-defendant is going to get the discovery packet with all the evidence for them to go through and see these details. The jury's sitting there thinking the only possible way he can know these details is if he's telling the truth. So I'm going to try to keep going side by side as we notice certain details. But I think though that right there, that should exemplify the point I'm making. And also, I think it's important how quickly these witnesses are going. The sole purpose of them being called is for these details. And the only thing Jennifer, any defense attorney should be going up there and saying is, and you reported this, right? You made a statement. You reported this. They took a report from you. It's documented somewhere. You sent an email to the office, something that you can use later and say, hey, we heard from Brian Vitt. We heard from Brenda O'Brien. Very specific details that were documented and reported and thus turned over that Jason Autry would have been able to review when he was preparing for his testimony. Key details.
Okay, so you actually sent an email to Officer Helm about what had happened, didn't you?
I emailed, I can't say who
Okay.
at the time.
You sent in an email explaining this very odd incident that had occurred.
Yes, I did.
And just to be clear about where this occurred, I won't get out a map. Let's see if we can do this as talking. Your parents and you also live on Cox Road.
Yes,
And Cox Road runs parallel to Interstate 40.
yes,
And it's north of Interstate 40.
yes,
And this Kelly Ridge Road that you're talking about kind of T-bones into Cox Road.
correct.
But Kelly Ridge Road has been blocked by a gate for years and years. Isn't that correct?
A few years.
It was blocked by a gate back in 2011, wasn't it?
I really can't remember that at that time. I can't remember.
So if there were testimony that was gated back in 2011, that would probably be accurate.
My dad actually built that gate, but
Yes.
I cannot say when.
Okay.
I really do not remember that.
And that area, your parents, so they live across the street, kind of in front of the T-bone where Kelly Ridge Road T-bones into it, don't
Yes.
they? Okay. And their property is then between Cox Road and the interstate.
Yes,
And at this point, they have done a lot of timber cutting back there where Kelly Ridge Road is. I mean, a lot of that area has been cut bare at this
Yes.
point, isn't that right?
And Your Honor, if I can just ask for clarification, when she says at this point, does she mean now, or does she mean 2000?
I mean, currently, it's
And I would object to relevance as to what the land looks like.
relevant, Your Honor. If they're trying to imply somehow that Mr. Adams has dumped a body back in there, now it's clear cut. I can argue to the jury later that whole area has basically been mowed down. There's not trees there. There's not coverage anymore. People have been back in there working.
How it is now. I'm sustaining your objection on grounds of relevancy. You can ask anything about at that time.
Right, but it has,
I'm rude, please.
yes. No further questions.
Anything else? All right, step down, you're free to go. Please don't discuss your testimony, all right? You're either free to go or you can come back in the courtroom if you want. Okay? Call your next.
Angela Scott Smith.
Thanks for hitting the like button, Skylar. Hello, hello.
Raise your right hand.
Hey, Ariel.
Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Be seated.
So
State
this
your first and last name, spell it for the court reporter.
Jason Autry's girlfriend
Angela Smith, ANGELASMITH.
back then.
I think I may have sort of called you by the wrong name or something. Is it, there's Angela Smith, there's also Angela Scott too?
Yes, it used to be.
Okay. And if I were to put them up together, is it Angela Smith Scott or Scott Smith?
Scott Smith.
Scott Smith, okay, so Angela Scott Smith. And you're gonna keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
You may want to get closer to that microphone. You don't have to be right up on it, but maybe a little closer. So we gotta be able to hear you right here. Okay. Do you know Jason Autry?
Yes,
How do you know Jason Autry?
me and him dated.
You and him dated?
Mhm.
And again, you keep your voice up a little bit higher,
I'm
okay?
sorry.
I just cannot hear her.
You're gonna have to speak up. You can use that mic, but we've got to be able to hear you, okay?
All right, voice up, okay? Voice up. Say something.
Hello?
A little bit louder. Now.
Okay.
You're still not loud enough. You might have to go where you feel like you're yelling.
Okay.
Talk to me way back here, okay?
Okay, this better?
This is better.
Okay.
You know Jason Autry?
Yes.
How do you know Jason Autry?
Me and him used to date.
Back in 2011, were you dating Jason Autry?
Yes.
With Jason Autry, when you say you dated, would you ever spend a night at your house?
Yes.
Once in a while or frequently?
Frequently?
Was he supposed to be spending a night at your house?
No.
Could you tell me how y'all would arrange things?
He would park down the road at the convenience store. I'd go pick him up and take him back the next morning.
And what kind of car was he driving back then?
PT Cruiser?
And you'd come up there, pick him up, and take him back to your house.
Yes.
You'll have a routine. I mean, that's a routine right there.
Yeah.
Hiding out his car, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you have a routine for how your days would go that you spent together?
On days I worked, I'd take him back to his car. He'd go to work or whatever he was doing, and then I'd go to work and get off work and we'd meet back up and
Where were you working at?
Carhartt,
What were you doing at Carhartt?
sewing,
What time would you start work in the morning?
7 in the morning.
Now, what time would you drop him off at the convenience store?
Probably around 6:30.
Once you dropped him off, talking about a routine, and before I do that, do you have any particular memories about April the 13th, 2011?
No.
Talking about this routine.
Mhm.
After you dropped him off 6:30ish at the convenience store,
Yes.
would y'all stay in contact throughout the day?
Yes, we text a lot.
You know, text a lot
Mhm.
in the mornings,
All day, pretty much.
all day. And when were you supposed to see him during the days?
On days he wasn't working, he'd bring me my lunch, and days he was working, I'd see him later in the evening.
He'd bring lunch to you,
Yes.
and I think y'all ate lunch about the worst place possible,
Health department
the health department.
in the parking lot.
Why'd y'all meet at the health department?
It was close to my work.
Is there a place y'all could eat there?
Just sit out in the car in the parking lot.
About what time was he supposed to meet you for lunch?
Around 11:30ish.
And then what would happen after that?
Eat lunch and go back to work.
And then the afternoons, when would you get off?
He was around 4:30 on most days.
And at that point, would leave back at the
Yes.
convenience store and then back to the house with the car, get out.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yes.
So that was the daily routine.
Pretty much.
Were there ever days that he didn't show up for lunch like he was supposed to?
Not very often.
But were there days that happened?
Yes.
Days that he'd get himself in trouble with you?
Yeah.
Do you remember April the 13th, 2011, in particular?
No.
Do you remember anything about that day?
The only thing I remember is the Holly Bobo missing, the Amber Alert came across my phone.
Remember getting an Amber Alert?
Mhm.
Did you know any of Jason Autry's friends, people he hung out with?
Yes.
Did you know Zach Adams?
Yes.
Did you know Shane Austin?
Yes.
Did Jason hang out with those two?
Yes, he did.
That's all.
Hello, Ms. Smith. I'm Jennifer Thompson. I wanted to ask you, you had a cell phone back in April of 2011, didn't you?
Yes,
And your cell phone number was 731-441-1789. Does that sound right?
yes,
And you had a home number. Your home number was, didn't you?
yes, I think I did at the time.
It's 731-584-1064, wasn't it?
Yes,
And at the time that Holly, you've given a report, you've given statements to law enforcement regarding this case, haven't you?
yes,
Okay, your first statement that you gave to law enforcement was in February of 2014, wasn't it?
I'm not sure on the date, but
It was several years after Holly had disappeared, wasn't
yes,
it? Okay. And at the time that you gave your first statement, you said that Jason told you right after Holly disappeared that she was his cousin, didn't
yes,
she? Okay. And back in those days, Jason was a heavy drug user, wasn't he?
I didn't know how heavy, but yeah, I assume he was now.
No further questions.
Done. All right, you can step down, you're free to be excused, or you can come back to the courtroom if you'd like.
Thank you.
Call your next.
Yeah, our next witness is Victor Dinsmore, and before he comes, may we approach?
So that's kind of weird. Jason apparently, we didn't hear exactly when she gave a statement to law enforcement, just that it was a few years after Holly's abduction. And in that statement, she said that Jason said Holly was his cousin. But she reported it as it being something that he said right after the abduction. So like in 2011, Angela says that Jason was saying that Holly was his cousin. Maybe that's just like a sympathy play. Maybe that's just like, hey, I think Holly Bobo is attractive and I'm reacting to news that she went missing. And maybe I'm acting weird and my affect is weird and I'm just going to like blurt something out to make an excuse for it. Like, hey, she's my cousin. So if I seem kind of funny reacting to this news, it's because I knew her. I don't know. Kind of an interesting detail. Don't know what to make of it though.
So the written testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and then the truth that you got.
Yes.
All right, so you'll be seated, say your first and last name and stuff.
Oh, it's Vincent Dinsmore.
Victor Wayne
Victor.
Dinsmore, Dinsmore.
I'm gonna raise this, Judge, the last witness was shorter.
Okay.
And let me also say this, you're aware that mic is hot because you heard it.
Yeah, yeah.
That will amplify you where you can be heard.
Okay.
You might be aware of
Okay.
that. The other thing, in a courtroom setting, once you listen carefully to the witness, to the questions that are asked of you, respond to that.
Okay.
Don't volunteer information unless
Okay.
you think it's necessary to explain your answer.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Dinsmore, I'm not asking for your address, but where do you live?
I live in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay, how long have you lived in Indianapolis?
5 going on 6 years.
And who do you live with?
My wife
Prior to moving to Indianapolis, where did you live?
lived on Yellow Springs Road, Holiday, Tennessee.
Right, and you're actually, I'm not hearing you, so I'm gonna get you to lower the mic or just speak up, okay?
All right.
And where did you live prior to moving to Indianapolis?
On 1551 Yellow Springs Road,
And how long did you live there?
about almost 7 years.
And before I ask you about maybe some of your acquaintances that you have in Yellow Springs, let me just go ahead and get it out of the way. With respect to your background, you were convicted when you were 19 or 20 of a rape, I believe.
I was 23 years old.
And how long did you do?
I did 2 years in penitentiary.
And have you done other prison time?
No.
So I want to jump forward, if you will, to 2011 and ask at that time, did you know an individual by the name of Zachary Adams?
Yes, I did.
You see him in the courtroom today.
Yes, he's there.
Would you point him out just so the judge sees who you're talking to?
Right there.
All right, for the record, the defendant.
And in addition to,
I think part of the instruction from the judge is there's bad character evidence. There's a lot of hearsay that could come in with this. But again, I'm not having that much faith that the judge will handle those things well on a one-off basis. But then maybe there won't be many objections coming from the defense because they've given up.
Zachary Adams, did you know his brother Dylan?
Yes, I did.
Did you know an individual by the name of Shane Austin?
Yes, I did.
Did you know an individual by the name of Jason Autry?
Yes, I did.
Did you know an individual by the name of Carl Stapler?
Yes, I did. Stabler.
Stapler. Okay. I asked if you'd done any more time, and you said no, despite not having been caught Were you selling drugs off and on back at that time?
Yes, my disability money, it wasn't a lot of money, and I was doing whatever I had to do to survive. I was actually selling a little bit on the side.
All right, and what did you sell?
Morphine.
And you said your disability, do you have a significant
I've had 7 back surgeries, so.
despite being on disability and selling morphine on the side, you also appeared to have a pretty strong work ethic. You were working at that time,
All the time.
right? And what kinds of jobs did you do?
Basically any kind of remodeling.
Different people in the area, you were pretty much on a project a good bit of time.
Yeah, about every week or so.
I asked about selling morphine. Did you or have you at that time ever sold morphine to the individuals that I asked if you knew? Adams, Autry, Austin.
Yes,
Of those, were you closest to Zachary Adams between him and Autry?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So if Autry, at least in the beginning phases, if Autry wanted morphine, would he go through Zach?
Zach or Shane?
So those were the two that you had the most contact with?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention, please, to April the 13th, 2011. Do you remember what remodeling job, if any, that you were involved in at that time?
Yes, I was at Miss Dottie's home residence. I was redoing their garage and their kitchen. And I was in the garage at that time, finishing up the trim and painting the doors and stuff.
Right, everybody talks about Miss Dottie's. Who is Dottie?
Dottie's, they own a BP and a marina there right at the exit, and they're pretty well known right there. They're good people. So
Right. Is the name of it Dottie's Marine?
Dottie's BP and marina.
Okay. And you said right there at the exit. What exit?
Exit 126.
And that's off of 4th.
Yes.
And she didn't live there, of course. So where did she live? Where was her house?
Miss Dottie's was right around the corner.
But not at the BP.
No, no,
Okay.
no.
But close to 126. Do you know where, of your own knowledge, where Zachary Adams actually lived?
Yes, he lived on 641, right up just down the road from Dottie's.
Well, I was going to ask you, how far from Zach Adams' house to Dottie's?
I could throw a rock there almost. It's not very far.
Okay.
So
And what about, and you lived on Yellow Springs Road. You know where Shane lived?
yes,
Where did he live?
about a mile down the road.
Same road?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll wait. So I asked you to think back to April the 13th, 2011. You said you were doing this remodeling at Dottie's home.
Yes.
Do you recall an incident that happened in the afternoon of the 13th?
Yes, I do.
What do you do? Direct your answers to the jury and tell them what happened.
I was inside the garage doing some work. The cleaning lady had showed up, Debbie. Her and I had talked a little bit. She went to work. I went back to work. And then Zach and Shane and Train pulled up in Dylan's truck. And they got out, and one of them came in. Zach asked me if I had a joint. And I said, yeah, I've always got one that I took to work. And I went out and smoked it with them. And within 2 or 3 minutes, there was Zach and Shane Austin were arguing and fighting. And I heard a few little spurts out of their mouth about who was going to hit it first. And I never even put it together at all. And I told them they couldn't do that there because this was my job and they had to go. So they loaded up and took off. Train actually kind of broke them up and they loaded up and took off. So.
And do you remember getting a morphine pill or Zach buying a morphine pill or Shane buying one for Autry while they were
No,
there?
not there.
This fight, how much of a fight was it?
Jumping around, basically. Swung at each other a couple times. One, I think Zach hit Shane, about blacked his eye. That's about all there was. So, and I went out and told them they couldn't do it. They had to go. So.
You said that they pulled up in Dylan's truck?
Dylan's Chevy.
Right. And what color was that truck?
Black.
And while they're on the property, does Zach make statements to you about speaking to your wife, going to your wife's house, and putting a car in your shop?
No.
He did not say
No.
at any time did he tell you that?
No.
Has he ever hidden a truck in your?
Twice.
You ever had his Nissan?
Yes. That was a very short time.
But you don't recall him mentioning it there?
No, I don't remember him saying anything there. I was trying to get them out of there before Mr. and Mrs. Dr. Dottie showed up.
You recall, of course, being interviewed by law enforcement several years after this happened, correct?
Yes.
And in that statement, in that statement, if you told the,
Your Honor, I object. I don't think he had said it. I don't understand what she's getting ready to do here.
no, wait, Mr. Dinsmore, till the lights are off and ask a couple of questions.
Let's get one more roll, please. Wrong row. At the first break, I want some colored tape put on the appropriate breakers.
Here's on there. Right, row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4.
Is there something to positively identify?
What are they called?
Okay, maybe,
Row 1, 2, 3.
while they're trying to do that, Mr. Dinsmore, go ahead and show the jury, if you will, where Yellow Springs Road is.
Yellow Springs Road
And
is,
you'll use the pointer.
Yellow Springs Road is the road that's adjacent to I-40.
Okay,
This is Yellow Springs right there.
Yellow Springs is the very small road to the right of what appears to be 40.
Yes,
Okay, and you said there's my spread. Where did you live?
right there.
That's your driveway?
Yes, I had a horseshoe driveway that went up with an 1/8 mile straight back. So
Can you show me, even if you can't spot it, can you tell me where Shane Austin lived?
if you went right here, turn the corner, it's right in here by the church.
Now, it looks like a long distance, but you said it's actually about a mile away.
About a mile.
Now I'm gonna put the next picture up. All right, now you mentioned a horseshoe driveway.
Yes,
You'll show the jury what you're referring to.
right there is my horseshoe driveway. Come on either side and come back to the property.
All right, and then if you'll show the jury which is the house and which is the shop.
The shop, the house.
The red roof is the house.
Yes.
White roof is the shop.
Yes,
And is that the shop that Zachary Adams hid his grandfather's white Nissan in?
yes. He hid the Nissan in the double door right there.
All right, thank you. And I take it that you indicated you do not recall there being a discussion about that Nissan on the day of the 13th, but that you know that truck was hidden in that
Yes,
shop
yeah,
after Holly went missing?
yes,
Okay. You freely gave that information to law enforcement when they asked you?
yes.
Now, lights come back up. Do you recall,
I'm trying to be officer every day. Swap it out on big stuff.
do you recall when you moved from that house and relocated to Indianapolis?
Yeah.
Do you remember what month, what year?
It was going into 2012. It was 2012. I was out of there. I had to leave.
So sometime by the end of 2011?
Yeah.
All right. After Holly was missing, did you become aware of sort of massive searches in the whole area?
Yes, they came up and searched my barn, everywhere on my property too. So.
With their permission?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And when they came to search your barn and your property, I take it at that time the Frontier was not hidden in the shop?
No.
Okay. Did you allow them to go wherever they wanted to go?
It was already basically gone.
So my next question was, did you allow them to go wherever they wanted to go?
Yeah.
Did you continue to have associations with Zachary Adams, Shane Austin after Holly was abducted?
That's when they started going downhill. So
Now, when you say that, did you have an opportunity to observe Zach Adams in the days that followed the abduction? Now, and listen, my question was, did you observe him? Did you see with your own eyes him?
No.
Was that unusual?
Yeah.
For what period of time?
2 to 3 weeks
And before that, how often would you see him?
every day.
What about Shane?
For the last couple months, every day I'd see him too.
And what about after Holly was missing?
He was still around. He was still coming around a little bit.
Do you recall within a relatively short period of time, a month or so, after Holly was missing, Shane bringing you a gun?
It was a couple months maybe after she was missing.
And of course, as a convicted felon, you weren't supposed to have a gun.
No.
Is that something he had done before? To trade drugs or?
Never a pistol.
Was it a pistol?
This time it was a pistol.
I want to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit 180.
That'd be it.
That's the gun.
That's the gun.
When he brought it to you, who was with him?
He had Jason Autry with him.
And who did you actually do the transaction with?
With Shane. I didn't trust Jason, so
And was it for money or was it for drugs?
for pills.
And you couldn't go around carrying a
No,
pistol yourself.
no.
Even though you traded it.
I traded it because I thought I could make a profit off of it.
Who
So
did you give this gun to?
I gave that gun to my wife because of what happened to Holly to protect herself.
And your wife's name is?
Sandra Dinsmore.
And she's here as well, right?
Yes.
And you guys came in from Indianapolis a day or two ago?
Yes.
Um, at some point, after you gave this gun to Sandy and before you moved to Indianapolis, did you tell her something?
Yeah, I told her that she needed to get rid of it.
And why did you, I asked her what she said, but why did you tell Sandy that she needed to get rid of that gun?
Because I was told that if it had it, from who it came from, there's a liable chance it had a body on it.
Don't say what somebody told you.
Because I was afraid it had a body on it.
And when you use the term, you were afraid it had a body on it, what does that mean?
That means it had killed somebody.
That you told her to get rid of it for that reason?
Yes, I did.
Now, let's jump forward from.
All right, before they jump forward, and it was triggered by the chat, so shout out to the chat. Debbie Holman had said, couldn't a hit mean who's going to hit the joint first? So we have Dinsmore on the stand here saying the guys came over, they got into some scuffle, they buy a joint, and then there's this quote at some point about who was going to hit it first. And remember, this stuff's all reported. Well, let's watch how Jason Autry weaved that detail about somebody hitting it into his testimony. I need to go to 4 hours and 18 minutes. This is us sprinkling a little bit of truth.
Once they made a drug deal with him, he realized it.
I want to back up to the part where they were arguing about Holly. And I want you to use names instead of he said or him.
And notice when they were arguing about Holly, but they're talking about the same altercation, the same fight that Dinsmore just told us about.
Said what about you didn't have to kill her, and then you're just as guilty. You hit it. It's unclear to me who said what.
Okay. Mr. Austin said,
Holy moly.
you didn't have to kill her. And he looked at him, Zach looked at him, he told him, he said, you're just as guilty. You hit it.
Are you using the word you hit it? You hit it?
Yeah.
Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Fucked her.
So same detail. Jason Autry is putting it in his story to describe it being Shane and Zach fighting over violating Holly. And Dinsmore was describing it instead as they had a joint in their hand and they were arguing about who was going to hit it first. And remember, to me that makes sense because they'd all been coordinating this whole morning adventure. It's like Harold and Kumar go to White Castle, except it's these three guys trying to get to some place to get some money together and procure this like pill morphine thing that they want to put together and get high off of. And then they've got to go over to the bridge. And then Jason has this lunch date that he's supposed to be on time for, and it seems like he misses it that day. Probably because he took too long. Like, to me, that seems very plausible. Seems like an ordinary day for them, which is why details some of the stuff they remember is just because it was the stuff that they routinely did. But now, at least in 2017 for Jason Autry's testimony, he had to tell this whole story about how this was some big nefarious abduction plan, and that even though he's traveling together with Shane and Zach at this point in time, and he's aware that they're arguing over who hit Holly, he didn't know that it was Holly later. Like, it doesn't math. It doesn't math. Yeah, to me, the hit absolutely means drugs. And Dinsmore, them arguing over who's going to hit it first, makes sense. So, oh man, I like doing this interpolation thing. It's fun.
That was before you moved to Indianapolis?
Yes.
So sometime in 2011?
Just right before.
And after you told her that, did you ever see that gun again?
No,
Until very recently?
very recently.
So let's jump forward from 2011 to 2016 or perhaps earlier this year. Do you recall having a conversation with TBI, not asking what was said, and with me?
Yes, I do.
Did you provide us finally with the information about where, or about your knowledge about this gun?
Yes, I did.
And again, can't say what Sandy said, but were you present when she gave information about where this gun could be found?
Yes.
And in response, passing on that information to TBI and to me, were you flown down to Decatur County with your wife?
Yes, we were.
Where were you taken?
We went out off Holiday Road and helped them look for the gun in a creek along Holiday Road.
Okay, and how far is Holiday Road from Yellow Springs?
Probably 3 or 4 miles.
So 3 or 4 miles from where you and Sandy were living, is this John Holiday Road?
Yes, Joe Holiday.
Joe Holiday?
Yeah.
All right, so you said help them look. Were there a number of individuals out there?
Yes,
Did you go up and down the road?
yes,
Digging involved?
yes. Metal detectors.
Backhoe?
Yes.
On the day that you were here helping them search, was the gun found?
No, it was not.
After returning to Indianapolis, did you call and give additional information, a better description of where on that road you guys thought we should look?
Yes, after we came down, we saw that the road had been graded and everything was changed. And Sandy and I sat up a few nights and talked, and she figured out basically exactly where it was. And that's when we called.
Because everything was different in
Oh, yeah,
2017.
totally different. So
Okay. You said it had been graded. It had actually been repaved, graded.
it widened, repaved, and they covered up everywhere where she thought the gun was.
Okay.
So
And after calling and providing that information, were you then shown photographs of this gun and then the gun?
yes,
Is there any doubt in your mind that this is the gun that
No.
you gave to your wife?
no doubt.
Any doubt in your mind that this is the gun that you bought or traded?
12 morphine pills for.
Mr. Hagerman pointed out that when I asked you about the fight at your house,
Yes,
or not your house, sorry, at Dottie's house,
yes.
that it was unclear who said, "I let you hit it." Whose mouth did that come out of?
That was coming out of Zach's and Shane's. They were talking about who was going to hit it first. And after all this came about, I figured out what they were saying. So
But there's no doubt in your mind that that conversation was between the two of them, not Jason Autry.
no, that was those two.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, witness.
Yes, sir.
All right, cross.
Mr. Dinsmore, I'm Jennifer Thompson. We've met and spoken, haven't we?
Yes,
So you have a federal immunity agreement in this case, don't you?
yes, I do.
And it's protecting you from any federal charges that you might get related to your testimony here today, isn't it?
I object, Your Honor. That's a mischaracterization. The immunity was against weapons or guns from back then.
For that year.
But what he would testify to today, such as owning weapons or guns. I think that's a clear characterization of it.
It's not for testimony.
No, it's for anything he admits to. He's immune from what he might admit to today.
Surrounding potential gun charges because of his testimony today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I think that's clear.
And I want to pass you up my
Jury's
best
gonna
copy
ask
that
the
I was
question. Jury's gonna be like, "What's use versus transactional immunity?"
provided of your immunity agreement.
That's what you're passing.
No, response to the question. Wait, unless it's necessary to make explanation.
I really didn't even want those. But
Okay, so you didn't even want an immunity agreement. It's not a very good copy. It's very difficult to read. But
Those are exactly like what I've got.
okay. So I'd like to mark that then as an exhibit.
They 190.
And that's your federal immunity agreement. Is that right?
Yes,
And you agree with me, it's very difficult to read the copy I was given.
yes. Need a magnifier.
And then next, I'm going to pass that to you. Thank you. I'm going to pass up another item to you. This is a state immunity agreement.
Same thing.
Okay. And it's not been executed, but I'm assuming you've executed an immunity agreement in this case. Is that right? I'm sorry. That's legal talk. You signed your immunity agreement, didn't you?
No,
So you didn't sign a state immunity agreement?
no.
Okay. You were offered one. Is that right?
I was given one.
And you recognize that paper as the one you were given?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to mark that as.
They 191.
So when you lived in the Parsons area in Decatur County, you lived at 1551 Yellow Springs Road, didn't you?
Yes.
And that portion of Yellow Springs Road actually faces the interstate, doesn't it?
Yes, runs parallel with it.
Okay. And it runs parallel with the interstate on the south side of the interstate, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And you're aware that Holly Bobo's personal items were found on either side of your home on the road, on Yellow
Yes,
Springs Road?
yes, I was very aware of that.
Okay. One was found to the west of your home, one was found to the east of your home, weren't they?
Yes,
And then your house, your road first it runs east-west, and then Yellow Springs Road actually takes a curve and kind of runs north-south at some point.
yes,
And down there, south side is where Shane Austin's trailer was back in 2011.
yes,
And you were fairly good friends with Shane Austin, Zach Adams, and Jason Autry at one time, weren't you?
Jason, not so much. Zach, I got kind of close to. Shane, so
They all three came over to your house at various times.
yes,
And so you initially gave a statement in this case in July 21st of 2011 to Officer Ricky Inman, didn't you?
yes,
And at that time, you expressed your frustration because you had heard that.
I'll run this question back, but one of the reasons someone might not want to might not want to be given immunity is because they just don't want to testify. So my guess here is that Dinsmore didn't want to testify, plain and simple. Another reason could be, well, immunity, with use immunity in particular, transactional immunity, if you're giving me immunity from this possession for this particular firearm at this point in time in this jurisdiction, then if I had transactional immunity, you shouldn't be able to prosecute me for that at all. But here it sounds like he has use immunity, which means we can't use your testimony as evidence to prosecute you for that transaction. But if we have independently sourced leads, independent evidence that you committed the same crime, that we could bring charges against you successfully without using your testimony against you, you could still be at risk of exposure and prosecution. Now, I'm just guessing that's not the issue for him here. I'm guessing that he just didn't want to testify. He didn't want to take the stand. And once you're given immunity, your testimony is going to be valuable because the state, you can't just go up there and invoke your Fifth Amendment right. There's no need for your Fifth Amendment when you have immunity. So probably just didn't want to testify.
That Zach Adams was using you as an alibi.
Oh, and I said I would go back to the question.
House at various times.
yes,
And so you initially gave a statement in this case in July 21st of 2011 to Officer Ricky Inman, didn't you?
yes,
And at that time, you expressed your frustration because you had heard that Zach Adams was using you as an alibi.
yes,
But you did not hear that from Zach Adams. That's what Ricky Inman had told you.
yes, he did.
And you then specifically said that you were not with Zach, Shane, or Jason on the day Holly disappeared, didn't you?
Yes,
You told him, as a matter of fact, that the fight that occurred happened a few days after Holly disappeared.
that was because I had my days mixed up because I had my wife in the hospital the next night, all night. So
At some point, you had actually told Ricky Inman your wife was in the hospital the day that Holly disappeared.
that's right. I had it mixed up.
And that turned out to not be accurate either.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, you personally do not have an alibi, but for your wife as to the time that Holly was taken from her house, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Your wife is your alibi, right?
Mr. Dottie and Miss Dottie, I was at their house at 8 o'clock in the morning, working.
And that's what you're testifying to today, right?
Yes.
But they both passed away. They're deceased.
Mr. Doug, he's still alive. Miss Dottie passed.
I highly recommend, if you missed it, going and checking out the audio recordings when Benjamin and Booth travel to Indianapolis to go have conversations with Dinsmore. You'll be able to hear him lean on this story of the wife being in the hospital, and then how when he's speaking contemporaneously with Benjamin, he comes back around 2 days later in their next conversation saying, like, yeah, after we talked to each other, we realized we had all these details switched. This is actually how it really went. And then it fits the story. And Booth and Benjamin were both concerned about possibly putting words in his mouth. This is where we heard questions to Nichols about possible concerns that she had at the time, that there might have been some suborning of perjury happening with Dinsmore. So.
In December of 2011, you implicated Michael Alexander as being a part of the burial of Holly Bobo's body, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
At one time, you were a pretty heavy man.
Look at the screen, guys. He almost falls. Get these people safe chairs to sit in.
Yes, I did.
At one time, you were a pretty heavy methamphetamine user after Holly disappeared, weren't you?
After she disappeared, probably for about 2 months, and that's when I started weaning off.
At some point, you even sold your tractor and bush hog for money to buy meth.
No, I sold a tilling machine that I never used for my tractor, and that's when I knew I had to get away from the stuff.
Well, you told investigators that you sold your tractor and bush hog, didn't you?
No, I said I was to the point where I was selling farm equipment, and that's when I knew I needed to get off of it.
So the investigators wrote that down. They just got the facts wrong.
I guess.
You used your home telephone number for the majority of your drug dealing, didn't you?
Yes.
And you were selling morphine to various people in the community, weren't you?
Yes.
Your home telephone number was 731-847-7978, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's a landline.
Yes.
And even though you're testifying you weren't that close to Jason Autry called you on your home phone number before Holly disappeared, didn't he?
Yes, that doesn't mean I was close to him, though.
And he called you on your home phone number after Holly disappeared, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And Zach was calling you on that home phone number both before and after Holly disappeared, wasn't he?
Not much after Holly disappeared.
But if there were calls from Zach, I strike that question. Now I want to ask you about this white truck. When you gave a statement to Valerie Trout, you testified on it direct about the white truck that had disappeared.
Yes.
You gave that statement March the 5th, 2014.
Yes. Yes.
And that was after Zach had been arrested on these charges, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you knew at that point they had already searched Zach's house and Zach's grandfather's house.
Yes.
Matter of fact, it had been on the news that they brought in backhoes and were doing all kinds of searches there.
Yes, they searched my property too. So.
And when you gave that statement, you said that Zach had hid his grandfather's truck, his grandfather's white Nissan. Is that right?
Yes.
But you specifically never mentioned that he had hid it at your house.
Yeah, he hid there just trying to hide it from his grandfather, he told us. And
You didn't mention to Valerie Trout that the truck was at your house, did you?
she didn't ask.
Well, she was there to get as much information from you.
I'm going to object to speculation about what he
You
thinks.
can ask a question, he's been instructed to answer it. Don't.
Valerie Trout, we watched her. We watched a throwback to the PCR hearings. I clipped it separately on the channel. It should be linked in the description. I think it's part 5 of the post-conviction hearing deep dives. It's only like an hour long. But when she was asked about Dinsmore, she said she didn't recall, like, at all. So she just didn't remember.
Make statements, just ask questions.
Well, at the time you were talking to Valerie Trout, you were wanting to be as helpful as possible. Is that right?
Still am.
And Trout's a TBI
you had
agent,
a
or
fairly
was?
long interview with her, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you were at that time trying to provide her with as much information as possible.
As we started a month after it happened.
Now,
And she
you're
doesn't
aware in this
remember.
case that there's a reward,
Money doesn't matter to me.
but you are aware that there's a reward.
I won't take it.
My question is not whether you
Yes,
take it.
I know there's reward. It's not about money.
And where you lived on Yellow Springs Road is less than 2 miles from where they found Holly Bobo's body, isn't it?
Yes.
At some point, you sold Jamie Darnell the house on Yellow Springs Road, and you did not own it, did you?
I had a acting legal contract on the house
Okay, you took money from Jamie Darnell for the house.
and sold it to him on a contract.
But it turns out that Jamie Darnell did not end up owning the house, did he?
No, because he stayed on methamphetamine and lost it.
You didn't give him his money back, did you?
No,
But you were buying it from somebody else at the time.
Pete Peterson.
Now, at some point, you tried to rape Jamie Darnell's wife, Danielle Beckham, didn't you?
Absolutely not true.
You were driving a black pickup truck in April 2011, weren't you?
I had a black Ford old beater
Pickup truck.
pickup.
At another point in time when you were giving an interview, you claimed to have purchased a .22 from Shane Austin that was used to kill Holly Bobo, didn't you?
I told them that I knew where the .22 was, if that was the caliber rifle that killed Holly Bobo.
As a matter of fact, before you came up with this .32 that we're here on today, you suggested several other guns that you thought might have been involved in the murder of Holly Bobo.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that some of that was before her body had been discovered, wasn't it?
Yes,
And before it was known that she'd been shot.
yes,
And you also said that you knew where a shotgun was that might have been used in the murder of Holly
still
Bobo.
do.
Now, you've given multiple statements in this case, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Matter of fact, when we go back to where the gun was found, you initially said that Jason Autry sold you a .38 or a .357.
I wasn't sure really back then until I saw it. So
Okay, so once you saw the gun that they brought to you and said, this is the gun,
the handle's what keyed me in on
That-
the grips. So
that's how you knew that
I knew
this was
right
the
away.
gun. Okay, so, but initially, when they came to you in February of this year, you said that it was a .357 or a .38, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I thought it could be.
Well, you were pretty clear it was one of those two kinds of guns, weren't you?
I wasn't sure.
And you specifically said it was an American-made gun, didn't you?
I don't think so.
So you at some point spoke to my investigator in this case, didn't you? Amber Tree?
Yes,
And you even spoke with me and my investigator by telephone at some point, didn't you?
yes,
And at that point, you said that the gun was American-made when you spoke to us by the phone, didn't you?
I thought it was.
So that's a yes. You did at some point say it was an American-made gun
I could have. So
because you thought it was an American-made gun. Isn't that right?
sold in America. Most of them I think are made in America, but not.
But you just now said you thought it was an American-made
Yes,
gun.
I did.
And then Brent Booth came to talk to you. Well, first of all, they flew you down here sometime in February to try to find the gun that you had disposed of. Is that right?
I didn't dispose of it.
Your wife disposed of it.
Yes,
Okay. And they actually brought you down to Joe Holiday Road to look for it.
yes,
And you were there with your wife when she's trying to show them where the gun was.
yes.
And initially she said that she had buried it on the side of the road on Joe Holiday Road.
Right by the creek.
Okay. And you were there when they dug up Joe Holiday Road, weren't you?
I was there when the metal detected and took poking rods and went down, but not as the initial backhoe digging. They did that at another date.
Okay. And they weren't able to find it, the gun.
No,
Okay. And then you continued to think about where it might possibly be, didn't you?
my wife and I. It had been a little bit of time since she got rid of it, so. And everything there changed.
Well, everything there changed?
By the road, everything.
Oh, well,
So.
it's still Joe Holiday Road, right?
Yes, but it was about 6 feet wider and about 2 feet lower and paved. It was gravel. So it's totally different.
Okay, so, but it still comes out and deadheads in T-bones into Bible Hill Road.
Bible Hill.
And there's still a creek next to it, as there was back in 2011. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you spoke with law enforcement, then they were unable to find it, the gun.
Unable to.
And then at some point, Brent Booth went back to talk to you in May of 2017, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And were you aware that that conversation was recorded?
Yes.
And you met him in the parking lot of the sporting goods store?
Yes.
And you actually got in his car, your wife got in the car, and you were talking to him?
Yes.
And so at that point, and this is Special Agent Brent Booth with the TBI, isn't it?
Yes.
And at that point, he proceeded to tell you what.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to what Brent Booth proceeded to tell you.
Okay, I'm not going to say what he said. I'm going to just.
She literally just said, at that time, Brent Booth proceeded to tell you.
All right, then make your question, be aware of the hearsay objection, please.
Facts that Jason Autry was going to testify to at trial.
Your Honor, that's exactly what you just sustained the objection on.
I didn't say.
So Mel, so the gun that he's saying that he got for his wife to protect herself after the Holly Bobo kidnapping, they end up saying that they dump it because he was worried there would be a hit on it. So, yeah. And one of the major issues with this rusty revolver, we saw them like walk around, parade around in the trial, is that the .380 shell casing found right next to Holly's skull, it was an auto casing, so could not have been fired from a revolver.
What the facts were, I didn't quote him.
Go ahead, man. Let's pick this up, okay?
He told you facts that Jason Autry was going to testify to at trial, didn't he?
Not the facts. He didn't tell me what he was going to say.
He most certainly did tell you what he was going to say.
Oh, clue me in.
So, he told you, well, first of all, he told you that Zach had taken his truck and parked it, that Jason Autry was going to testify that Zach had taken his truck and parked it in your garage.
Yeah.
Didn't he tell you that?
Yes, he did, but we already knew that.
Okay.
So.
And at that time, you said no, that the truck wasn't there, that his truck was absolutely not in your garage, didn't you?
Yes, but I had to put two and two together because he had two different trucks at my property, hiding both of them.
You said, I know he didn't hide that damn thing in my pole barn, didn't you?
I probably said that when I thought that he had the body of Holly Bobo in the back of that truck. That's the first thing that went through my mind.
But you initially told Brent Booth that no, the truck was not at your house, in your shop.
Yes, I did tell him that until we started figuring things out.
You said, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't at our house, bud. Man, no way, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And then he started to ask you, could he have done that and you just not know it?
That's basically about what happened. It was through my wife.
And you said, no, I know it's not going to matter, didn't you?
I guess I did.
And you talked about the fact that Zach Adams had borrowed a brown truck from you.
Yes.
So that he could go to Decaturville.
Yes, that's where the mistake's been made.
And you said that's the only time he had left his truck at your house was when he borrowed your brown truck.
Yes.
And, but that was not the day that Holly Bobo disappeared, was it?
No.
Okay. And then you said, I know he didn't hide the damn thing in my pole barn. Now he might have parked it outside, beside my pole barn and let it be there for a minute. Didn't you?
Yes, I did. And that's where I was mistaken at. After my wife and I talked, we figured out it was in the pole barn, but not a very long time.
And then Brent Booth tells you again, well, according to Jason,
No, I thought she said, I'm not gonna read facts about what Brent Booth told me. If she has a question about whether he made a statement, that's the way she's supposed to ask. She's not supposed to just read it. I'd love to read.
Objection sustained.
I'm not entering it for the truth, Your Honor.
Please don't argue. You can ask him questions as to whether he made that statement.
After you denied it the first time, Brent Booth went ahead and reaffirmed with you information about what Jason Autry was going to testify to, didn't he?
This is after my wife and I sit down and talked. We had to put our heads together. It was a few years back, you know.
Right, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this very same day. This is May the 18th, 2017, when he came up to visit you.
Yes.
Thanks.
And then once
May
again,
2017.
go through
Trial
this,
September 2017.
and then you begin to change your memory, don't you?
Judge,
Oh.
I'm sorry. She's testifying and telling him that he's changing his memory. You've told her 3 times, if there's a question, to ask it.
That's a question.
As a comment.
You changed your memory, didn't you?
Okay, ask the question.
You began to change your memory, didn't you?
After my wife and I talked, some things came back around and she mentioned some things that reminded me of things that happened.
Yeah, but by the time you finished talking to Brent Booth that day, you had recovered that memory, hadn't you?
That was before that. We just told him that.
Okay, so what you're saying now is you had already recovered the memory that Zach had put his truck in your shop, but you started out slow with Brent Booth and just were telling him, no, he hadn't put the truck there.
I wasn't sure at first, like I said, until my wife and I talked. And that's when we figured out, yes, it was there. And my daughter confirmed it. So
So I'm not understanding. When did you and your wife talk? Before or after Brent Booth came to talk to you on May the 18th,
we talked
2019?
before, after, we talked last night. We talked on the way to the court this morning.
But when did you and your wife talk about the fact that that white Nissan truck was parked in your shop?
Before Brent came up.
Before Brent, and
Yeah.
it was at that time before Brent came up that you had then realized that yes, in fact, the white Nissan was parked there.
Yes, but I just didn't remember him saying they had to move some tires out. I had a big shop. I didn't think there was any reason. But then my wife clued me in and said, yes, they moved tires. And then I remembered I had some tires off of a van that I had scrapped the van. I kept the wheels and tires laying in the way.
Okay, so initially when you said no way, there's no way that truck was in my pole barn. First of all, when you say pole barn, you're referring to the shop, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So initially when you said no way, there's no way that truck was in my pole barn, you were simply referring to the fact that the tires had not been moved?
No, I was referring to the fact that it was in my pole barn, but I didn't remember them moving no tires. So that's what it throwed me off. The fact that he had his black truck there for probably 2 weeks hidden, and I mixed those two up. So that's why I said he had one outside, but he did have his white truck on the inside.
So just to be clear here, when you're saying this, you say, when you say, and I know he didn't hide the goddamn thing in my pole barn.
I don't use GD, so I didn't say that.
I'm sorry, it says, I know he didn't hide the damn thing in my pole barn. When you said that, that is your way of conveying that, yes, the truck had been in your pole barn, but you did not know that he had moved the tires.
You're trying to cross me up here.
Okay, so what did you mean when you said, and I know he didn't hide the damn thing in my pole barn?
I was pretty sure they didn't until we talked, my wife and I and our 17-year-old daughter.
So when you said that statement there on May the 19th, you still haven't remembered yet that the white Nissan truck was in fact in your pole
No, we
barn.
had talked and remembered. That's why I told him.
Then why did you say, if you had remembered it was there, why did you say, and I know he didn't hide the damn thing in my pole barn?
I think it was kind of because I was nervous of them trying to involve me.
Okay, but at this time, he had already brought you your immunity papers, isn't that right?
Yes, and I did observe Shane Austin's immunity get taken from him too. So
So they had given you immunity papers and I guess he brought letters with him when he came to visit you in February of 2017, didn't he?
yes,
Letters.
yes.
Okay. And so, so at this point, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to be clear. At this point, you knew the truck had been in your barn, but you were nervous to say that to Brent Booth.
Yeah, kind of. After things that from Holly were thrown out in my driveway, yeah, kind of. Anybody would be.
And you recognize as having a rape conviction that you were a suspect in the Holly Bobo.
I knew right away. When you have this kind of conviction, you're always aware of your surroundings and your times and where you've been.
Okay. And then you go on to have a further conversation. Mr. Booth communicates to you that, and I'm not presenting this.
Cross-examination is great, but you gotta ask questions. She is literally reading and saying what Mr. Booth said, so-and-so, and not asking a question. It's not.
Form the question.
It's a question, Your Honor. If I make a statement and then say, isn't that true? That's a question.
You
That's a
can
leading.
ask if he said something.
Okay. Well, and first I want to communicate something that Brent Booth said, but it's not asserted for the truth of the matter because we're actually going to be able to show that what Brent Booth told Mr. Dinsmore is not true. So I want to communicate now something that Brent Booth told Mr. Dinsmore.
What is up with this lady over here? Watch her.
Not asking a question. It's not.
Form the question.
It's a question, Your Honor. If I make a statement and say, isn't that true? That's a question.
You
That's
can
a leading.
ask if he said something.
Okay. Well, and first I want to communicate something that Brent Booth said, but it's not asserted for the truth of the matter because we're actually going to be able to show that what Brent Booth told Mr. Dinsmore is not true. So I want to communicate now something that Brent Booth told Mr. Dinsmore, but not for the truth of it because it's not actually a factual statement.
Ask your question.
Okay.
You need to pick it up a little. Okay.
Mr. Brent Booth told you that Dick Adams had even said that the truck was hidden at your house.
I don't remember him saying that.
Okay. If there's a recording of it and that's what's in the recording, then it would be accurate.
Yeah, I still don't remember that though.
Okay. And then you said, now what truck are you talking about, didn't you?
Yeah, there was like 3 or 4 trucks on that property.
And Brent Booth told you the little old white Nissan Frontier, didn't he?
Yes.
And then you said, see, and isn't this right that you said this? See, they're telling you something that ain't right there because that white truck wasn't stored at my house. I'd tell you if it was.
Yeah, I would. I had to have my memory jogged by my daughter and my wife.
Okay, so at that point, are you making that statement because at that point your memory was the truck had not been there, or because you were afraid to tell the truth?
My memory thought that the truck wasn't there and I was a little nervous, but you got to remember that was 6 years ago. Lots happened since then. And it took a little bit of my daughter, especially my 17-year-old daughter, reminded me, yes, it was there, Dad. I saw them come get it. So.
And then at this point you agreed, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, didn't you agree that the truck had been hidden in Decaturville? The white Nissan had been
That's what I
hidden in
thought.
Decaturville?
That's what I thought.
Okay, you thought that the truck had been hidden in Decaturville, didn't you?
I wasn't sure. I figured that's where it was at.
Okay. And so Brent Booth goes on to tell you that what'll be testified to was that they had to move 4 rims to get the truck into your pole barn. Didn't he say that to you?
Yes, he did.
So he's the one that first suggested that they had to move the rims to get the truck in, didn't he?
Yes.
That's not a memory that you came up with first, is it?
No, my wife had it.
No, that's not a memory your wife.
Object. Now she's just.
Don't argue with the witness.
Okay.
I mean, that it was still a question.
Not a memory that you came up with first, is it?
No, my wife had it.
No, that's not a memory your wife.
Object. Now she's just.
Don't argue with the witness.
Okay. And it's at this point that you say, don't you? My God, he might have now, Brent, damn it, referring to whether or not Zach Adams had hidden a truck in your.
Yes, I did say that.
Okay. So at this point, the memory is beginning to come back to you. Is that right?
Yes, you got to consider I blocked a lot of stuff out.
And you blocked it out because you were using so much meth. It's hard.
No, I blocked it out because they tried to snatch my daughter too.
Your Honor, I object to that. That's not responsive.
Just answer the question. He was making an explanation.
Can you?
Remember our bench conference earlier?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go.
I'm asking for a curative instruction that the court.
She asked the question. She doesn't like his answer about why he blocked it out. The question was, and you tried to block it out for this reason or that. And
Let's
he said
move
no.
on.
Well, without a curative instruction, I want to address this. Now, that's not something that you reported to law enforcement at the time that they tried to grab your daughter, did you?
Yes.
You made a call and reported that to law enforcement?
Yes.
At the time?
Yes.
Okay. And so once you begin to recover your memory, then you say, oh, it's the black truck that was hidden in your garage, don't you?
Oh, no, I didn't say the black truck was in my garage. The black truck was sitting by my shop, back by the trees, so nobody could see it for about 2 weeks.
But you at some point say, oh, it's the black truck.
I
that
thought
was
it
in your
might have been the black truck that they were talking about, but it wasn't.
Brent Booth tries to get you to be more specific,
I'm sorry, is that a question?
doesn't he? Brent Booth tries to get you to be more specific about the car. He was wanting more details about the truck being at your house, wasn't he?
No, he wanted the truth.
At some point then you say, that son of a bitch, yeah, if that's me, what I say, yeah, they had that truck there. And the wheels they had to take off or move. Didn't you say that at some point?
Yes, I did.
And then confirming what you say, Brent Booth confirms that it's the white truck that would have been there. And you say, no, that was the black truck, didn't you?
That's because I was mistaken.
Okay, because at that point you have the memory now that it's the black truck that's in the driveway.
The black truck was in my yard for a couple of weeks. That's why it was solid in my head.
And so then you say, yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, the black. The black truck was at my house. The white truck, I don't ever remember being parked at my house, Brent. I'm talking about the black truck. I definitely remember being at my house, sitting right outside by my house, but the white truck, I don't remember. So it might, you said that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So at some point now you've admitted that a truck's there, but you're saying it's the black truck that's there, and you deny that the white truck was parked at your
At
house.
that time, I didn't remember the white truck being there.
And then you say, well, it might have been, man.
Yeah.
And then you're beginning to. So at this point, you change what you were saying, don't you?
No, I didn't change it. I knew that I needed to get my memory jogged with my wife.
So at some point, it becomes that your memory is of what other people are telling you, not of which truck was actually, or if the truck was actually at your house, is it?
Not by what people are telling me, by people saying stuff that jogs my memory and brings it back.
So people are saying things, and that's what's jogging your memory. Is that
My
right?
wife and my 17-year-old child.
And Brent Booth is also jogging your memory.
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
And when you're initially asked if they came over and bought morphine from you on the day Holly disappeared, your initial reaction was, no, that did not happen.
No.
Your initial reaction on the 17th of May when Brent Booth is asking you was that, no, that didn't happen.
No, they came to see if I had a joint so they could get down off the meth was what they were doing.
Okay. So they weren't there to buy morphine from
No.
you. Okay.
I didn't have any.
Okay. And when you're talking to Brent Booth about somebody trying to take your daughter, you actually say it's one of the Piercy brothers, didn't you?
Yes, my wife looked on the paperwork, saw his pictures, and identified him.
That's complete collateral.
Well, I think that that's important because today he's saying it's Mr. Adams.
He did not.
Okay.
He said
They're
I
associates.
was listening. He said let's cut this off.
Okay.
He did not say who they were.
Now, you also talked to Brent Booth about the gun that you disposed of that you got from Jason Autry, didn't you?
That I had my wife dispose of. I got it from Shane.
Okay. Your wife disposed of it because you suggested that she dispose of it, didn't she?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at first, you told Brent Booth also that it was a 357 or a 38, didn't you?
Yep. I wasn't really sure what it was.
And even though it's your wife that was disposed of it, you were spending a lot of time telling Brent Booth about where it was, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, instead of Sandra Dinsmore, your wife, saying it, you were the one that was telling Brent Booth.
Yes, she's my wife. I knew what she did with it.
Okay. And at that point, you even say that and Brent Booth also came back and talked to you the next day too, didn't he? May the 19th, 2017.
He's been by a few times.
But he came to talk to you in Indianapolis, and he came 2 days in a row in May of this year, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He came back the next day just to make sure that he had, that he specifically came back so that he wasn't the one putting words in your mouth, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him that you had an old 32 that you had thrown in the lake at your cousin's house, didn't you?
It wouldn't shoot, and the cylinder kept falling out, so I threw it away.
Okay, so
That's why there was a mix-up with the guns.
okay, so as a coincidence, you had a 32 in the past.
The 2 years before.
Okay, 2 years before Holly disappeared.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't like the gun, so you decided to get rid of it,
It was junk.
and so you decided to throw it in your cousin's pond.
Yes, I wouldn't sell it to anybody.
And what was your cousin's name?
Leida and Raymond Bowen.
And they have a kind of a cow pond or little.
Yes, a halfway dried up Tennessee pond.
Okay, and that's where you put the 32 pistol, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you were talking to Brent Booth about where the pistol went in the creek there on Joe Holiday Road, you specifically said that now that's not the 32 that I put in my cousin's pond, didn't you?
I said, I don't know if that's a 32 that I threw in the pond or what it is, but my wife got rid of it. So
No, you said now there was another gun, a 32 that I put in the pond, didn't you?
yes, I just said that.
Now, during the time that you knew Zach Adams, he had been to jail for various different reasons, hadn't he?
Yes.
And even after Holly Bobo disappeared, Zach Adams had been in and out of jail at different times, hadn't he?
Yes.
No further questions.
For the direct.
Now, Mr. Dinsmore, are you aware that 38s and 357s are, for the most part, revolvers
Yes.
and could be frequently mistaken for the size, shape?
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculation about what frequently happens.
Could
You can
one,
ask the question.
could one be mistaken?
Very, very easily.
Is there any doubt in your mind that this gun that I'm holding up, previously marked as Exhibit 180, is the same gun that you traded pills for Shane Austin?
$60 worth of morphine pills.
Is there any doubt in your mind that this is the
Not-
same gun
not
that you
at all.
gave to your wife?
Not at all.
Any doubt in your mind that this is the same gun that you told her to get rid of?
No, because she bitched about carrying it in her purse because it was too big.
Now, did you pick up on the fact during the cross-examination that Ms. Thompson is perhaps trying to make it sound like you are responsible for the rape of Holly Bobo?
Absolutely. I felt that from the beginning.
So, and she even asked you about items thrown very, very close to your house.
Yes, that's what got my attention because I was convicted of that from 1985. And you're very aware of things like that. And it pissed me off, to be honest with you. And my beepers were up, my antennas were up after that.
Despite the fact that you have a conviction for rape, despite the fact that you lived off of Yellow Springs Road where some of Holly's things were thrown, on the morning that Holly disappeared, were you not greeted by Dottie, who's now deceased, her husband, at their house and allowed into their property?
Yes, I was. And by 9 o'clock, the cleaning lady showed up.
And the
Was there.
cleaning lady, though,
Debbie.
she's not deceased, is she?
No.
And you talked to her
Yes, I did.
for on and off for several hours that morning.
All morning. All morning I talked.
She's a talker, isn't she?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And she was there and knows exactly where you were.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were also, Ms. Thompson went from trying to perhaps make it out that you were the rapist to maybe you're giving this information because there's a reward. You heard those questions?
Yes.
Right. So, to follow up on that, and I'm sorry to ask about something difficult, was your son murdered?
Yes.
How old was he?
Your Honor, I object to relevance.
Collateral.
Your Honor, it goes directly to why he sat there and said, I wouldn't take a reward. I know this about him. I didn't bring it up, but his voice that.
All right, go ahead.
I didn't do this for the money. I know how Mr. and Mrs. Bobo felt.
Your son was murdered.
And I wanted to help any way I could.
You need a second?
I'm okay.
A lot of questions about the white truck.
You know what? We're going to time travel before we finish this redirect here. So, first clip we're going to look at, if you guys have watched it the last 2 days of the streams we've been doing, you might remember this. But I want to look at, we have these different audio recordings of Booth Benjamin going and speaking with Dinsmore. And the first little bit we're going to check out from these recordings is with Dennis Benjamin. Let me get some captions on. Speaking with Dinsmore, trying to get information. And this is early on. This is, Dinsmore doesn't, he says he doesn't have anything to say. He doesn't know anything.
Victor, I know you're upset.
Make it a little louder.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand you're scared. I'm not this scared because I ain't done a damn thing wrong.
I'm not a bit scared if I ain't done a damn thing wrong.
House overdosed. Saw a blonde in the truck. Well, you were there. I should have seen a blonde in that truck because I damn sure called somebody if I saw her. And that's what I got to say. So y'all go ahead and play.
He didn't see anybody in the truck that day, the day of the abduction, when they all come over and they're supposed to fight. And Jason Autry says, like, oh, they were saying they're going to hit it. Hit it means fucked her. And we bought a morphine pill that day. But when it comes to Dinsmore on the stand at the 2017 trial, Dinsmore was like, no, they came and got a joint and they were arguing over who was going to hit the joint first. So he's not giving any information. Benjamin's trying to get information. Remember, Benjamin, he's retired at this point in time, but he's working as a private investigator at the behest of Karen Bobo.
Your cat and mouse game. I'm not taking blame. I don't care. But listen, anything wrong, and I can prove my innocence. Okay, but listen, if you would listen to me, you'd have an opportunity to help yourself and not even go to jail. I'm not going to go to jail anyway, except temporary. Until I bond back out. I got worth $500 million in Texas. I will be out instantly. They ain't got nothing on me. It's just fucking fishing. I've been fished enough now. We're not fishing, Vic. They're fishing. No, they're not fishing. I don't care if it's fishing. I ain't got a damn thing. Don't bring the rest more up here. I'll fight extradition. Okay. All right. Just hit what's between you and the law. I'm just telling you what I know. I believe. You know, Miss Holly Bobo's mom, I'm sorry that it came to this, but I can't help no more.
So Thompson tried to get a little bit into this by saying, like, Dennis Benjamin came and told you the facts, came and told you what they might use against you, but she didn't really clarify exactly what was going on. And honestly, this would have been a great opportunity. Play this at the trial. Run these. Is that you on this recording? Did you just hear yourself saying you didn't see a blonde in the truck that day? And then run it to a clip like this. Another clip from an audio recording. They played this for Kathy Ferguson, which was at the August 15th, 2025 post-conviction hearing. But we listened to it yesterday. They played this recording for her. Again, let's get the volume.
And to give it.
And did you discuss that other people Mr. Dinsmore could talk to might get the reward money?
I don't remember that. Could have. I don't.
Hour 3, minute 26.
Quarter milli.
And
And it could possibly be, I know what you said a while ago, but
you could play a big role in this, and it could possibly be, I know what you said a while ago.
If you're willing to do some stuff to help us solve this case, then there's a real strong possibility that I have to recommend that you get, if you could help us solve this case, I want you to get some money out of this. I understand that.
There's a huge chance that if you could help us solve this case, that I could recommend that you'd get some money out of it. And this is all, he's not giving information, and Benjamin's still trying to get information.
I understand that, but I would think that you'd be I would tell the Bobos that you'd be well deserving of it against
Man.
I would make that recommendation. I have no say so on where it gets paid. I've been in touch with
Happy Thanksgiving, Peter.
He looked up to me like a dad, okay? His dad was working, his dad was killed in the car. And he came around all the time, but he was really kind of dingy and he was weak. And that's why his brother pushed him around all the time.
So, and then Doug Bates questions Dennis Benjamin. We watched this yesterday. It should be Deep Dive Part 6 if you want to go and watch this Dennis Benjamin testimony and the Kathy Ferguson testimony. We did that all in Part 6. But the point is, Doug Bates is going to keep playing parts of that recording. And all of a sudden, Victor's giving up some details. Victor starts, I keep calling, it's Victor Dinsmore, right? I always want to call him Vincent. It's Victor. And then 2 days go by, Benjamin talks to him again. And, I had my wife and daughter jog my memory, and we have these details. They were parking the car in the garage, but I didn't know it because I thought he just went in the garage to move some tires. And it starts laying out all the stuff. And eventually we'll end up saying that the person you need to go speak to is Dylan Adams because he's the weakest link. So all of this transpires. All of a sudden there's a pivotal switch after Benjamin's like, there's a real good chance I'll talk to Karen and, I could try to recommend that you get some of that reward money. So Gwen says I'm going to deep dive their deep dive. There's also a focused episode on Dinsmore from the Trial and Error podcast. What episode was that? Episode 9. It's called Suborning Perjury. Victor Dinsmore is told what he remembers. And they do some clips of these same audios that we heard in greater detail from Kathy Ferguson and Benjamin's testimony yesterday. So that is in the chat. Trial and Error podcast is also linked in the description of all of these videos that we're doing. I think it directly links to their firearms, the issues with the firearms in the trial, but still just go back to their video page and look for whatever I say watch all their videos. Watch all of their videos. Also, Slim Life, thank you for the super. Says, good morning, my sweet friend Kat. Right back at you. And the awesome chat. Hope everyone had a blessed Thanksgiving. If you see someone without a smile, give them yours. Just take it out, Mr. Potato Head it, and give them the smile. That's really kind. Thank you, Slim Life NJ. And let's see, we've got, I don't think Redirect's going much longer. Maybe it is. And then we're going to get Brent Booth. We're going to get Brent Booth.
I know it's been 6 years. But when TBI came to you less than 3 years after it happened, okay? In March of 2014. Did you make the statement? Zach hid his grandfather's white Nissan post-abduction.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them that Zach told you the truck was hid because of an arrest Zach had been involved with where Park Police caught him with meth and Zach tried to run over them in that truck?
Yes.
Is that the reason he gave you for hiding the white Nissan in your truck, in your shop, post-abduction?
Yes.
Now, you have been confused clearly about different times that he has hidden trucks at your house.
Mm-hmm.
Did that happen multiple times?
The white truck buried just a couple days.
One time.
One time. I never saw that truck after that.
My question, post-abduction, meaning after. Holly was abducted.
After.
And despite what you may have told the defendant's investigator, despite the confusion that you voiced to Brent Booth, back closer in time, was your memory better?
Yes.
Was the white truck in your shop post-abduction?
Yes, it was. Very short time, though.
Do you have any personal knowledge about Zach's familiarity with
Thank you,
the
Derek.
woods?
I think I was muted, but thank you, Derek.
He knew his way around the woods like the back of his hand.
Did you make the statement in 2014 that he had a complete command of all the surrounding woods?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes. He knew every nook, and cranny, and corner.
Do you recall being at a party and with your wife at Jan Carrington's?
Yes.
An outside party.
Yes.
Do you remember Zach appearing at that party
Out of the woods
and surprising everybody
and just snuck up on everybody
from the woods?
from the woods.
One moment, Your Honor.
I mean, that just sounds like someone went to the woods to take a piss or to smoke, maybe.
The gun. Oh, and the immunity. You told the jury you didn't ask for the immunity, correct?
No, I did not.
Didn't sign the immunity,
No.
just were presented with letters of immunity.
I'm doing my helping at any risk. I told you guys that.
You did.
Yeah.
Were
See, they're gonna steer this. You were here just because you wanted to tell the truth, because you have nothing to hide. Jennifer, she did get into the immunity deal, but she didn't underscore for the jury that, and because you have this immunity, you have to testify here. You didn't want to testify, did you? She didn't really underscore that. And now the alternative explanation, Nichols here is going to pounce on it and embrace it.
or are you even aware that statute of limitations had run?
No, I didn't. That was no concern of mine.
Um, There's been, I don't have anything else, Judge.
Further trial.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we got some recross real quick.
Mr. Dinsmore, I know this is a sensitive subject for you, but your son died several years before Holly died, didn't he?
2007, December 23rd.
And it was initially ruled as suicide by law enforcement, isn't it?
Yes.
And so they're not pursuing any type of investigation in the matter.
No, they're not going to because of my past.
Okay. And I also wanted to ask you, you have the past conviction for rape, and it's not a statutory rape, it's a regular rape charge, isn't that right?
Yes, it is.
And you do not register as a sex offender, do you?
Don't have to.
And when you come to the state of Tennessee, even though the state of Tennessee requires people with rape convictions to register as a sex offender, you did not register.
No.
Okay. And they've not pursued any type of federal or state charges against you for your failure to register, have they?
No.
And then when you travel interstate, you didn't have to, or you did not, you failed to go register with the county where you're staying, the sheriff's department telling them that you had crossed state lines
Don't
as
have
a
to.
sex offender.
My stuff's a quarter of a century old.
You've not specifically been removed from the sex offender registry, though, have you?
Yes, I have.
It was not adjudicated.
Indianapolis.
I pulled those records. There's no record of adjudication. There's no record of adjudication in Indianapolis, Indiana
That's funny because if you pull the Indiana Sheriff's Association sex registry up, it'll tell you I don't have to register anymore. It's too old.
No further questions.
So again, to try this, they're going to try to counter this by saying that you only have to register for X period of time. But what would have driven this home? What would have really driven this home? Jennifer's highlighting, she's countering the recross effectively in a way, but not as effectively as she could have, by saying, you weren't worried because you've always been on the receiving end, the positive side of selective prosecution. She could have played these recordings where Benjamin and Booth are knocking on her door, knocking on the Dinsmore's door in Indianapolis saying, look, we've got counts that we could be bringing against you. You're facing 8 counts right now. She could have played that clip and showed exactly how they were using charges, potential prosecution, and then cutting him slack on them in exchange for information to save his own ass. Could have just played that. Because then it's his words and the investigator's words and not Jennifer Thompson yourself just trying to make the point through questions.
When you were flown down here,
Reread,
who were you with all day long?
Police.
TBI.
TBI.
Another police. Are you aware that TBI is who keeps the sex offender registry for the state?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And I checked the sex laws before I moved to Tennessee.
And that's all.
None.
Yes, sir.
All right. You are released at this time.
Okay.
You are not to discuss your testimony with anyone, not even your wife or the officers or anything. You're not discussing testimony that was given here. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can excuse.
All right, we're going to get Brent Booth next. We had heard mention of the Piercy brothers. So Dinsmore mentioned something about how his 17-year-old daughter, the Piercy brothers, wanted to try to take his daughter, and that the Piercy brothers knew Zach. Ooh, like the degrees of Kevin Bacon, so they're Zach's bad by association. But at some point, the Piercy brothers were co-defendants. They were looking at charging 6 different individuals with the abduction, rape, and killing of Holly Bobo. Maybe not the killing for all of them, but as a group, they thought 6 individuals were who they were going to try to bring to trial or get to take pleas. There is a short hearing where it seems like they're going to mention Zach, but it seems like it's the defense attorney for one or both of the Piercy brothers. And it's only 3 minutes. And it's, for context, it is from July 29th, 2014. But I bookmarked this. I think this is probably the most timely place to play it. Where's the hearing?
It was Vicky, and what we did not see today was that video, which apparently shows Holly Bobo after she was taken from her home in Parsons 3 years ago. But we did get a much better idea of what that video may show, if in fact it actually exists, and as to how it relates to Jeff Piercy, who is being charged in this matter. Now, as we roll some video here, you want to keep in mind that this is all based off of testimony by Sandra King. We met her for the first time today, and she told the court that her and Jeff Piercy have lived together for a short time earlier this year. During that time, while she was on the stand, she said she was shown a video by Jeff who was given to him by his brother Mark, and she says that she claims that Holly was in that video. It was 2 weeks later, after she saw that video, apparently, that she went to the TBI. To corroborate what she was saying, the TBI then recorded a phone conversation between Sandra King and Jeff Piercy. That was also played in court today. It was highly racy, included a lot of sexual references as to their relationship. And under oath today, she claimed that she saw this mysterious video.
He told me that Mark had videoed Zach having sex with Holly Bobo.
Okay.
And his exact words after he told me that was, he's a sick bastard.
Okay.
He even said that about Mark too.
All right. So he goes to show you the video, and what did you see?
I seen a woman that was tied up that was crying.
All right. Now let's talk about that. Did you recognize the woman?
She was blonde. Yes, it looked like Holly Bobo.
And she referred to a Holly. Holly who?
We're referencing Holly Bobo.
Are we? Or are we referencing Mr. Piercy's ex-wife, who's also named Holly? Which one was referenced on that tape?
It said Holly.
It doesn't say a last name, does it?
Now, what that was there was a cross-examination by Jeff Piercy's lawyer of that special TBI agent who recorded that phone conversation between Sandra King and Jeff Piercy. They are questioning as to whether or not Holly Bobo was in that video. There's some question as to whether or not it was possibly Jeff Piercy's ex-wife who may resemble Holly Bobo. The state apparently has someone's phone right now that they're trying to unlock. They're waiting for some codes from the Apple company to try and get a hold of what's on one of those phones so they can figure out what is inside there. But they told the courtroom today, the TBI did, that they still have not seen this apparent video which shows Holly Bobo after she was kidnapped. The judge today did decide that there was probable cause and this case will move forward to October. It was an incredibly tough day for Holly's family and friends who were sitting in the front row, as this was the first time we really heard any hard, concrete evidence in this case. You will hear from them and Jeff Piercy coming up tonight at 5 and 6.
So there we go. So there's a little bit of some draw in with the Piercy brothers, and that is Miss King saying Jeff shows her a video that Mark Piercy gives Jeff Piercy, and the video is apparently of Zach and a Holly without a last name stated. And that's it. Nobody in court has seen this video. That's what we've got as context. One last thing before we get to Brent Booth's 2017 trial testimony, I did also find to play back and forth and do a comparison. And really, this is what I said Jennifer should have just played. Jennifer should have just played. We're talking about the benefit of selective prosecution. Play it in their own words. So this should be queued up. Get some captions. Here is from those audio recordings with Victor Dinsmore.
I convinced them for it to be you. With the here. And I raised the here's one reason. Let me tell you why we're here. And I've wrestled with it and wrestled with it with the Bobos, TBI, FBI, and all that. Somebody's gonna get a deal. I convinced them for it to be you. If you want to take the deal and help us out on this to figure out some holes that they're not everybody's. Autry's admitted his guilt. Dylan's already put Autry and Zach in it. You know we got thrown out of the house and Dylan walked in on him. Zach threw him out of the fucking house. When she was there? Yes, when she was there. And we know you saw Holly that day. I'm just telling you what I know. Right now, they're wrong. Who's ever telling you that? Because I didn't see no on but I'm just telling you, we know that's a lie. It's not a lie. I'm just telling you, listen, Victor, I'm not here to bullshit you. Listen to me. Listen, you need to listen very carefully because they got 8 charges on you right now. Yeah. Okay, 8, 3 of them are serious charges, and they could go for the death penalty on. Yeah. And I asked them, are y'all willing to make a deal for somebody to help them find Holly's body? If you can't give me Holly's body, then you fucked. You're basically fucked. Because that's what Karen and Dana are screaming about. They want a decent burial for their dog. Well, I'm damn sure telling right now. I have no idea where you need to listen to me now, because I'm not here. I don't believe in the Easter Bunny, and I don't believe in lying to you. Yeah. I'm just giving you the flat ass facts. The flat facts.
Not the BBL facts.
Your ass running, good guy, bad guy on you. I'm retired. Yeah. I ain't to publish no more. I work for the Bobos. My investigation that I've come up with has been run alongside TBI and the FBI's investigation. Yeah. And I filled in a lot of gaps. I'd rather have a lie than I would the truth when I'm investigating something from somebody. And that deal about you didn't see Holly, that's bullshit. I didn't see that girl. You did see that girl. If it was her, I didn't know it was her. Well, I don't believe that either. I'm just telling you, I can't lie to you. I'm not lying to you either. All right, well, I'm just telling you, the facts are the facts. You can't change the facts. You know, I can't help that. I can't help what happened. Always like hell it had to happen. But it's happened. It's after the fact now, and we're in a cleanup mode. If you want help, then now is your time to help. If you
And we went through this full thing yesterday, but again, just that comparison. You had Victor Dinsmore pushing back and saying, no, they didn't tell me what they had on me. They didn't tell me they were looking at me. They didn't give me the facts. You could have played something like this for that. But you could have also played this to show that you were having these discussions and you changed your story because you could have been avoiding prosecution on other things. And you knew that if you gave information, if you acted as sort of an informal informant, then the blinders would be put on for other things that you could have exposure to. But I don't know. We didn't play any of this. So. And speaking of, that was Dennis Benjamin we heard speaking with Dinsmore, but Brent Booth also had gone up to Indianapolis to speak with Vincent Dinsmore, and he is next up on the stand. Also, thank you to Jay Money here for the super sticker. Sorry, I was late on getting to that. I went on a long rant, but big thank you here. Shout out to Jay Money in the chat.
Morning recess at this time. We're, I don't like to break up witnesses when I can. We'll start back in 15 minutes following.
Was going on, told him to head that way. And Terry and I conversed over the cell phone en route to Decatur County.
Decatur County is where?
Decatur County is Lexington's neighbor to the east. It's about.
Where were you going? Where were you going in Decatur County?
I was going to 681 Swan Johnson Road in the Darden community. It's a small community just west of Parsons, east of Lexington. It's about 25 minutes from my house, maybe 20 minutes from Lexington on 412 East.
Was it a community that you were familiar with?
It is.
Did you know people who live there?
I do, and I have. I've got friends and family there. My father-in-law, ex-father-in-law, his mother-in-law go to church there in Corinth in the Darden community with the Bobo family.
Did you know the Bobos at all at that point then?
No, I didn't.
You ever been to Swan Johnson before?
If I had, I didn't remember it.
So you're en route to Swan Johnson. Tell us about when you get there.
I arrived there at approximately 9:15. Agent Dykus was vehicle right in front of me. We arrived, there was a large number of people. We estimated 100 to 200 maybe lined the roads.
You ever seen something like this before?
No, not in our community, not in that community.
Who are all these people?
Friends, neighbors, family.
Were there people searching already?
When I drove up, I saw the Decatur County Sheriff's Office personnel there. Ricky Inman, Sheriff White was in the front yard. Henderson County's TAC unit, Captain Jeff Middleton, his unit was up on the hill on the edge of the woods with a dog. They looked to me, what do we do? And I motioned, directed them, go. They went into the woods where it was reported that she was taken. Terry Dykus went up to the house, behind the house, to secure the crime scene with assistance of Decatur County Sheriff's Office personnel. Karen came down the hill with Ricky Inman, and I talked to her, got Holly's information. The Fusion Center, which is our intelligence division in Nashville that handles getting out Amber alerts, getting out missing and endangered person alerts. They coordinate all of that. I had them on the phone. We were coordinating getting Holly's photo information out. We were ascertaining what she knew, the facts and what happened. Clint, her brother, was there. I began coordinating and getting critical assets that we needed in place.
Critical assets or to do what? Like, why'd you send those men, those SWAT team guys into those woods?
With the information we had, was treating this case as, or what we had as a search and rescue mission.
That's what sending those men in the woods?
Yeah.
Amber alert?
Find Holly. That was our number one mission. at that point.
Did you personally search the area of the house?
Yes, I did. Once we have what we call a mobile office, which is it's a large motor home that we bring in that is equipped and staffed with information processing capabilities. I had that on the way. Our SAC, Special Agent in Charge, John Mayer, got the Memphis Regional Lab and their personnel en route to work the crime scene. I learned that while I was there, Decatur County Sheriff's Office, in cooperation with their 911 center, had pinged her phone. I'm sorry if I'm talking too much. So we knew a direction.
What was the direction?
North.
North from the house on Swan Johnson.
Yes, north toward I-40.
Toward I-40.
Benton County. If you're familiar with Decatur County, I-40 runs through the northern edge. It encompasses a general mile markers of 120 to about the 130 or the Tennessee River. We had a general direction of travel of her phone.
In the minutes that follow, after you have the general direction of north, you start to get other pings with more information.
Yes.
What's that?
We learned of a ping that had happened at 9:25 a.m. south of I-40, about maybe halfway, not quite, a few miles from our house. Coming back, the phone looked like it was coming back south.
I think you skipped ahead to her last cell phone, so let's back up for a second, okay?
Yes, sir.
So let's listen to me. You described the early pings about the phone heading north.
Yes,
Is that right?
That's correct.
From those pings and a couple that followed, they give you any information as to where north we're talking about?
No. Very general.
I guess that's what I was asking. We'll have a cell phone expert testify later, so I'm not asking you to be an expert, okay?
I'm not by any means. I have general knowledge.
Does a cell phone ping tell you that the phone is right here?
No.
To give you a large radius instead?
Yes, sir.
After those first pings that have her going.
This is Brett Booth on the stand. I mean, in my view, he was really the lead investigator from TBI, especially after TBI gave Terry Dykes the boot. You might remember him more from, if you've tuned into the post-conviction hearings, he looks a little bit different now. He was this guy. And this is the clip that Law and Crime had of the beginning of the cross.
Good afternoon. Does this case haunt you?
Yeah.
Tell the court why.
Grueling hours. Lack of sleep. I've got a daughter.
So he thought this case at first haunts him. His reasons why are long hours, lack of sleep, and then he thinks, oh yeah, reminds me of my daughter. And then he'll eventually go on to say he rarely thinks victims are innocent. As we talk about an investigation where 100, 200 people had showed up to the Bobo's residence, citizens trying to help, different law enforcement agencies are banding together to cooperate. Not saying that I don't think it's great that the attention was given, but I don't think that effort, that response happens for those other victims that are just assumed by people like Brent Booth to not be innocent and thus not deserving. So that's who we have on the stand right now.
North, you said, to the interstate.
Yes.
Are there other pings in that area over the course of time?
Hey, yes. Allie, hope you had a good
What
Thanksgiving.
community or what area are those cell phone pings in?
Yellow Springs.
Yellow Springs. Were you familiar with the Yellow Springs community before this?
No, sir.
Were you familiar with Holiday, Tennessee, right there next to Yellow Springs at the time?
Yes, sir.
These things show that the phone lingered in the Yellow Springs community.
Yes, sir.
On the basis of that information, did y'all do anything? Did y'all send people to do anything?
We did. Tennessee Highway Patrol had been notified and they had moved people that way. We sent Decatur County personnel north into that area. We sent the Highway Patrol north into that area. What we typically do, get assets where we need them. Human assets, people, looking, searching.
You sent people with guns in the woods behind the house.
Yes, sir.
Right? And seeing friends, family, volunteers there at the crime scene that morning.
Yes, sir.
Right? You knew her cell phone traveled north.
Yes, sir.
You knew it lingered in Yellow Springs.
We didn't.
And so you alerted THP and everybody else, let's
Go to that area.
Despite all that, nobody found her.
That's correct.
She was gone.
Yeah.
You were there at that house, Swan Johnson.
Yeah. Yes.
Her phone's moving and then lingering in Yellow Springs.
I didn't know. We never assumed anything. I didn't know if that was just her phone or her with the phone. We didn't know. You have to take that into account.
This is a 20-year-old girl, though.
Yeah.
The crime scene at the house, you were there when agents, including yourself, searched it, right?
I was.
Inside the house, outside the house.
Lab personnel did that. Forensic scientists. It's what they do for us. Specialized in searching, and they have all the necessary equipment to collect, preserve, maintain, and test evidence for us. They come to the scene and we turn the scene over, a secure scene to them to process. That took a number of hours. As I recall, it was completed probably around 2:30 a.m. on the 14th.
Despite all that, searching the house, turning it over to the crime scene personnel, analysis, stuff like that, would you agree with me that as you stood there at Swan Johnson that morning, even after all that,
yes,
that this crime scene wasn't telling you who did this thing?
No, sir, it wasn't. We searched the house complete and even went under the house.
There's blood in the garage. Was there blood in the garage?
Yes, sir.
That's Holly's blood.
We later learned, yes.
So standing there at that crime scene, there's nothing there telling you who did it.
No, sir.
And so you started searching.
Yes, sir.
Started investigating.
We did. We continued to run this as a search and rescue operation for a long time.
People call in with tips or stuff.
Yeah, we did.
What would happen when people called in with tips?
We sent investigators. We had FBI, U.S. Marshal, THP. We had a number of agencies there. We sent people out to talk to these folks. Whoever called in, whatever it was, we sent people.
I know that you like being part of the team.
Yes.
But you didn't just send people, did you? Didn't you go?
It's what I am. I'm hands-on. That's what I do.
So did you go talk to people, send them stuff?
Yeah.
Send them tips?
I did. We talked to a lot of people.
When did you finally stop searching for it?
So I just went and looked to see what Kathy Ferguson had given as the titles, and she had said that she was asked, I heard Booth and Agent Walker yesterday, but who was the lead case agent after Terry Dicus left? And Kathy answered, that would have been Joe Walker. So it wasn't actually Booth that was considered the lead case agent after Terry Dykus left. It was Joe Walker, who we're going to hear from in this trial. And there's some testimony that he gave that I found a clip of from the post-conviction hearings that we haven't heard yet. We'll play those in tandem. And then Kathy said that she was the administrative case agent.
When we, I guess, September 7th, 2014.
Oh, your father?
Yeah.
And you were there, you'll tell us about that? Like,
yes.
Okay. Between when you pulled up on Swan Johnson, the day that her body was found, how much searching, how much talking, how much investigating did you do?
I don't remember. I didn't sleep for days.
Did you get out in the woods?
Yeah, I did.
Did you search in wells?
I did.
Search in barns?
I went everywhere. Wherever.
I want to recall your attention to one of these calls you got, okay?
Yes.
By Mr. Gerald Stevens.
Yes.
Had he found something?
Yeah, Gerald called. I didn't know Gerald prior to this day. Found a pair of pink panties laying in the middle of Yellow Springs Road.
That's suspicious, would you say?
It was.
Was he smart to call?
He was.
What'd you do when you got there?
Drove straight there. Parked in the middle of Yellow Springs Road. He was parked on the side near there.
Did you look at what he found?
Sir?
Did you look at what he found?
I did.
Did you call other people to get there?
I did.
What did Gerald do while you were standing there on the phone?
Gerald, he's a farmer in the area. He walked, I'm just south of Yellow Springs Church. He walked south or north toward the church, just walking down the road. I had the trunk of the car open, getting evidence bags, camera. And I observed Gerald walk toward the church, and he stopped and reached down and picked up a piece of paper. And then,
Bring that piece of paper towards you?
well, he yelled for me.
What was significant about this piece of paper?
It had Holly's name on it.
It was hot stuff.
It was.
In Yellow Springs,
Yes.
where her phone lingered,
Yes.
on actual Yellow Springs Road,
Yes.
right near that church.
Correct.
And you were standing there.
I was.
Do you know how close you were standing to Shane Austin's house when you were there in 2011 with Mr. Stevens and those papers?
I had no idea. I didn't know Shane Austin and hadn't heard that name at that time. This was Friday,
This was 2 days in.
2 days later, at about 2:00.
So within 2 days of this thing, you're standing on Yellow Springs Road next to this church. How many steps from Shane Austin's driveway?
Where I was standing, probably 75 feet.
And you didn't even know who it was.
No, sir.
The evidence is collected.
Yes.
And you start chasing tips and leads again.
We began looking. Other law enforcement agencies, personnel had arrived.
Not just there at Yellow Springs, but are you still chasing leads and tips?
We're
everywhere
chasing
else?
leads. Of course, yes. Others are doing that.
That early stage of the investigation, and I'm not talking about right then on Friday when you were standing in Yellow Springs,
Yes.
but between that day and those next 2 weeks, all right, early part of the investigation. Did the name Shane Austin ever come up?
Yes.
Did the name Zach Adams ever come up?
Yes.
Did the name Jason Autry ever come up?
Yes. Came up.
Other things came up too.
Many.
What was your priority? What was your priority in those 2, 3, 4 weeks?
We pursued the leads, I guess, more aggressively of the reports that we had that she was alive.
So would tips come in, for instance, that Holly's been seen so-and-so place? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We had to triage the information that was coming in.
The tips come in that Holly's being held in a barn or in a, wherever,
Yes,
all sorts of tips.
barn, warehouses, basements.
And why did you prioritize those versus other leads, like you named Shane Austin, Zach Adams?
That she was still alive. Those information we had then was very vague that they had something to do with it. But the others were where she was being held, tied up in a warehouse, chained to a wall in a basement, put down in a well.
Did you
She
go
was
to all
alive.
those places? Did you go to all those
I
places?
went to all of those places. I went to most of them.
And when you went, were you hoping to find her?
That's what it was all about, is to find her alive and bring her home.
But you never found even a trace?
No.
Was there a decision made at some point to speak to, or at least let's look at, all sex offenders in the area?
For that county and all surrounding counties.
She's beautiful, Holly.
Yes,
So that was not a bad idea.
no,
Agents go and interview various sex offenders.
all of them.
We've heard a name in the trial. Is Terry Britt one of these sex offenders?
Yes, sir.
Did the investigation at any point really drill down in to Mr. Britt?
Yes. We focused on Mr. Britt. We took Terry Britt's life apart. We looked at him hard. Terry Britt lived in that area. He was a sex offender. We were working off of the phone information, the proximity of where things were.
Phone information, you mean those pings up north
Those pings.
in the Yellow Springs area?
Yes.
Mr. Britt lived approximately where in relation to the Yellow Springs area?
Just south, about 4 miles south of Yellow Springs Church.
And what'd you do to take apart his life?
Surveillance, physical surveillance. We did, we wiretapped his phones.
That means y'all listen to phones and he doesn't know it.
Yes, sir. We wiretapped his house.
That means he have a wife.
He did.
That means he and his wife are in the house and y'all are listening
That's correct.
and they don't even know it.
That's correct.
Is that something we do every day?
No, sir.
Is that something we've ever done in the state of Tennessee?
No, sir.
Did y'all ever search his house?
We executed search warrants on his house, property, vehicles, outbuildings. Yes, sir.
Did y'all tear that place apart?
Yes, sir.
Ever interview the people around them?
Yes, sir.
So after all that,
We didn't find anything related to Holly. It was Holly's.
nothing
Nothing.
at all.
Nothing at all. Terry Dodds.
Oh, okay. So wait, there was a jump there for like 50 seconds.
Terry Dodds. We didn't read those reports thorough.
What reports?
The reports that our agents, the interviews we were doing, the information that was coming in, especially pertaining to Zach Adams, Jason Autry, Dylan Adams, and Shane Austin.
Didn't read
As the old saying goes, the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing. We were feeding all of this information in, and we didn't realize what was there.
Didn't realize what was there, but was there also something that y'all simply didn't do?
their alibis or their stories were not checked out.
Not
Thoroughly.
checked out.
No,
You mean the people they said they were with weren't talked to?
they weren't interviewed early on. No,
Why not?
I don't know. Overwhelmed, too much coming in too fast. We were,
Was it a
we're
mistake?
not that, you get right down to it, we're not that big an agency. We don't have people. We're not huge. Very few of us, when you get right down to it.
Was it a
I'm not
mis-
making an excuse, it's just what we are.
Was it a mistake?
Yes, sir. It was a mistake.
Was it a bad mistake?
Yes, sir.
Is it 3 years later you figure out how bad it was?
That's right.
Other items of Holly's property will be found in various places in the communities. Is that right?
It was. We found other pieces of her paper from school of Yellow Springs Road in Shane Austin, grandmother's front yard, dollar bill and receipt, other anatomy and physiology papers pertaining to nursing.
If I could. If I could, Agent, if you're familiar with this, I don't know, poster board or something that I'm holding?
Yes,
You've seen this before?
Yes, sir.
Would this aid you in explaining to the jury about like where stuff was found in those weeks,
Yes.
months afterwards?
We have a map.
I got this marked as exhibit, we'll substitute a smaller at the appropriate time.
It's, 182.
Would you step down, Judge? Come closer. All right, Agent Booth, let's start with that first paper that Gerald Stevens found just 2 days after this happened. The first one y'all found right there next to Shane's.
That's going to be the one closest to Yellow Springs Church.
Let me, because we're blocking some people. Is this better if I would do it like this? Even further?
Got her blocked now.
Okay, well, I'll let you come back with me.
I'm talking about you got your jury. Blocked.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm not as worried about her than me.
So this is worse, isn't it? Here we go. Oh, they could see pretty good with it. Obviously, I'm great at this. You know, up close and personal, that's okay. Agent Booth. That first piece of paper that Mr. Stevens found right there by Shane's.
Right here.
And do we see that on this map right here?
Where the line is drawn here.
All right, so we got a star right here, and that's Yellow Springs.
Right. And you got a star on the map, Yellow Springs Road here.
And that's the one right next to Shane's.
Yes.
You were telling us about stuff in front of the grandmother's house, Shane's
That's here.
grandmother's.
Pink receipt and a dollar bill. Up here, it's about, maybe a mile and a half at most between Shane's house and grandmother's. Sir,
A what receipt?
pink, it's a pink receipt for her, I believe it's for her books, from a bookstore. She's a nursing student.
So Shane and his grandmother lived real close.
Real close.
This is the grandmother's house with the barn across the street.
Yes, sir.
What's this piece of evidence here?
These are other, let's see. The next one found would have been a paper with Holly Bobo's name on it. That was another one. Found up here on Yellow Springs Road, further on down. You can see the road parallels I-40.
And then another that says anatomy.
Anatomy and physiology. It didn't have her name on it, but it was consistent with what we had found and consistent with what I do as part of what they eat. My daughter's a nurse. I've seen these papers before. But the nurse, obviously a nursing student, and I took it to hers. It was right up here, close to the intersection where Yellow Springs and comes into Bible Hill. It's right near a bridge that crosses over I-40. The bridge crosses over, and I'll let you ask that question. Near where a body was found. I took it as a paper trail. It was a paper trail.
There were other items found too, though, a phone and a SIM card, is that right?
Yeah, down here. Some days later, I think it was May 3rd. Her cell phone, well, let's see, her cell phone was found Mother's Day that year.
It was found like Mother's Day.
I believe it was Mother's Day. I wasn't a part of that recovery, but I read that report somewhere.
I think it may have been Easter.
And that was near, down in, it's on 641, north of Parsons. Eaton Corporation had a building there. Holly's dad worked next door at McKenzie Tree Service. Phone's laying right there in front, right near the road.
And there's a SIM card.
I think it's kind of odd. I thought Gerald Stevens' testimony was odd, not because of Gerald Stevens' demeanor or any intent behind Gerald Stevens at all. Gerald Stevens is the guy that he said he had some cattle land, and in the middle of the road one day, like kind of towards the right side of the road, he found the pink underwear. And then after Booth is there, Brent Booth shows up because he found this underwear. Gerald Stevens says he finds this piece of paper with something written on it, like it's like Holly's school notes. But Booth was already there, and this is all 75 feet from Shane Austin's driveway. Like the trailer, the mobile home. But this was like further in time in the investigation that they find all of this stuff. And it's just weird to me when I heard Gerald Stevens like highlight that Booth was there already when he picked up the note. I thought it was weird.
Found
Over on Old Camden Road. Old Camden Road is a secondary road that comes out just east of the town center of Parsons. If you're on 412 going to Tennessee River, that road would intersect just east of town. Runs north and south, generally speaking.
So now we've seen a cluster of her stuff in Yellow Springs.
Yes.
We've heard about the cell phone pinging, lingering in Yellow Springs.
Yes.
But there's other property, other places, like down south off the side of 641, right?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that even though we found her things, these papers, ones you recognize, this case wasn't solved, not by a long shot?
No.
Where's the scene? We follow tips, leads, looking wells, barn, basements, garages, every place we could.
Yes.
We have found her stuff, a lot of it in Yellow Springs, but cell phone, SIM card, further south. Right?
Yes.
We drilled into Terry Britt's life, right?
Yes.
And we hadn't solved this thing yet.
Correct.
He's summarizing what's already been testified to, so it's not technically leading.
Now, I'm not asking you to listen to this, okay? I'm not asking you what anybody told you, okay? I don't want any statement that this person told you, okay? But was there a day that you remember when this investigation changed?
Yes.
Did it come in the form of a phone call?
I was sitting at my desk in Jackson Friday afternoon, 25th January. Phone rang.
You want to say what year?
2014. That phone call,
Did it refocus things?
it refocused this investigation.
After that phone call, were there people that you were interested in talking to?
Yes.
Who were those people?
focus of that investigation changed to Zach Adams, Jason Autry, Shane Austin, and Dylan Adams.
Now,
What if that was the Kilzer call?
rewind. We've heard those names before.
Yes.
In the early days of the investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
The same names that Agent Dyke has told you had been checked out, right?
Correct.
They all live in and near Yellow Springs.
Yes.
So he's not saying it, but the call I think is the Sheila Kilzer call that stems from. So this is such a hot mess. I'm really suspicious of Brent Booth. I'm really, really suspicious of him. I think there's something shady going on, and I don't know if it's just like a mad scientist he was driven to try to prove this case, or if he was driven to try to point the prosecution away from somebody else's direction. I really don't know exactly where I'm going to put my eggs in what basket, but there's something about him that just does not sit right in my gut. And he's telling us now he gets this call. From what we've heard at the post-conviction hearings, it seems to line up with when we get the call from Sheila Kilzer. Sheila Kilzer heard from Jason Kilzer, who's in custody at this time, and apparently had a cellmate who tells Kilzer, hey, I know what happened to Holly Bobo. As soon as Kilzer gets out of custody, TBI goes and speaks to him. This is like May of 2014. And Jason Kilzer, who's unavailable now. He was killed in a law enforcement involved shooting this August in 2025. So he's an unavailable witness at this point in time. When TBI goes to talk to him after they get this jailhouse snitch that was a cellmate with Jason Kilzer, he's like, I already know what you're here to talk to me about. He was just making all that up. And the only thing that's been in the back of my mind is who gave Henderson some information, because Henderson's information didn't check out at all. Kathy Ferguson told us about it yesterday. Let me see. If we want to interject this. Let me see. Let's see. Jason Kilzer. Let's run back what we heard from Kathy Ferguson yesterday. And Billy Lloyd Tucker was the inmate's name in the Henderson County Jail. All right. Let me cue this up. Sorry, guys. And again, this testimony we're about to hear is from August 15th, 2015, uploaded by the Trial and Error podcast, which I'm so grateful because there's 4 hours of gems in this testimony, and I don't see it uploaded anywhere else. We're starting at 2:18. It is Doug questioning Kathy. Caption.
Eventually, after Agent Booth, let me get my time frame here. The way that we worked in the command post, when a lead came in and we sent an agent out to work it, they would come back and report to us what they had found. So it's a dead end. This person says they didn't say that, or we need to do additional investigative work to clear this lead. So I learned of this from Agent Booth orally when he came back to report what he had found. And eventually I saw the IR. Okay. But we don't go work a lead and immediately do the IR and then it's in front of us. There's a process for how that happens.
And can you look at IR 1489, which was ID 71?
Yes, sir. I've reviewed it. It appears so sequentially. This happened first.
Correct.
The interview
happened first.
Yes, and then 70.
Your Honor, I've moved to enter
So that's actually interesting. They have two IRs, but the one that was actually written first was numbered as 71, and one that came after it was numbered as 70, out of order.
Both 70 and 71 into evidence.
Objections?
No.
What about 72?
We'll be 70.
Okay, 70, 71 are now moved into evidence.
Yeah, go on, I'm sorry. So let's walk through the progression of how this case, this vignette happened all the time, didn't it? Somebody tells you information, you try to pin it down, it's not true.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So May 3rd, 2013, Brent Booth meets with Billy Lloyd Tucker at the Henderson County Jail. Billy says that Jason Kilzer was in jail cell with him and told him he knew what happened to Holly Bobo. He said Jason Kilzer told him Holly was smoking meth with Zach Adams and Jason Autry. He said they planned to get money from Holly's parents by kidnapping Holly. He said Jason took Holly from her home that day and took her to Zach Adams' grandfather's house in the north end of Decatur County or southern Benton County. He said they held her there until Holly wanted to leave and Zach accidentally killed her. He said Zach choked her until she died. He said that Holly's body was put in a well at the north end of Decatur County. Dylan Adams, Zach's brother, told this to Jason Kilzer. He said Jason Kilzer lives in Scottsdale with his grandfather. Jason bonded out yesterday, May 1st, 2013. Then, May 2nd, 2013, Agent Booth meets with Jason Kilzer, and Kilzer immediately says, Mr. Booth, I know why you're here. I've heard from Billy Tucker what he's telling is a lie. I knew nothing about Holly. I would tell you.
I'm sorry, are you asking me, is that what the IR says? I'm waiting for the question, sir.
The question is, you agree this shows the lack of credible information being presented to the state of Tennessee.
Objection, Your Honor, to that characterization of the question.
I don't
Or
know.
that terminology. That's for Your Honor to decide credibility of the information, not for Mr. Bates or this witness.
Or she could say no, as she's somewhat been pointed to.
All right, I'll allow the question. Objection.
Would you ask it again, sir?
Well played. All right. Would you agree? You have one witness saying another witness says something incriminating. You go to that other witness, they say, that's not true.
That's what happened, yes.
Nothing. It appears Jason Kilzer is out of jail at this time. Or do you know?
I don't know. It doesn't say, well, it's blacked out. So I don't know if Kilzer was in jail when Agent Booth talked to him or not. This copy is redacted, so I'm not sure.
Okay. You would agree with this, just because somebody said something doesn't make it true.
That's right. That's why you go and you try to vet it. You either run it to ground to say, we've hit a dead end, we can't prove this one way or another, or they admit that they lied about it. And that happened pretty frequently, very frequently in this case.
My word, you view evidence that can't be manipulated. Facebook records, sale records, bank records, ATM videos, BP videos.
Those are things that cannot be manipulated. You're right.
Now, IR 72, IR 1883, Exhibit 72, IR 1883.
I'm reviewing that. Is it okay, Mr. Bates? Okay.
This appears to be an accurate summary of Agent Booth's discussion with Sheila Kilzer.
I assume so. I wasn't there, but I would assume that it's an accurate depiction.
And yesterday we learned that you're in charge of refocusing the investigation based on this phone call to Agent Booth.
So yes, this is the call. This is the call we're talking about. And we have a little bit more to listen to here. And then we're gonna go back to the 2017 trial testimony, but we're gonna get through what is available now and being discussed at these post-conviction relief hearings about this jailhouse cellmate snitch storyline And then Sheila Kilzer also calling in with some information. Jason ultimately gets released, says none of it's true. Then the details can't be true. The details don't match what actually happened. We heard the detail that, according to Billy, the inmate, Holly was put in a well. Her body was put down into a well, which is not where they recover her body from. And then we have to change course of this investigation. We're suddenly looking at these 4 people. But now that there's stuff that doesn't add up with what Billy's saying, this is the same period that they're going to start trying to go to question Dylan Adams. And Dylan Adams is going to be the source of the details all the way through 2017 until they get a proffer from Jason Autry, because they can no longer rely on Dylan Adams because they're scared to use his interviews at trial. Like, this is crazy. This is how this has been morphed and warped over the course of several years.
But you would agree.
And all after, and remember, the panties, the underwear found in the middle of the road, Brent Booth is called, he shows up, and after he's already there, a note that says something with Holly's name on it is found further down the road, and this is all 75 feet away from Shane Austin's mobile home.
Is either this phone call is true or Jason Autry's testimony is true, but not both.
Mr. Bates, you have to remember that we received this information in 2014. We didn't talk to Jason Autry and get his story of what happened until 2017. And it's a fluid investigation. As information comes in, you try to vet it, you try to run it to ground. In fact, some of the things that Sheila Kilzer said, Dylan said here about Clint being involved, we were never able to prove that. So sometimes we get information from people that's spot on, 100% accurate, but quite often people repeat things that they hear, and things are often lost in that translation from one person to another. So as you said earlier, we don't take somebody at their word just because they said it. We run it to ground. That's my term to explain how we vet what they said. Is there a way that we can prove this? Is there a way that we can corroborate this? So I was not the leader in getting everything refocused. I don't want anybody to misunderstand. There were a lot of agents working on this case, and I happened to be the poor soul that was tasked with organizing it and keeping the train on the tracks. That was my task in this. So back to your question, and honestly,
And we just heard that we had IRs out of order.
I've forgotten it now, Mr. Bates.
It was a yes or no.
Well, let's start over.
Sheila Kilzer's statement, if true, means Jason Autry's statement to the jury was untrue.
There are discrepancies in them.
Well, it's a pretty big discrepancy. Who killed Miss Holly Bobo?
Let me see what she says in here. That A-Train.
A-Train is
Middle of the
She says A-Train is Zach Adams, brother of Dylan.
middle of the third paragraph. She said he told her he walked in on the beating that A-Train was giving Holly at his grandfather's house, and that A-Train hit her too hard and killed her.
Yes.
That's not what vehicle they were in or what time of day, or if you hit her in the chest or the back of the head.
It doesn't give those details. No, sir, it doesn't.
It gives a far more important. Who's responsible for the death?
A-Train is Zach Adams, brother of Dylan, is what it says further down in that paragraph.
You've known who A-Train is this whole time. Who's A-Train?
I know A-Train to be Jason Autry.
Okay.
I don't know that that's what Miss Kilzer knew. For all I know, she could have known or thought that Zach Adams was A-Train. I can't speak to that.
And this would still contradict the story that Billy told.
Jason Autry was charged with murder in March of 2014, correct?
Yes.
Sheila Kilzer, you agree with Mark Lewis?
Well, I think Autry was charged in April.
April, right.
Okay.
Do you agree that Sheila Kilzer was trying to get her son a more favorable deal and part of why the change in position?
No, sir.
So Mark Lewis was not being honest to the court.
I don't know that. I didn't speak to Sheila Kilzer. I never spoke to Jason Kilzer. I don't know that was her end game. So you're asking me to make an assumption. I don't know. I didn't speak to her. I can't tell you.
But you didn't say you didn't know. You said no, sir. Now you want to say I don't know when you're being pressed about it.
What was in her mind. So obviously, SAC Mark Lewis had more information about this than I did at the time. So I would not suggest that he was lying.
And would you say Jason Kilzer was an important part of this investigation?
Early on, at this point in time, he was, yes.
And what information he was obtaining was never used to the jury.
The prosecution chose not to use that.
And I believe Mr. Kilzer was killed last week.
That's my understanding.
By who?
Object to the relevance, Your Honor.
Law enforcement, U.S. Marshal.
Last week.
He's not a witness in the trial. He has nothing to do with the proceedings in this court.
No, I have a question. Who killed Mr. Kilzer?
That's an ongoing TBI investigation that I am not working, and I cannot speak to any of the details of that case.
So we'll leave it there.
So there you go. This is the call while we're watching this 2017 testimony from Brent Booth. We just get this call. We don't get any of the information in front of the jury about this call. We just get a call, and that's how the course of the investigation is steered in 2014 towards the four guys. Because they have to explain why all of a sudden, if they were supposedly alibied, and I have my suspicions, because Brent Booth is on the stand in 2017 saying, well, we found out they weren't really alibied. But Terry Dykes says he went and started looking at the ATM, the bank stuff, all these different things. And some of that stuff's the same stuff that we're hearing arguments from the defense team in these post-conviction hearings, that stuff wasn't turned over. Or if it was buried in discovery. The file names were changed. It was inaccessible, the file type. So it's looking more likely to me that the stuff was investigated. There was a proper alibi available that Terry Dykes was aware of. And he gets kicked off the case. They said, shut down your PowerPoint presentation. Get out of here. And all of the stuff that you're using to build your PowerPoint, we're going to bury that. We're going to act like that doesn't exist. We're not going to get that stuff in front of the jury. We don't think a jury deserves to get to see this information that Terry Dykes and also Marshall Walker think are important. And we're going to steer this case right back at these four guys in 2014 based off this call in relation to the Kilzer story and the Kilzer roommate. One last clip before we get there. In relation to Brent Booth from Kathy Ferguson. If you guys missed it yesterday, I think this is my least favorite investigator that we've listened to. I think she's worse than Viverito. So
I want to talk about the ATM video and the Silverado. Do you have any recollection prior to the trial of watching the ATM video?
No, sir.
Thank you for your honesty.
I will be honest with you, Mr. Bates. I took an oath.
You have no memory like Agent Booth of saying, I don't remember anything from that recording except I do remember 1112 was a gray truck.
I think Agent Booth was mistaken on when he saw that video. Agent Booth and I watched that video, and I can give you the backstory of how we got to that point, but we watched that video together last year. And I think Agent Booth was confused by your question and got his times wrong. But that's just my opinion.
I know it's painful.
What's painful, Mr. Bates?
Saying that Agent Booth lied under oath to the court.
I'm going to object to that characterization. That's not at all.
Now.
So there we go. That was another little part. Wanted to get that in there. Let's get back over to Brent Booth on the stand in 2017.
So what do you do?
We began pouring through that case file.
Going back into the past.
Took it apart, all of it from day one, pulled out information that we had and didn't realize we had.
It's been 3 years since Agent Dykes told you that their whereabouts had been checked out.
Yes, sir.
And what was the first thing you discovered when you started looking into these guys again?
That their stories were false.
Had their stories ever even been checked out?
No, they were not in our files if they ever were.
You went to the people they said they were with?
Yes, sir.
And nope.
Excuse me?
And nope.
No, they hadn't been talked to. Nobody had ever been to them.
So after that, do you go out, talk to Mr. Adams's associates?
We do.
Lee, go.
Do you go out and talk to Mr. Adams' associates?
Yes, we did.
Do you go out and talk to Mr. Dylan Adams' associates?
We did.
Go talk to Mr. Shane Austin's associates?
We did.
And Mr. Jason Autry?
We did.
We've heard early on the first day of this trial about Mr. Dylan Adams and a man named Dennis Benjamin.
Yes.
After you went out and talked to Mr. Adams' associates, to Mr. Austin's associates, to Mr. Autry's associates, was information provided from Mr. Dylan Adams? Yes or no?
Yes.
At some point, Zach Adams was arrested. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Years and years after this. Is that correct?
Yes,
I'll search his house, right?
we did.
Tore it up.
We did.
I've seen the wood floor, which y'all took apart.
Yes.
Did you find any trace of Holly Bobo there?
No.
How many years afterwards was it?
This happened in April the 13th of 2011, and this was February, March of 2014.
At that time,
3 years.
At that time in February or March of 2014, when y'all were taking apart Mr. Adams' house and searching,
Yes.
did y'all have any idea you should have been checking in Shane's grandmother's barn?
No, sir. We didn't know that at the time.
Now tell me about the day that y'all found her. Tell me about the day that y'all found her.
I got a call from Keith Bird. Keith is the sheriff in Decatur County. There'd been a call that came in to the 911 center in Benton County, transferred to Decatur. There had been human remains found near the 120 is a cell tower located right on the side of the interstate in his county. He was responding. It was a Sunday about 11 o'clock, Sunday, September 7th. I responded, met him there, along with that territorial agent, Brian Holt. And I notified, of course, chain of command in our division. And
Where was your attention called to? What place?
behind the cell tower, it's I believe it's addressed 1000 County Corner Road, which is
Is it along I-40?
yes, it's on the north side of I-40.
About how many miles from Shane Austin's house?
Maybe 3.
About how many miles from Zach Adams' house?
County road wise, maybe 5.
What was this place like, this cell phone tower?
Cell tower located right on the side of the interstate.
Probably passed it a million times before, hadn't you?
Have. It's dense wooded, dense back in behind it, around it. Nothing around it other than woods.
Those woods, you're a hunter, aren't you?
I am.
People use those woods for hunting?
Yes.
Had you ever been hunting up over there?
No, sir.
What'd you find when you got there?
Found a cranium, upper part of the skull, and the mandible, jawbone.
When you saw the skull and the mandible, did you know it was her yet?
I knew scientifically no.
You part,
Had to be.
were you part of the search of the surrounding area?
Yes,
Did you become quickly aware that her wallet had been found?
yes,
Keys,
yes,
driver's license,
yes,
promise ring from Drew,
yes,
and you know it was her?
knew it was her. Her,
Okay. I know we're real bad at this.
That's
I'll another one of these poster boards, Agent.
I'll try to do better.
What we got in this poster board?
Yes.
What we don't, just like generally, what are we looking at?
You're looking at the area along I-40, location of Holly's body, top left. County Corner Road next.
That's enough now. We're gonna look at, may I introduce this next one? Hey, step down.
Then after that, we'll go over.
All right, they're doing lunch.
All the admonitions I gave you, that your lunch is waiting for you up there. I don't know what those goodies they have for you today, but they'll have something good. Take 1 hour.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, yep, jumped us right to day 5, part 2. Let's see if it's boosted. It is boosted. Oh, maybe day 5 was short, which is kind of nice because I've been interjecting. We've been watching some other stuff woven in, so I know it's taking more time to get through. So kind of nice that this was a shorter day.
Yeah. You want to come around?
All right. Just to reorient everybody, we were talking about when your attention was called, where y'all found her body.
And you see everybody's fanning themselves. So by the time Thompson's going to get to cross, it's going to be hot in the room again.
Where y'all found her body. Okay.
Top left photograph here is the location of Holly's body. It's approximately 300 feet behind that cell tower.
So 300 feet, like sort of up in the woods?
Yes, in the woods. The cell tower is as it would sit on the north side of I-40. You would be traveling, standing at the cell tower here where this blue dot is on the map, traveling toward to that star. That's north.
All right. And this whole area here, what's it near? Like what are
Dense woods. You can see a sawmill to your left here, to the west of it.
That picture is big enough where we also see a sawmill to the right.
Yes, sir.
Interstate 40 here.
Yes, sir.
And follow our arrow, and this
is where it's located on the map.
Okay. Cell tower.
This is the cell tower as you would see it. If you're driving down the I-40, you can clearly see that from the wrong side of the interstate.
And it looks like what else?
About the 120 mile mark.
Looks like what else we got on here is sort of a bunch of other places that we've heard about in this case.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go this way here.
This is Victor Densmore's residence on Yellow Springs Road, approximately mile from the cell tower.
Okay. All right, what we got next?
Juanita Hickerson's house. And that's
Shane's grandma?
That's Shane's grandma. She's has a line goes here to that one. Zach and Dylan Adams' house. That's on Adams Lane right off of 641, the south of the 126 exit here. And you've got Dottie Cooley's house.
Is that Miss Dottie?
Miss Dottie. And Miss Dottie's off of Q Road, which intersects Yellow Springs and Highway 641, just below the Adams residence, just south of Adams residence.
We got Shane Austin's trailer.
It is, and that's on Yellow Springs Road, just south of the intersection of Yellow Springs and Pew Road. Again,
The Yellow Springs Church.
Yellow Springs Church there.
It's between this church and this house that we found some of the papers.
Yes.
And between this trailer and
Juanita Hickerson.
Juanita Hickerson's here.
Yes.
And we found other stuff. That
Yeah.
version of the standards. Now we're gonna fast forward a big jump. Okay. I'm not asking you when, okay, or even what he said. But at some point in this investigation, a big jump forward, closer to the start of this year and the end of last year. Did Mr. Jason Autry provide information that y'all followed up on?
No, you should tell us when. So now we're moving out of the Jason Kilzer driven era of how the investigation's proceeding, and we're moving into Jason Autry. We skipped the whole chunk of time that relates to them relying on Dylan Adams' statements. We don't have a deep discussion on, well, after the Kilzer stuff didn't pan out, we were questioning Dylan Adams while he was in custody for the federal charge, and then he pled out and he lived with Dennis Benjamin for 5 weeks, and then me and Jackson have this interrogation where Jackson's doing most of the talking. We skip all of that. We skip all of that here, and now we're just jumping to Jason Autry's testimony. Dylan doesn't exist to this jury. That whole investigative period just doesn't exist to the jury.
Yes, sir.
When he provided that information, did y'all run out to the barn at Miss Juanita's house, Shane's grandmother? Did y'all run out there?
We went out there.
And where was the barn?
The barn is gone. The barn that he described has been torn down. There's remains of it.
Did y'all go out to the river
Hey, James.
underneath the bridge?
We did.
So this is gonna be the last time we use one of these poster boards, okay?
Sir.
It's gonna be the last time we use one of these poster boards.
All right.
I promise. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What's this?
It's a map of the Tennessee River Bridge, I-40. I-40 crosses in Benton, Decatur County.
Steve Martin says 671. Sorry, been marked 20 to 2.
Okay.
We'll look at it real quick here. Here's what we're looking at, top point.
This is I-40, westbound, eastbound lanes. This is road, the gravel road that comes down. It's actually a federal wildlife preserve there.
Did you have occasion? Talking about right here, okay? Did you have occasion to go to that location with Mr. Autry and the security team and everybody else?
Yes.
Mr. Autry standing there at that riprap and bending down and show you exactly what he did?
Yes.
Describe the area to you?
Yes.
You actually went there?
Yes.
So right there.
Yes, sir.
Next to it?
This is a close-up of the riprap where he said this happened. Where he said
Then I'm looking.
Holly was shot.
This is going to be a faraway picture here, right?
Yes, sir.
And then a faraway picture down there in the corner.
Yeah. Here you can see the access road that comes along the side of the interstate. You wouldn't see it unless you're looking for it probably, but it goes underneath the bridge here, underneath the I-40 bridge there on the west side of the river.
If you're traveling on this bridge, you're familiar with the I-40 bridge?
Yes.
You've been over it hundreds of times. If you're traveling this bridge, can you see down into this area?
No.
Not at all. There it is in blue. What is this?
This is the route that Mr. Autry drove us. When he said he got in the truck with Zach at Yellow Springs Road.
This is the road from Yellow Springs to where they
Yellow Springs Church. Holly's body in the back.
Okay.
And drove this route to the river bridge to here, to that spot.
Here's in the south. I'm not asking what, I'm just asking yes or no. Did Mr. Autry also provide information about a gun?
He did.
Did he tell you whether or not he was present when it was sold?
Said he was.
Did he tell you who sold it?
Yes.
Who is that?
Shane Austin.
Did he tell you who he sold it to?
He did.
As a
Victor
result-
Dinsmore.
Victor Dinsmore. As a result of that information, did you talk to Mr. Dinsmore?
I did.
Mrs. Dinsmore?
I did.
Did you have occasion to go out to a little creek, a ditch, the side of the little road, go Holiday Road?
Yes, sir.
One time or more than one time?
4 times.
4 times.
Yes, sir.
And metal detectors,
Yes, sir.
shovels,
Yes, sir.
some point backhoe-like thing?
A backhoe. Yes. Dug up the side of the road.
But then the 4th time,
We went back with West Tennessee Dive Service. They have underwater metal detectors where the heads would withstand water and other underwater equipment. And we found the gun.
Exhibit 180, this one.
Yes, sir.
Were you there? Were you there when it was found?
Standing right there.
I'm almost done answering your questions, but we gotta go. Unfortunately, to introduce a couple of items of actual physical evidence that we've heard you talk about.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And let me start. Let me start here. I'm gonna hand you an envelope, Agent. Do you have anything open this week? Do
That what?
you have scissors or anything?
Pocket knife.
Need gloves?
No, he does not. You prefer gloves?
No, I'm fine.
Those are some small scissors.
Yes, sir.
I've got a pocket knife that's right in sharp.
Very sharp.
Here we go.
Take a knife, Agent.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's scissors up here too.
Do you recognize that, Agent?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
One of the pieces of paper that we found out outside of Yellow Springs Road.
Yellow Springs, this is the area near Shane's trailer?
Yes, sir.
That could be marked as next on the exhibit number.
It'd be exhibit 194.
Oh, you can leave it outside the envelope, Agent. I think I've got the other envelopes on the computer, so.
Do we need the envelope?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, that's fine. Fire, just give them back the envelope. Paper will be exhibit 194.
I'll hold you to the jury. This is some sort of billing information or something?
Yes, sir. From Tennessee Technology Center.
This is identified first. Agent?
It does. She's enrolled in the Tennessee Technology program at the University of Tennessee Parsons campus, where she was attending nursing school.
Approach. What do we got there?
This looks like a receipt that was laying in Shane Autry's grandmother's front yard, along with a dollar bill.
She identifies hers.
Got her name on it, Holly Bobo, Tennessee Technology Center Drive, Jackson, Tennessee.
What these next
Tennessee
numbers on?
Technology Center.
Next number is everything.
195.
Sorry. That same area of that was a dollar bill collected.
Yes,
Recognize that?
that's my handwriting and my signature at the top. Yes.
You know, just as Mason already said it, you may want to just add this on Judge because it identifies that dollar bill. versus-
196.
dollar bill.
This is the paper identified as commonly I saw in my daughter's own nursing as part of her anatomy and physiology class.
And some nursing papers that y'all found.
Yes, sir.
And
That was near the intersection of Yellow Springs Road and Bible Hill, where the bridge is that crosses over I-40. Oh, maybe 150 feet from that intersection down Yellow Springs Road, laying on the side of the road as if it had blown out.
yeah, this is next number exhibit.
197.
I'm holding what has already been identified as exhibit number 29, which is a drug card grade sheet.
Yes,
To pass that to you.
yes.
About where was this thing found?
All this would have been found in the creek there on Gooch Road. It's a drug card. That's probably the grade sheet from her pharmacology, part of the nursing program.
And when it was found, were other drug cards, the actual cards attached
Yeah,
to it?
index cards.
I'm gonna pass you 5 cards, just look at them together. And ask if these are the cards attached to exhibit number 29. So,
Yes, sir.
under those, this next number, what is it?
198.
Nursing program.
Substantially the same. Cards are all substantially the same.
Yes, sir.
Different drugs.
Pharmacology, part of the nursing program she was in.
With her name on the back.
Yes.
Could leave this in the bag. There's dirt and stuff that's gonna spill out if you don't. But I don't know what this is.
May I stand, Your Honor? Yes.
What's that?
That's the 3-ring binder, little binder that was recovered.
Where was it recovered from?
Creek on Gooch Road.
That's something to the car. It's a liner that we didn't quite take out of the bag and then we just saw. Is that recovered near the lunchbox or near the cards?
Yeah, it it appeared to have washed down that creek. It was not a bridge over it, it's a culvert that runs under this county tar and chip road. Gooch Road is. We'd had a storm on Thursday, right after this happened on Wednesday. Significant amount of rain. And we'd had several hard rains in between the time that this happened, between the time the lunchbox was found on Thursday and the day and time we recovered those items further down.
This is the last thing I'm going to pass you, Agent. It's already been marked Exhibit 65 through Rebecca Earp, the witness. You recognize this?
Yes, sir. That's enough.
So this is coming from Rebecca Earp. So this is going to go, I guarantee you, this is how the state's going to say that, you know, they had to steer the course of the investigation. It turns out that they didn't really get alibied. And the only thing they're going to use to refute the alibi, instead of getting into any of the ATM, the bank trip, the trip to Parsons, they're just going to say, we caught Rebecca Earp lying. And Rebecca Earp was trying to lie to protect her boyfriend at that point in time. Whereas in my opinion, the note she wrote, which she didn't show investigators until a few years later already after several interviews, I think the note was either something she retrieved that had nothing to do with that day, or she pieced it together perhaps because they were threatening to take away her child if she didn't provide something, and or because there was reward money out of there, and or because she had a, you know, thorn in her side about her past relationship because they were no longer together. But Zach Adams says, Rebecca didn't stay the night with me. We had a fight the night before. Phone location, phone information puts Rebecca at her mom's house. And Zach says he slept in till 10, 11:30, some later point in time that day. It was Rebecca Earp that provided the quote unquote alibi, several statements, and removed very far in time that he said he went scrapping. And she had this letter where there was a part ripped and then a salvage yard business card taped to it. So they're going to use that to say that the investigation, what Terry Dykes did to check into the alibis for the other four, is now debunked. And I guarantee you they're not going to address any of the other bits and pieces that are part of the alibi, which is just an insane way to approach and prosecute a death penalty case.
She left Zach. That's the business card, the scrap yard, and Holiday.
Did you turn this over to the TBI?
Yes, sir.
Something from that day?
Yes, sir.
191 auto salvage,
Correct.
buying your scrap metal and junk vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all get the records from 191 auto salvage?
We did.
Zach Adams scrap anything that morning?
No, sir.
Shane Austin?
No, sir.
Jason Autry?
No, sir.
No.
No.
It's previously been in evidence as Exhibit 65, correct?
Yes, sir. There's a couple times we've been talking that you've almost teared up.
Yeah.
Was there pressure? Was there pressure to solve this case?
Self-imposed. Yeah, there's pressure. That's my friends and neighbors. You don't. I'll talk a minute. You don't get in this line of work for the money. I don't do what I do for the money. I do what I do because I love people.
Except the less than innocent victims.
I'm a hands-on kind of guy.
You fix things. Oh, what?
I love people. I fix things. I'm a hands-on kind of guy that take charge and fix things.
What's solved in this case mean? Does it mean just picking somebody?
No.
Because there's all this pressure, being self-imposed?
No, I would never do that. We never would do something like that. We pride ourselves on doing the right thing, always in the right way. We make mistakes in this one, yeah.
Object.
One I'll take with me the rest of my life.
Object. This is bolstering.
But I got the right person. I didn't charge the wrong.
Objection, Your Honor. He's giving opinion testimony right now. I object to that.
I think it's enough. I'm not going to ask anything.
Look at his stare.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, Zach Adams was a regular scrapper at the Birdsong Road scrap metal yard, wasn't he?
I don't know that.
And Zachary Adams never told you that he went scrapping on the day Holly disappeared, did he?
Okay.
Without reviewing that, I don't remember that now.
Okay, what would you need to review to remember that?
You asked me to Dylan Adams.
Zach Adams.
Zach Adams.
Zachary Adams.
I've never talked to Zach.
Okay. But as far as you know, he never claimed that to be an alibi, did he? That he went scrapping.
Uh-oh. Get him, Jennifer.
He told that to Rebecca.
That's what
I don't
Rebecca
know.
tells you.
Without seeing his statements that he's given to TBI or other law enforcement, I couldn't tell you.
But that's what Rebecca told you, isn't it, that he went scrapping?
That's what she said that he told her he was going to do.
All right. But as far as you know, the only person that you heard it from was Rebecca, didn't you?
You don't want to answer.
I've heard it from Rebecca.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Rebecca gave you that note about scrapping in 2014, didn't she?
She didn't give it to me, no.
She turned it
To
over
another
to
agent.
TBI in 2014, didn't she?
Without seeing the date on it, I don't know what date it was that we came into possession of it.
Let me pass the note back up to you then.
65.
It's crazy because you just paraded it around the courtroom. I mean, technically, Paul Hagerman did. Jennifer's doing
Yes,
what she needs to do with this.
2014.
And that's after you had initiated this search of Zach Adams' property, isn't it?
Around that time.
I'd like Exhibit 16A.
He's staring right at us, chat.
I'd like to pass Exhibit 16A up to you. Have you open that and take a look at it? You might want to go up to-
Yeah, like. Thank you. Yeah. Extra large.
Are they cemented in?
Yes, ma'am. There we go.
What did they jam into this envelope? I used to say envelope. Now I say envelope.
Okay.
And is that a pair of pink underwear in there?
It is.
Okay,
Oh.
and those are the pink underwear that you found there next to the school worksheet that belonged to Holly Bobo, is that right?
These were laying in
Yeah.
the middle of the road.
They were close by, but not directly next to. Is that right?
Well, probably 100, 150 feet apart.
Okay. And they were there near Shane Austin's driveway, isn't that right?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, you're familiar with the fact that these underwear themselves did not belong to Holly Bobo, did they?
That's correct.
And we saw a picture of these pink underwear, or you know that there are pictures made also of this pink underwear.
Yes.
Don't you? Okay. And if I can have the photograph of the underwear.
Why were they even on the map? It'd be one thing if they mentioned, like, okay, let's take it at face value that Gerald Stevens, he tells us he finds this note that has Holly's name on it after he'd already found the underwear lying in the road. Cool. Maybe you find both these things, it is what it is. But why have they been including the location of this underwear in the mapping that they're walking us through if they don't belong to Holly Bobo? My point being that it's relevant that Gerald Stevens found the underwear called TBI. TBI shows up, and then Gerald Stevens then finds the note paper, I guess, 100 to 150 feet away. Right? So there's a relevance for Gerald Stevens' testimony to talk about, well, I stopped. This is why I stopped. This is why we were standing there and ultimately found this other thing that is relevant. But the underwear has no other relevance throughout the rest of this, yet we've heard about it multiple times. It's just inflammatory and makes us think of something sexual happened to the victim.
I would like to pass you Exhibit 70. Exhibit 70
What was
is
he
a pair of
saying?
these same
I'm putting gloves on.
underwear. Is it not?
It appears to be. Yes.
And will you pull those underwear out, please, and just show them to the jury? Let the jury see that pair of underwear. And those underwear, they were actually DNA tested and shown to not belong to Holly. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There was actually another woman's DNA on them.
Somebody's DNA. There's a mixture of DNA.
Now, you would agree with me that there have been at least 100 search warrants done in this case, wouldn't you?
Exact number, I don't know. There's a great many.
And you did quite a few of them yourself, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in order to get a search warrant, you have to fill out an affidavit, don't you?
Yes,
And an affidavit is kind of a fancy word for a sworn statement.
it is.
It's done in writing, isn't it?
Yes,
You write down a paragraph. And in that statement, you give the reasons why you believe you need a search warrant of some kind, don't you?
that's correct.
And in this affidavit, then you swear under oath that what you put in the search warrant is true.
That's correct.
And in order to get a search warrant for something, you have to have a legal term called probable cause.
Correct.
Don't you? Which means it's more than a mere suspicion that some crime has been committed.
Correct.
And so in this case, you swore out a warrant to get at some point, the banking records of the Bobo family, didn't you?
Correct.
And in your affidavit, you specifically said that Holly's mother, Dana Bobo, Holly's father, Karen Bobo, Holly's mother, and Clint Bobo, Holly's brother, have made false and misleading statements and omissions to law enforcement concerning critical information as to the disappearance of Holly.
If that's what it says, ma'am.
Okay. And so what were the material misstatements, the false and misleading and omissions that were critical information in the disappearance of Holly?
I don't recall.
So today here, sitting here, you don't remember what that would have been?
Without reviewing the file, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, but at the time, clearly you believed it and you swore under oath it was true.
Yes.
Okay. Can you think of anything in particular in the file that I could hand you that would help refresh your memory?
I don't know with a 4 terabyte file, I don't know where to tell you to look. It would have been prior to that date.
Okay. And this would have been, this date on this is the 10th of January, 2013, isn't it?
I haven't seen the document. I take it your word. That's what it says.
Okay. But it was sometime well into the investigation, wasn't it, when you got their banking records?
By 2013, yes.
So when you went to go interview Victor Dinsmore and Sandra Dinsmore in Indianapolis on May the 18th and 19th of 2017, you recorded that interview, didn't you?
I did.
And at that time, you did proceed to tell them what Jason Autry was going to testify to, didn't you?
Some of the facts that would be testified to. I don't recall saying Jason Autry's name, but what would be testified to.
And you told them that Jason Autry was going to testify to the fact that the white pickup truck, Zach Adams' white pickup truck, was kept in their shop, didn't you?
I told him that would be testified to.
Okay. And initially, Victor Dinsmore denied it, didn't he?
And Dinsmore also told us on the stand, we just watched his testimony, that he wasn't told these facts.
That the white Nissan was over there.
Yes.
And the first conversation with them lasted probably.
I don't know that she heard your last statement.
Said he couldn't remember.
The first conversation that you had with them on the 18th of May lasted approximately 45 minutes.
Sounds right.
And the second conversation lasted probably 25 to 30 minutes.
That sounds right.
And you know who Dennis Benjamin is in this case, don't you?
I do.
And you've worked on this case from the beginning. That's fair to say.
Yes.
Day one. We heard testimony about a handprint or a palm print that was on Holly Bobo's Mustang.
Correct.
That palm print, I guess the 4 suspects in this case, Dylan Adams, Zach Adams, Shane Austin, and Jason Autry, were all excluded as being the owner of that palm print, weren't they?
Correct.
And Dennis Benjamin, in this case, you were involved when Dylan Adams entered a guilty plea in federal court to gun charges, weren't you? You were involved in the case when that happened.
Yes.
And that was in the summer of 2014, August.
I believe you're correct.
And you're aware that one of the terms of Dylan Adams' supervised release was that he was to go live with Dennis Benjamin.
He went to live with Dennis Benjamin, yes.
And at that time, well, I guess initially the district attorneys in this case were Hansel McAdams and Beth Hall, weren't they?
Correct.
And Hansel McAdams was defeated in an election, and then Matt Stowe took over.
Correct.
At some point, Matt Stowe recused himself, and that's when we got our present district attorneys.
Correct.
Now, we heard you talk earlier about searching Zach Adams' house. You actually searched 3 different properties. It was 235 Adams Lane, that's Zach Adams' house, correct? And then
Correct.
you all also searched, did you not, 260 Adams Lane, which was Dick Adams' house.
Correct.
Dick Adams gave you permission to come in and search his house, didn't he?
Yes.
And then there's an old decrepit house that's across the street that you searched also.
Correct.
And you seized 4 different vehicles in this case, didn't you? That
Yes.
belonged to the Adams.
Yes.
You took the 98 white Nissan pickup truck.
Correct.
You took a 94 black Nissan pickup truck.
Correct.
You took a somewhere in the year 2000s Chevy Silverado. It's a pewter gray pickup truck.
Correct.
And then you took a red Jeep, a Jeep Wrangler that hadn't even been purchased by the Adams family at the time Holly disappeared, didn't you?
Correct.
And all 4 of those vehicles are still in the custody of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Being, I believe we have them all here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Of items. When you searched the Adams house, you actually took hundreds of items from there, didn't you?
Many items. I don't know a specific number.
Would you agree with me if the lab reports are up to items in the 500s, that there might have been as many as 500 items tested by the lab in this case?
Could have been.
And you took things such as all the mattress pad, all the material off the mattress, like if the top of the mattress, you all cut that material away and took it, didn't you?
We did.
You took couches. There was at least 1 or 2 couches that you took.
We did.
Took chairs and ottomans.
We did.
You took blankets, sheets, pillowcases, pillows.
We did.
You took carpeting out of the house.
We did.
You took shelving out of the closets. Didn't you?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And you spent several days in the house in February of 2014, didn't you?
I don't recall days. I think maybe 24 hours.
Okay, 24 hours. And then on the property, you also brought in a backhoe and used a backhoe in several places to dig, didn't you?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the backhoe?
No, I may not have. I don't recall that.
Okay, so that means it's possible you just don't remember.
Correct.
And there was a well. Do you remember that there was a well on the property that had been covered up years ago when they got city water?
No.
There was a
I
well.
remember an open well.
Okay, a well across the street on the property was an open well, wasn't it? You all searched that well too, didn't you?
An open well on the edge of the property, Adams property, 235 Lane.
Okay, you searched that well?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, we searched the well and we had a jailhouse witness saying that he had information about this. It was Jason Kilzer's jailhouse inmate. Oh, they killed Holly and they put her in a well. Well, we don't find her in a well. We have a problem.
And matter of fact, you did cut a piece of the wooden flooring out that was in Zach's main house in the living room where the couch was sitting. You cut out a very large piece of flooring, subflooring, so that it did go down to the dirt, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took all that back to the laboratory for testing.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was DNA that was recovered from that, but it didn't match Holly Bobo, did it?
From the floor?
Well, there were people's DNA just from all the searching you did. There was DNA from people
Correct.
that was there. It wasn't DNA free.
Correct.
The DNA didn't match Holly Bobo.
We did not find Holly's DNA.
Okay.
We did find nail polish.
Okay.
That matched what we found at the body recovery site.
Okay, so you found some nail polish. You didn't find any DNA though on the nail polish, did you?
No.
Okay. And there was no .32 ammunition recovered at the Adams house, was there?
There's a lot of ammunition recovered without seeing the list. I'm not sure.
Okay.
We may have.
So that's so once you discovered that this alleged gun that was used to shoot her was a .32, you didn't think at the time that maybe you'd go back and look to see what was recovered from Zach Adams' house?
I'm sure we did, and we would know that. I haven't physically. I was not the agent that did that.
Okay, so if they had gone back and found .32 ammo at the Adams house, don't you think someone would have mentioned it to you?
I'm sure we would know. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so most likely it was not recovered.
I haven't had that reported to me. Correct.
No further questions.
Further? That's been a long time since I got his house.
Yes, sir.
So I should have been Shane's grandmother's barn,
Correct.
but it was gone.
Yes, sir.
The day you responded, you started some sort of Amber Alert process, is that right?
Yes, sir.
To do that, did you have to ask the Bobos how old their daughter was?
Yes, sir.
And what did they tell you?
Karen first told me she was 17.
She lied to you about Holly's age, didn't she?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Someone had told her that we wouldn't issue an Amber Alert if she was over 18. When in fact, that's much the same process. We treat them the same. Missing and endangered persons are treated almost exactly alike we would a missing child.
What about the victims that you don't think are innocent? Is there anybody that could sit here with a straight face and say that Holly Bobo was treated the same as other missing children and endangered persons? This is the same guy that said he thinks it's rare that victims are truly innocent.
She didn't know that.
Same protocol. She didn't know that.
So she lied to you.
Yeah.
That's all, Judge.
Any further questions?
It was very quickly after this happened that you realized Holly was a 20-year-old woman. Isn't that right?
Within a few minutes.
Okay, so that lie was very short-lived at the time.
We're talking about 20 minutes of back and forth, 20 minutes, maybe 30 before we got that down. There was a lot of controversy between what the Fusion Center was pulling up on her driver's license and what I was being told.
Okay.
We didn't have smartphones back in those days. We had flip phones.
But it's-
Information didn't travel as well as it does now.
But that discrepancy was straightened out on April the 13th, 2011.
That was.
Okay, no further questions.
All right, step in.
All right, so
Please
that was Brent Booth. We really don't get pushback from Jennifer Thompson on Booth's statements during direct that, well, there were alibis, but they were not originally checked out. It was due to lack of resources, lack of manpower. And then says, well, we found out that they weren't really investigated, even though Terry Dykes had said they'd been. So there's two conflicting statements within the direct testimony of Brent Booth that Jennifer Thompson, an important testimony that Jennifer Thompson could have pounced on. But he's not confronted. He's ultimately not confronted. And it's allowed to let fly that the Adams brothers, especially Zachary Adams, since he's the one on trial here, that his alibi was never checked and that his alibi was checked on the records, but it was actually a lie from Terry Dicus. So I don't know how that reconciles. You can't say we never tried to check because it was resources, but also say we never checked because Terry Dicus lied. But she never confronts him. And sure, they didn't have the ATM surveillance video footage, but they did have some other information available about the alibi. And she could have started to press Brent Booth on this, but instead it seems like she was just waiting for Marshall Walker to get on the stand and show his map of the cell phone records and tell the whole story to the jury about how it couldn't have been Zach Adams. So major ineffective assistance of counsel. And we heard Doug argue specifically that her lack of checking him on certain details is a specific point of error. So just crazy. Shout out to Mac in the chat who says, hope we all had a good Thanksgiving. Right back at you. ACB says, Autry's ex-girlfriend said that she received an Amber Alert on her phone, but I don't think Amber Alerts went to cell phones until January 2013. Interesting. Yes, I don't know exactly when Amber Alerts started getting pushed out. But again, the relevance of that detail was that's where we also heard from Angela Smith Scott. They find out Holly goes missing and Jason Autry tells Angela that that's his cousin. So that was a detail. And Ariane, the vegetarian, good to see you, says, I caught up on the stream with Valerie Trout. So TBI agent, Valerie Trout, former TBI. And Ariane was trying to piece together Booth being scared of getting fired and his conflict of interest with the Bobos and wondered if the frame job was the compromise. A lot. There's so much to weave together, but I just think that there's something not credible about Brent Booth. Largely coming from, I think, the pressure, the way he approached Dinsmore to try to get Dinsmore to say what he wanted Dinsmore to say. We hear cops do that all the time, but it seemed like a bit more obvious, a bit more apparent, a bit more pushy than normal. I would say suborning perjury is a great characterization, but then these other details too with the underwear, like what are we doing? How did the underwear get in the middle of the road with a note conveniently there? And then why do we have Marshal John Walker saying that even after there was a search done, he's finding stuff. He's finding stuff that TBI doesn't find. And he also told TBI where they could look like 2 years before. And he has the exact location correct because of his mapping. And ultimately, they end up going there and they do the line walk. I forget what that forensic, what her name was. Laura Hodge. And they find all this stuff. Be it they ignore and seem to like turn a blind eye to certain things, like a 380 casing being right next to Holly's skull. There's just a lot. So, who do we have next? I don't even know who's next. Oh, actually, let's see if there's some courtroom law 101 lessons or something.
Anyone, you come back in the courtroom if you would like. Okay.
He's still under subpoena by the defense, and we may or may not call him.
All right. You'll remain outside the courtroom and don't view any news reports, please.
Yes, sir.
Let's take a recess. Good point. Break 15 minutes, please. For your next witness for the state, please.
Steve Deaton.
Steve what?
Deaton.
Steve Deaton.
Okay, so M says, have you already watched the judge letting the jury go out to watch football? You mean like when he's like, I know you guys are sequestered, but I'm going to try to see if we can get the CBS because it's like a local game since they're playing. I think they were playing in somewhere in Florida, maybe Jacksonville. So it was like the local syndicate was going to be playing that football game. He's like, we'll try to wheel a TV into you, even though you're sequestered. Um, Either that or it looks like they have an early day today. There's not much left in this feed, and it's only 3:49 local time, which is they've been doing these like 6 o'clock days sometimes, seemingly perhaps to get Thompson to finish her cross without a day to prepare, without a night to prepare. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if another football moment.
Right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated, state your name, and spell first and last for the benefit of the court.
My name is Steve Deaton. First name Steve, last name Deaton.
Ooh,
Hallelujah.
he's loud.
Witness it, will speak out. He's almost as loud as I am.
My voice booms, Your Honor.
I used to get in trouble in school.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar.
I'm not gonna ask you to speak up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Like, the mic is all the way over here.
Loud enough for them to hear the end of the shirt box, okay?
Understood.
All right, I see you're wearing a shirt with some sort of a logo on it. Mr. Deacon, what is that?
That is a logo for West Tennessee Dive Rescue and Recovery.
Slow down. West Tennessee.
Dive, Rescue, and Recovery.
What does West Tennessee Dive, Rescue, and Recovery do?
We are a group of non-compensated professional volunteers that provide public safety diving and water response services to agencies in West Tennessee that request us. And we're also the public safety dive team and water response team for the Henderson County, Tennessee Sheriff's Department.
Okay, so you guys, is it fair to say you are called upon or gathered to respond in a number of different kinds of situations?
That would be correct.
Including when somebody drowns or somebody's missing in water, or
Any application where water is involved, we're a viable asset.
included in your services, your shirt says lead diver.
That's
Are you
correct.
actually a diver?
I am actually a public safety diver, have been since 1999.
And on some occasions, are you asked to look for evidence by law enforcement that doesn't require diving, but is simply in the water?
Yes, ma'am. Anytime something is in the water, we are an asset to be used.
In a situation where you don't have to dive, but you simply have to be in, needing water, looking for something, how do you do it?
We have to utilize technology to be able to accentuate our abilities to be able to look places that the visual cues are not available. We use technology.
I want you to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
And use layman's terms.
Okay.
Stop utilizing and whatever, just
We use technology to be able to help us see in the water when you can't see with your eyes.
how do you do that?
Number of different ways, primarily metal detectors.
So are there metal detectors available that are good underwater? I mean,
Yes, ma'am. There are many metal detectors that are available that are completely usable in the water.
I want to draw your attention, please, to this summer, I guess, and ask whether you guys whether your boss, the person that is in charge of West Tennessee Dive, Search and Rescue, contacted you and others and asked you to go to a road in Decatur County. John?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where were you asked to go?
We were asked to, originally I was contacted by my chain of command to ready a team for a deployment for a shallow water evidence search.
Ready a deployment, does that mean go to a,
No, ma'am. Ready a deployment would be prepared to move.
okay, so did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, where did you guys go?
We rendezvoused with agents from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at the truck stop at exit 126 on I-40.
And once you went to exit 126 at I-40, did you guys all caravan or go to a different location?
We left from there, led by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agents, to a location on Joe Holiday Road,
And what location in particular on Joe Holiday Road?
near the intersection of Bible Hill Road, sometimes also known as Holiday Road.
And what were you briefed on? What were you asked to look for?
When we arrived on that scene, we were briefed by Agent Booth of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that we were there to conduct a search of a drainage feature, ditch, creek, stream, whatever you want to call it, that ran alongside of Joe Holiday Road. We were there particularly to search for a piece of evidence that was described to us as being a weapon, further described as a handgun, further described as a revolver.
But how did you begin your search?
We assembled the teams together at the location on the north end of the drainage feature creek, et cetera, near the crossing over of a box culvert there on the Holly Road or Bible Hill Road, depending on what name you want to call it, at the north end of the Joe Holiday Road. We began at that point. We dispersed our teams from north to south, approximately 100 yards apart, and our projected area of search was only within the bounds of the water itself.
This was the end of May, I believe.
May the 25th.
Did all of you begin at the same point and go out, or did you start at different points? How'd you do that?
No, man, we overlapped our teams. We began with one team at the bridge at the north end of the drainage feature. We deployed a team approximately 100 yards south of there in the middle, and we deployed another team 100 yards south of that, would be to the south team. And we began from that point, headed south, so we had overlapping search areas to cover the area completely.
And may I assume, and tell me if I can't, that while searching, your underwater metal detectors picked up things that weren't a handgun?
Absolutely.
So if you hear a beep or a buzz or whatever, then what did y'all do to see what that particular thing was?
Our primary first order was to identify any metallic object that the metal detector said that it was passing over. Our objective was to dig every hit. In other words, we were going to identify every piece of metal that we could possibly identify within the bounds of that drainage feature.
All right, and once a detector went off, and you would
Stop, find out what it was.
so by digging it up.
Whatever means necessary.
Okay, I'm asking you.
Yes, ma'am. Whatever means necessary, we would dig it to actually identify with our eyes what that piece of metal was.
All right, I'm going to ask you to look at this picture. You recognize it?
Yes, I recognize that picture.
What is it?
That would be a picture of the drainage feature in question with two members of my team and Agent Booth also in the drainage feature during our search efforts.
Ask them to see, mark this the next number.
We're at 200.
I'm going to publish that just so the jury knows what it looks like. So you guys are out there in rubber boots, digging along, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's the person in the forefront?
Would be
Just get those beside you. That would help enough, I think.
as we're looking at the picture to the far right of the photograph is a team member of mine, Chad Gillum. He's a career firefighter and EMT in Henderson County Fire Department. In the middle is Samantha Deaton. She's a biology student at Jackson State Community College. And then, of course, on the left is Agent Booth of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
So how long were you out there?
From the time we started till terminus?
I'm sorry.
From the time we started till the time we finished?
Yes.
Approximately 4.5 hours.
Okay. So and when you say to the time we finished, what made you stop doing what you were doing?
We located a metal object that was later identified as a revolver.
You say we located it.
That is correct.
Who located it?
My team located it.
Who was on your team?
I was on my team, and Mr. Chad Gillum that is shown in the photograph, and also Mr. Samantha Deaton is also shown in the
So you
photograph.
all three found it at the same time?
We were all three within a 1 foot radius of each other.
All three using underwater metal?
One metal detector, and the other two people were actually identifying the objects that were detected by the metal detector.
So when it beat this time, you dug down?
No, ma'am, there was no digging involved. The object was laying on the surface, on the surface of the bottom of the drainage feature underwater, approximately 15 inches.
So what'd you do?
The metal detector cited that it was over top of a large iron-based object. And by that, I mean that the metal detectors make different noises depending on what type of metal it thinks it's over top of.
Okay.
When it made the sound that it was over top of a large iron-based object, I reached into the water with my gloved hands. I retrieved the object that was underneath the metal detecting search coil. As I brought it toward the surface of the water, when it got within about 3 inches of the surface of the water, the outline of a revolver was clearly identifiable.
And what'd you do at that point?
I put the item back on the bottom of the drainage feature, back where it was originally, notified the agents of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Agent Booth was the closest, approximately 15 feet from our location.
I feel like this guy would make a great investigator. He would actually have reports. I think he would notate his reports. He would not leave any details out. He seems to think that a lot of details are important, right? It wouldn't just be including for the sake of including. But he's thorough. He's very thorough with his descriptions. It's kind of wish we had more of that on the investigation side.
He came to our place of where we were at, And I once again reached in, grabbed the item, brought it up from the bottom of the drainage feature until it was clearly visible about 3 inches below the surface to him that it was clearly the outline of a revolver.
If an object like a revolver appears to have been in the water for some period of time, do you just pull it up and dry it off and put it in a bag, or you do something else?
No, ma'am. Our protocols are for any evidence that we recover in the water remains in the water until we are advised by law enforcement agency to remove it from the water.
And once removed, is it put in a bucket with water?
It is always maintained in a container with the ambient water, the water around where it was discovered, in that container as well to maintain the evidence.
I'm going to show you 2 more pictures. And without showing them to the jury, just tell me if you recognize, these 2 pictures.
I do.
What is the first one?
That is a picture of the location where the object was found. That is a picture of the actual object.
Right. Whose hands are handling that?
Those hands are my hands that are handling that.
Right. I'll ask these be marked as the next 2.
Right, the 201, 202.
And I don't know if you've ever seen this or not. Now, you're the one that found it. Tell me whether or not looking at this picture, if you recognize that, if that appears to be the same.
That does appear to be the same item that we found that night. Yeah, definitely, yes.
Just removed from the water.
Yes.
I'm going to ask that be marked as the next one.
So the 203.
Show those to the jury one at a time.
You can show them that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, get next row right.
It's kind of hard to see,
A little bit.
but you can see better on the picture itself. Okay. Whose arms are these?
Those are my arms.
Right. And what do you have in your hand right now?
That is the revolver that we found at the bottom of the drainage feature.
Right. Was that placed in this bucket?
It was. This was at the time when Agent Booth had brought the container for us to put the evidence in and had requested that we remove the evidence to the top of the water so that this particular photograph could be taken prior to us putting it into the bucket that had the ambient water in it to contain the evidence.
Right. Next one, please. And is this you guys, I guess, removing it to actually put it into the
That, yes, ma'am. That is me with the shirt on that says West Tennessee Dive Rescue and Recovery on the back.
This guy right here?
That is me.
Right.
And that is at the point where just prior to the previous picture was taken, that is where I'm bringing the object up for that previous photograph to be taken.
Right. And the last one. And is this what the gun looked like?
That is what the gun looked like when it came up off of the out of the ditch or out of the drainage feature. Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
Can you please tell me how far under the water the gun was located?
Approximately 15 inches.
So the water was 15 inches deep?
At that point, yes, ma'am, it was about 15 inches deep.
And how far down under the soil?
It was laying on top of the substrata, on top of the soil. It was not submerged underneath any silt or sediment.
Okay. Could you see it from the creek, or was the water too deep to see it?
The water was too deep and also too murky to be able to visually see the bottom at that depth.
No further questions.
Are you done with him?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you.
Yes, sir.
Did you encounter any bad things going in there?
Yes, Your Honor. One of my members did encounter a venomous reptile.
Okay, that's enough.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I just have to know that.
I know that, sir. Thank you.
You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to release him from our subpoena.
You're free to go, period, okay? Thank you. 30. I beg your pardon. This is the 30th witness. Next witness, please.
State Constitution, Servinia Braswell.
I think that's what I'm going to 30th witness. She doesn't count.
I do. I'm gonna vote.
What's she showing? She's showing 33. Did I? I just messed it up somewhere.
All the gun stuff in present day is so irrelevant to me because we have this 380 casing, an auto casing. So revolver in general should be ruled out. But the reason it was important at this trial is jury hears somebody did gun exchange for drug Guy that gets gun, knows of gun, worried it has hit, wife throws it in water, it's recovered. So that corroborates the whole storyline because they ultimately end up finding this thing that they were told would be there. So it's like the shiny object, but it's the rusty object.
Right hand, please. Establish where the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated. State your name first and last, and spell them for the benefit of the court reporter.
TBI.
Servinia Braswell, Cervinia Braswell.
Braswell, where do you work?
I'm employed by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. I'm a special agent assigned as a forensic scientist to the Firearms Identification Unit.
And where is your office? Where's your crime lab located?
My office is in Memphis, Tennessee, in the Shelby Farms area.
How long have you been a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Approximately 12 years.
And what are your duties there at TBI as a forensic scientist?
I examine fired bullets, cartridge cases, shot shells, and other ammunition components to determine the specific firearm that they were fired in, as well as examining those firearms to make sure that they're functioning properly, and if they're not, to attempt to get them back in working order.
Tell us the jury about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree from the University of Mississippi in forensic chemistry. After graduating, I worked for the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office as a forensic scientist. In September 2005, I came to the TBI Crime Lab and underwent training in firearms identification. This involved a 2-year on-the-job training program involving the microscopic examination of over 1,000 fired bullets, cartridge cases, shot shells, and other ammunition components to determine the specific firearm that they were fired in, as well as examining those firearms. I trained under 7 court-qualified firearms examiners with over 100 years of combined experience. I'm also trained in muzzle-to-garment distance determination, serial number restoration, and tool mark identification. As part of that training, I also toured many of the firearm manufacturing plants located throughout the Northeast United States, as well as the Remington and Winchester ammunition plants and the Tennessee Cartridge Company. I was able to see firsthand how those different manufacturers make their products and the marks that those machining processes they use leave on the firearms and the ammunition components.
You testified as an expert witness in the courts of Tennessee during your time as a special
Just
agent.
qualification.
All right. You're with, therefore, gender hers.
Court self-finance, she can express her opinion.
Agent Braswell, did you have occasion to examine a firearm that was brought to Tennessee Bureau of Investigation by Special Agent Fred Booth?
I did.
I'll show you a picture of what's been previously marked as Exhibit 2. My approach with you. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a picture of the right-hand side of the revolver that was brought in by Agent Booth.
I'll show you another photo and ask you to identify that.
I can.
What is that?
That's the left side of the revolver.
I'm saying that's to be introduced into evidence as Exhibit 2.
Be too low.
This is the other side of that gun.
It is.
What did you do when you received that weapon?
Well, when a rusted firearm comes into the laboratory that has been either submerged in water or exposed to wet environments, they require immediate attention. And this is to prevent any further damage or corrosion to the firearm. So this firearm was submitted by Agent Booth to the evidence receiving unit, where it came back to the firearms identification unit. The first priority in examining these type of guns is to make sure the gun's unloaded. And in this case, you can see that the cylinder is rusted closed. So in order to open that, to remove any cartridges that were in there, the gun had to be soaked in a penetrating oil and rust remover. The gun soaked for approximately 30 minutes, where I removed the gun from the solution. I was able to tap the cylinder open with a rawhide mallet. At that time, this particular gun, the cylinder has 7 chambers. 5 of those chambers were loaded with 32 auto caliber cartridges. 2 of those chambers were empty. I unloaded the gun at this time and put the gun back into the solution.
You said 2 were what?
2 were empty.
Empty. Okay.
Put the revolver.
No casing, cylinder's empty.
5 cartridge cases and 2 empty cylinders.
Okay.
Or chambers, sorry.
Gotcha.
Gun held 7.
Yes.
Had 5 in it.
Yes.
2 empty.
Yes.
All right. Once you made the gun safe and took the ammunition out of it, what did you do?
I put the revolver back into the solution And this was late Friday afternoon on May 26th. And it remained in the solution until Tuesday morning when I came into work on May 30th. At that time, I removed the revolver out of the solution, and all the hammer and the trigger were starting to move a little bit, and a lot of the rust was gone at that time. So I cleaned the gun with a gun solvent, and the purpose of that was to remove any of the remaining oil from the solution that it was soaking in, as well as being able to get into the tighter areas such as inside or underneath the trigger where it goes up into the frame, as well as where the hammer connects down into the frame to remove any other debris that was there. At that point, the gun was now inoperable condition, so I was able to test fire the gun. I was able to fire 32 S&W long cartridges, which is what the gun's chambered for, as well as 32 auto caliber cartridges, which is what the cylinder was loaded with when the gun was recovered.
What kind of gun is it?
It's an Arminius is the brand. The model is a HW5, and it's a 32 S&W long caliber revolver.
It was loaded with 32 auto cartridges?
Yes.
Those are the same caliber, but different what?
They're a different caliber. They have different names, but the diameters of the bullets are really close, and so they are interchangeable. They will or can be fired in this revolver.
Agent Bradley, I want to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 180. Ask you can identify. That box you received?
It is. It's got a barcode that was generated by my laboratory with a unique laboratory case number, exhibit number. It's got my initials and date when I made this package. And it's got my evidence tape and initials where I sealed the package when I was done with my examination.
Open that up. Is that the gun that you tested?
It is.
Agent Bradley, also in that box is Exhibit 181. It's been marked out for identification previously. Do you have to recognize what Exhibit 181 is?
I do.
What is that?
This is the 532 auto cartridges that were loaded in this revolver when it was recovered.
You want this time to say
It's in evidence.
Thank you. Put those back in the box when we get to the court reporter. Especially the Bradley, I'd like to show you two more pictures and ask if you can identify those.
Okay.
You can?
Yes.
You beat me to it before I turned around. What are those?
This is the right side and left side of that same revolver after it had been soaked and cleaned.
And those are pictures of the gun that's in the box.
It is.
Not say that ask those to be marked.
205 and 206.
205 will be the one facing right. 206 the one facing left. I publish those.
You may.
Go get the lunch. Yeah, especially like the guys with Exhibit 205s on the screen. Tell the jury what they're seeing.
This is the right side of the revolver that you saw in the previous pictures. This is after I cleaned it.
And 206.
And this is the left side of that same revolver.
And did you prepare a report of your examination of this firearm?
I did.
I'll show you another exhibit next you can identify.
I can. This is a true and exact copy of the report that I generated for this case.
I'll state that that be moved into
It's
evidence.
in evidence 207.
All right, so we have the pictures of the weapon as you got it and as you cleaned it.
Yes.
You test fired both the 32 S&W long as well as the 32 auto.
Yes.
The gun worked with both.
It did.
It's designed to work with both, or can work with both.
It can work with both.
Explain to the jury how you go about testing that firearm.
Well, I will open the cylinder, load cartridges in there, close the cylinder, and I have a water tank. It's a large tank filled with water that I shoot the gun into. And that allows me to get bullets that I know came from that gun and cartridge cases that I know came from that gun. So if there's any evidence to compare later down the road, I will have that gun's, what we call a mechanical fingerprint available to look at on those bullets and cartridge cases.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Agent. My name is Jerry Gonzalez. I'm with the defense team. I'm going to try and win the
Jerry.
award for the most loud-speaking attorney. So we'll see how I do. On your report, you mentioned a regional NIBIN system.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
The regional NIBIN system, it's the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. And what that is a system that we put test-fired cartridge cases in. We put the cartridge cases in, and the system takes digital pictures of those cartridge cases. And those images are sent off to a regional hub, and that hub will send back correlations or a list of possible firearm or other cases that may be associated with that particular gun, may have that same mechanical fingerprint present.
So is putting it another way, is it used to help solve other crimes, for example, where you have a bullet but you don't have a gun, and then you find the gun, so you shoot it and you see if the two bullets match?
It can be, but it's on cartridge cases only.
Okay.
No bullets.
The cartridge cases?
Yes.
Right. But so rephrasing that, it's if you have a cartridge case from an unsolved crime, for example, and you find a gun, you shoot the gun with cartridge cases to see if the two cartridge cases match.
Yes, if you don't know that two cases are linked, that's a way to be able to see if other cases are involved.
Right, and then you can say this gun is correlated with this other casing that was found in the crime scene, for example.
Right, and then at that point, all the evidence from both scenes would be brought in, and those would be examined under a comparison microscope by a trained firearms examiner.
Now, do you know if there was a 32 casing found in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
There was not, right?
Not to my knowledge,
Okay,
no.
so when you were shooting it to get the casing out of the water tank, you weren't really doing that to solve anything unknown about the Holly Bobo case. You were seeing if that gun would match with some other unknown case, right? Right, not unknown case, but another case other than the Holly Bobo case.
Correct. It's part of our protocol that if we have a firearm, we will test fire that firearm, and those cartridge cases are entered into the NIBIN system.
Do you remember what you used, what chemicals you used to clean the gun?
I do.
Can you say what those chemicals were?
So I soaked, you talking about early start to finish?
Yes.
All right. The penetrating oil is called Cano-Penophyte, and that was mixed with a little bit of a vapor rust, which is a non-corrosive rust remover. And then when I removed the gun on May 30th, I cleaned it with Break Free and gun scrubber.
Did you use an air hose at all to remove excess oil, for example?
No.
You want that? Where is, if you know, where is the Arminius gun manufactured?
Germany.
So it's a German-made gun.
It is.
Do you know what year it was?
I do not.
Thank you. That's all I have.
The NIBIN system, you sent your results and put that in the system?
I did.
There were no associations?
That's correct.
Maybe in the future, if there's an association, not here, if we've got a gun, but that's put into the system in case something else comes up.
That's correct.
You're not aware of anything else coming up yet in this case.
I don't.
Hi, Tatum.
I don't want to belabor this, but you got your bullet with you, the demonstration bullet?
I do.
Tell the jury the difference between a cartridge casing and a bullet.
Your Honor, can I stand up?
Yes.
So this entire,
Agent, can you just step over here into my face?
Get the other way.
The jumbo demonstrative.
so the entire component is the cartridge. It's made up of bullet, the gunpowder inside the cartridge, the cartridge case, and the primer. So what happens when the gun is fired? In this case, the hammer will move forward and push the firing pin through the breech face, and that strikes the back of the primer in this area. That creates a spark. That spark lights the gunpowder inside the cartridge. When enough pressure is built up, it forces that bullet out of the cartridge and down the barrel of the firearm. As the bullet travels down the barrel, that gun's mechanical fingerprint is scraped along the side of the bullet. So those are the marks that we would look at under the microscope to examine bullets together. The firing pin and the marks around on the breech face, which is the block of metal that surrounds the firing pin, are what mark the back of the cartridge case. It's that same pressure that forces that bullet down the barrel, forces that cartridge case back up against that breech face. So we look at those marks under the microscope to see if two cartridge cases were fired from the same gun or a particular gun. So the cartridge cases are what is entered into NIVIC.
Even though you didn't have a cartridge casing or a spent bullet that you could have in comparison, you were able to determine the firearm did work.
Yes.
One more remark.
Okay.
Were you able to read the serial number on the weapon?
I was.
Did you associate that serial weapon with any other known or unknown crimes?
I don't run the serial number, our agent does.
Do you have any information that would help you answer that question?
I do not.
All right, thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
We get her report.
We did enter
Who's
her
in
report.
evidence? I want to make sure it's you.
207.
Okay. Yeah. We're advising back and forth. We're probably ahead of schedule, but this is a logical breaking time. It'll let you get a little rested and relaxed, and then those of you that want to watch Hardin County Tigers on the computer screen, they're going to set that up. Jeff told me that.
Yeah, they are going to go watch football.
Have projection screen.
Just as Eb
If you
said.
don't want to watch Tigers, don't watch Tigers, okay? Once again, follow the instructions I gave you at the outset. No discussion, keep an open mind. As best you can, put this out of your mind and avoid any news reports. Don't discuss it with anyone or allow it to be discussed in your presence. Any outside communication is done in the presence of an officer. I think I have sworn in at least 40 something. So they've got plenty of people that they're rotating in and out to make sure the rules are followed. Questions? We're going to go half a day tomorrow or somewhere around that. Then we're going to take a break on Sunday. You'll get the day yourself. They'll probably have some entertainment. I understand that potentially there'll be a worship service if you want to participate in that. In other words, our religious beliefs are very close and personal held. I'm not going to force anybody with any type of religion. I'm a strong believer in separation. If you want to, I understand somebody's coming to the end and you may attend that. If you don't, personal preference. You got any questions at all? Thank you.
All right, so we've gotten through all of day 5, so it was a short day. And then I looked and I only see one part for day 6, and he just said half day tomorrow. That footage is only. I went backwards, didn't I?
EORRIS.
Okay, so this is only an hour and 38 minutes for day 6. That's all I see for day 6. So we're going to get day 5 and day 6 done on this stream. And then day 7 starts with Terry Britt. So our next stream is going to be a big day. We get to watch Terry Britt on the stand in the 2017 trial. Before we start that, though, since Mario was mentioned in the chat with the giant bullet bill demonstrative, I mentioned yesterday I was going to this store, a retro game store called Goat Games. It's in Merritt Island in Florida in the mall, which is like barely a mall, but whatever. It's home to a really good retro game store. And I went to get a Mega Man game, but found out that the reason they had all of the Mega Man games in is somebody sold an entire NES collection. Every game, a complete collection. So I was nosing around and I have it loose, but I got it in the box because it's just so cool to see all the stuff. You've got like an old price tag on here. On the back, it's like video game cartridges are final sale, see in-store policy, and it's like this old printed little thing. And these used to have, like now everybody does the digital downloads of games, but it used to be so cool to get a game because you pull out the cartridge, you get a whole booklet. Sometimes you'd get like little collector editions or previews of what games were about to come out the following month. Do you remember these protective covers for the games? Super, super, super good time. It's James Phipps. The game is Goat Games, like GOAT, greatest of all time. And it's an acronym as their official name, Goat Games. And it's in the Merritt Island Mall next to the pretzel store. You can get everything you need in one trip. So that was, had to get this. Widely revered as the best Mario game of all time. I'm very partial to Super Mario Bros. And the second edition, Yoshi's Island. Also was a big fan of Mario 64. But hey, that's because I thought the Nintendo 64 controller was like the coolest thing ever. And I don't know how I did it, but as a kid playing Mario 64, I've probably spent like days worth of hours roaming around the free world in Mario 64, even though if you look at it now, there's not much to do. You can climb up trees and flop around. But I swear I spent hours and hours and hours running around the open world. But I'd really gone to get Mega Man. And what's cool about the box is Mega Man's very cartoon style when you play. I don't know if you can see too well. There's going to be a reflection. But the cover art, as of Mega Man 2, was still sort of realistic looking. It wasn't until Mega Man 3 where they make the cover art match what it actually looks like in the gameplay. So always really cool. I love getting the stuff in the cases. Some other finds, Guardian Legend, cool hybrid game where you're walking around to different like stages on the map. But when you're doing the actual levels, it's like a flight shooter, like a plane shooter style game. So it was really unique because it combined two styles of play in one. And then one more, if anyone's heard of Crystalis, another great game I picked up. So I have a good weekend ahead of me, I think. I'm very excited to just loaf and play some games, some retro games. So there's my little show and tell. Yoshi's World, so good. So many games are so good. Touche also says Mario 3 was my favorite. Mega Man. So the other day when I heard that they had Mega Man, I was talking to my brother. And he was like, have you ever played Mega Man 10? And I'm like, Mega Man X? And I'm thinking like, isn't that one of the most popular ones? And he's like, no, Mega Man 10. And my brother is the smarter sibling, also the better gamer of the two of us. So for him to like repeat, no, I mean 10, I'm like, what? So apparently there's a Mega Man X and then there's also Mega Man 10. I never knew. Have never actually played Mega Man 10, but that's what started this whole rabbit hole of going to Goat Games, diving in, getting into some nostalgia this weekend. Yeah, OG Nintendo was the best. I play a few games on PC, but I plug up an Xbox controller to play on PC. I just like having a controller. So I think the only computer game I really play is RuneScape. Since back in the day, OG used to play RuneScape. Other than that, I like my consoles. So there's that. We've got a half day on day 6, so we're going to run that through right now. Is this boosted? Sometimes the boost carries over, sometimes it falls off. So captions.
All right, thank you. You proceed. What do you do for a living?
I clean houses.
Did you have the opportunity to clean the house of Miss
This is
Dottie?
Debbie
in Green
Doris.
County, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Miss Dottie was the owner of Dottie's BP and Marine.
Yes, sir.
We'll take you back to April 13, 2011, the day Holly Bobo was taken.
All right, so that was kind of quiet, but this is Debbie Doris. She helped clean Dottie's. This is going to be important because it's going to corroborate the Jason Autry story and what Vincent Dinsmore said on the stand. It's not going to corroborate what was said previously by either of the two, but she's going to say, "Hey, I have no reason but to tell the truth. I saw the guy standing outside that pickup truck outside of Dinsmore's home, and they were arguing."
Remember that day?
Yes.
What were you doing that day?
I was cleaning Miss Dottie's house.
Was Mr. Victor Dinsmore there?
Yes, sir.
What time did you arrive at?
Probably between 8 and 9.
Mr. Dinsmore, was he there before you got there?
I'm not quite sure which one of us got there first.
Was he there that morning with you?
Oh, yes.
And how long were you at Miss Dottie's house?
Till about 5 that afternoon.
Mr. Dinsmore there until that afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Did some people visit that afternoon?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened that afternoon.
Okay, it was probably between 2:30 and 3:30. I was headed to the laundry room, and she has 2 sliding glass doors. And I seen images, so I kind of backed up and looked, and I seen 3 guys by a pickup truck talking to Victor.
And where were they, these 3 guys in the pickup, where were they talking to Victor?
Out in the front, in the driveway of Dottie's. That would be behind the house.
The driveway comes up around the side of the house toward the back.
Yes, sir.
Victor was in the back talking with these 3.
What time did you say?
Between 2:30 and 3:30.
Between 2:30 and 3?
Yeah, what I can remember.
Okay, I didn't quite understand you. I heard you say it.
You saw only 3 people in addition to Mr. Dinsmore in the back.
Yes, sir.
You know who one of those 3 people was?
Yes, sir.
Who was one of those 3 people?
Jason Autry.
How do you know who Jason Autry was?
Actually, I know his mother.
You said you knew who Mr. Autry was?
Yeah.
How tall was Mr. Autry?
Tall.
Tall. Do you know what they were talking about?
I have no idea.
Then how tall is Mr. Autry tall? And then this laggy court feed is showing a tall guy walking, towering past the camera.
Do you know what they were talking about?
I have no idea.
See any other activity inside?
No, sir.
Pass away.
Hello, Ms. Doris. My name is Jennifer Thompson. Debbie, I'm sorry, Dottie, Miss Dottie, everyone's referring to her as Miss Dottie, but her name is Dottie Cooley, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this day that you were there with Victor Dinsmore, you had not met Victor Dinsmore before that day, had you?
No, I hadn't.
And you didn't know him before?
No.
And so how is it that have you met him since or seen him since?
I've seen him maybe a couple times, and that's it.
What other times have you seen him?
There was one time my husband used to work at the Shell gas station at the interstate. I was there, and he come in and got gas then, and that was probably it. We actually worked 2 days together at Dottie's.
Okay. No further questions.
No.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Doris, you may be excused, or if you wish to join us in the courtroom, you may do so.
Thank you.
You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next.
Mike Frizzell.
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 With an F.
With an F.
This is
I'm gonna have
the
you spell it
guy.
anyway.
There's some Z's and there's some L's.
Raise your right hand, sir. Tell me swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, sir.
Be seated, state your first and last name, and spell it, and then through the court.
My first name is Michael, Michael. Last name is Frizzell, Frizzell.
Before I start questioning, Your Honor, I'm going to make an announcement to the court and to the jury with the consent of the defense. There will be stipulations entered later in this trial with regard to the authenticity of records that Agent Frizzell is going to testify about. We've done that, both sides, to speed this up. There's also going to be provided.
Hey, stipulations be provided the other way.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Both of their records, our records. Also, even to speed it up faster, there's going to be a list provided to the jury of telephone numbers with the people whose telephones that belongs to, provided to the jury later as well. Individuals that Mr. Till testified about today, and other individuals the defense may be interested in later. We've done all that, try to speed. Both sides have done all that, try to speed everything up.
I really appreciate it, and the attorneys are aware I've tried to encourage where we could, and I really appreciate that.
We're here to talk today about phone numbers and a bunch of stuff like that. Agent Frizzell, is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's Saturday. None of us want to be here. All right. We've been in this trial for a week. Some of this stuff may be dropped. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We're going to work and get through it. Okay.
Okay.
Jury had an opportunity to coffee up this morning.
Oh, good. Good.
Of course, that might bring up another issue. We might have to take a break at some time. If you do, just let me know. Okay.
Agent, can you tell us who you are, what you do?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, part of our technical services unit. I'm also assigned to the FBI as a task force officer and on the child sexual exploitation task force. And I am a member of the CAST team, which is a cellular analysis survey team for the FBI.
And to do those things in particular, or part of those duties include looking at call detail records, And that is records produced regarding telephone.
That's correct, yes.
To do that, have you had special training, special education?
I have. It's CAST training is about a 5.5 week program, and that consists of a 2-day basic course. If you pass that, you get invited to a 1 week advanced course. It's very intense, long. And then if you pass that, you get invited to a 4-week certification course. And that consists of being trained, looking at records, and engineers from each major cell phone provider comes in and teaches us things.
If it's Stephen, is that we're willing to stipulate that he's an expert in the area of cellular telephone tracking.
Let the records over
Yes, in fact, you testified as an expert with regard to historical call detail records many times in the past.
Yes, sir, I have.
You've looked at these things many times in the past.
That's correct.
Have you prepared a report for us today?
Yes.
Does that report include analysis of certain phone numbers that we asked you to look at?
It does, yes.
For certain time periods?
That's correct, yes.
Would that report aid in your testimony here today?
Yes, it would.
All right, I would offer that as evidence this time. The state says something today.
The exhibit 208.
That's this report.
Okay, let me show it to Ms. Thompson.
I can see.
Your Honor, I have extra copies if you'd like to have one to go along with. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We've got this, publish this as we go, Judge. We have this projector and a PowerPoint. The PowerPoint's the same as the report.
All right, he said he showed you the lights. We get a new person every day. Kill that and then kill that problem.
All right, obviously this is just cover page of the report, is that right?
That's correct.
We've got 3 telephone numbers there, is that correct?
It is.
That will be the light level. You're still going to be able to see your report.
Oh, yes, sir. I can see it fine. Thank you.
And would you agree to me, we're going to talk a lot about these 3 numbers as we go through this report?
Yes, we are.
The top number being the number that belongs to Zach Adams.
That's correct.
The second number being the number that belongs to Jason Autry.
That's correct.
And the third number being the number that belongs to the victim, Holly Bobo.
That is correct.
Yes. Yeah, yes. You got the answer.
I have it.
Oh, you go.
I can operate it for you, or you can have it.
No, you're better than me.
Okay, you just tell me which one you want to go
Try to
to.
use an easel as that.
Sure, you just tell me which page you want, and I'll get us there.
All right, let's go on. All right, this provides background, what was asked for, and need you to explain what kind of records we're looking at, what we're doing with them, stuff like that.
Well, phone records, these are all ATT phone records, all 3 of these numbers. And so they'll come in a certain format you can see on a slide to come that explains how to read those records. And once we get there, it'd be easier for me to show.
Go ahead.
Okay. So here on page 4. So this is an example. So the first column to the left is the date. The second column is the connection time that call was made or received. Then the seizure time. So what that is the ring time when the person hits the send button on the phone when they make a call. So that's the ring time. And then you see the originating number, that's who placed the call. Terminating number, that's who received the call. The duration is in seconds, minutes and seconds. In this case, you'll see the top one's 16:0:16, so that's 16 seconds. You see the next one down, 3:39, that's 3 minutes and 39 seconds. And then you see the calling party number, that's the person that placed the call. Then there's an IMEI, that's called a International Mobile Equipment Identifier. That's a unique identifier to the actual phone handset itself. Then the next column is called an IMSI, International Mobile Subscriber Identity. That is a number specific to a SIM card that you plug into the phone, so that is specific to a subscriber. So the equipment identifier is the phone itself, SIM card is the subscriber identity. And then there's some transaction type codes here. And then the last column is the cell location. So that's the cell tower that was used. The first number in this top one is 1609. Ma'am, can you hear me okay? The cord's a little short. Let's try it this way. 1609, that identifies what we call a LAC, a location area code. The next number past that is actually the cell ID, the tower number. The first 4 numbers, 3152, is the tower number, and the last number, in this case 2, is the sector that was used. And then AT&T does it backwards. They have longitude, then latitude, That's the location for the tower itself, and then the azimuth of the sector.
You're going to explain to us here in a second the basis of how a cell phone tower works, what it means about these sectors. We're going to hear that in a minute. Is that right?
Sure, yeah.
With regard to records like this that you get, you got these, you said, from AT&T?
AT&T, yes.
And by these records, I can tell what phone called what other phone.
That's correct.
It records the sender and the receiver.
That's correct.
I can tell how long this call lasted for.
That's correct.
Now, can I tell how long it talked or just how long this call lasted for?
How long it lasted for.
Okay, so if I see, for instance, that's that 16-second call at the start, that could be 16 seconds worth of talking. Is that right?
That's correct.
Or that could be just 16 seconds of ringing.
No, it's going to be a connection time. So it's connected at this point.
Okay.
So that's 16 seconds of something that went on.
Okay, so that's 16 seconds after the ringing.
That's right.
Okay.
Call's
So the
answered.
ringing is if I go up to the seizure, over to the left of seizure time.
That's correct.
Okay. So for that first call, just if we were going to try to do this first call, there was 27 seconds of ringing. Is that right?
Hit the send button 27 seconds before it's answered.
All right. And then there's an answer and there's whatever's happened on the phone for 16 seconds.
That's correct.
And you're given information regarding the actual phone that makes this call.
Yes.
And you're given information with regard to the SIM card, I guess, that is responsible for the call, or the account.
Yes. So the phone is the IMEI. So just remember EI, equipment identifier. So equipment being the handset. And then the last one, IMSI, just remember SI, subscriber identity. So that's the SIM card that goes in the actual handset.
And then you're given information about what tower the cell phone utilizes.
That's correct.
Information about, I know we don't know where it is yet, but information about what sector on that tower.
That's correct.
Okay, well, explain for us sectors, towers, trying to use these records to get a general idea about where a phone is at a particular time.
Generally speaking, towers are set up in sectors so the providers can offer more capacity. So there's 360 degrees that they have to cover. So think of a compass, or a clock on the back of the wall is a good example back here. So generally, a sector covers 120 degrees. That's not always the case, but generally speaking, that's the way that so we can get 120s to make 360. So let's take, for example, if you look at the clock on the back of the wall. So if I see an azimuth of,
I don't know what that is.
that's, just think of a compass. So compass 0 to 360 all the way around. So like the clock on the wall, 12 being straight up north. So if I see 0 as the azimuth, that is going to be the center point of that sector. So I'm looking down the center and I want to go 60 degrees to the left, 60 degrees to the right. 60 makes 120. So 12 o'clock being 0, if I wanted to make just from 12 to 4, so each hour hand would represent 30 degrees on a compass. So 1 would be 30 degrees, 2 would be 60, 3, 90, 4, 120. If I had it set that way, from 12 to 4 would make 120. That'd be sector 1. From 4 to 8 o'clock, come on around, that'd be my next 120 sector. That would be sector 2. And then from 8 o'clock back to 12 o'clock is my final 120 sector. That'd be sector 3.
So I think I got it. I'm like a cell phone tower, right? I'm divided into 3, what we're calling sectors. Is that right?
That's right.
And I'm listening, or whatever they call it, sort of like this, out this direction.
That's correct.
And I'm listening like out this direction.
That's correct.
And then I listen out like this direction.
That's correct.
So I've got a total, listen to the whole circle.
Listen to the whole circle.
It's divided into 3.
That's correct.
So can you use records like this and tower information having to do with what you just explained, the sectors, to get a general idea about where a certain phone is at a particular time?
So when a phone, it has activity on the network, is in a call, receiving a call, text message, some sort of activity on the network, it's going to populate in the call records, the call detail records, which tower was used and which sector it was used during that event, that communication event. So we can get an idea about which side of that tower was being used, and we can get a general idea of the geographic location the phone is in. We can't give an exact location.
So you said if there's activity?
Must be activity. So example, this phone is off. This is my phone. But if it were on, it would be in idle mode. So I'm not doing anything with it. it's not going to show anything in a call detail record because it's just in idle mode. And so I have to do something. I have to either make a call, receive a call, initiate a data session, something like that.
So right now, if somebody was trying to figure out where your cell phone is by looking at your records, after today, and your phone's off right there in your pocket right now, there'd be no way of knowing.
No.
Okay. You have to actually be getting a call or placing a call or text or some activity.
Some sort of activity for it to populate in the call record, yes.
Let's explain one more thing for me, and then we're going to get to the meat of things. You said activity. Okay. I place a call, receive a call, send a text, get a text. That counts as activity.
Yes.
Is there also occasions where phone company can ping a phone or somehow create activity or something?
They can try to get a location for a device. It's a common word that's used around. It's called ping. It's a location-based services. So to ping a phone, what they're trying to do at law enforcement, we use it to these things in AMR alerts, fugitive cases and things like that to try to pin down a tighter location for a phone rather than just based on a sector. Then they try to triangulate. If they can pull information from more than one tower for a device, we get a more accurate location. If they only pull it, we're able to get it from one tower, then it's not so accurate. So what we can do then with that information, in of itself, it's just it helps us some. But if we can take that information to get a larger and better picture based on what witnesses have told us in a crime, or say if it's a fugitive, we're looking for somebody, do they live in that area? Do they have acquaintances in that area? Is there evidence that was found in that area? That gives us a better picture as to what's happening.
All right, so I want to understand this. We actually have heard a little bit of testimony about this already, but I want to understand this. If AT&T or whoever your provider is pings the phone because we're interested, where is it? Somebody's missing or whatever it is, and then ping a phone. Does that give me like a spot on this earth where that phone is? Is it like GPS or something?
No, it's not GPS. GPS is satellite based. This is network based, cell tower, ground based things. So they're trying to get, let's say you're a tower and I'm a tower, and the officer over here in the corner is a tower. If it pulls from all three towers based on a device, based on timing, so signal goes out from you, your signal gets to the handset, gets back to you at a certain time. I'm the next tower, and it goes out, comes back at a different time. His is the third. It gets us a better location, but it's not an exact location.
So it's not like AT&T can push a button, and for instance, if I was interested in your phone, and they push a button and tell you, all right, Mike Frizzell's phone is in a courthouse right here in Savannah.
With newer technology now, it gets a little better. With technology back in 2011, in that area, not so much.
Instead, from what I understood, is they'll give you a possible area.
And they call it confidence level. And so they give us a radius they'll give us a latitude and longitude to plot. Again, that's not GPS. That's just a best guess estimation. And they'll give us a confidence rating, they call it, based in meters. And that's a radius. So we go out the radius from both sides of that point. Now we have our circle, and we can concentrate in that area for what we're looking for.
So ping Mike Frizzell's phone in 2011, and there's going to be a big circle of a possible area. It's probably a good idea to start looking.
In this case, particularly, yes. More urban areas, more towers, it gets smaller.
We're going to get into the meat of things. So first, I want to just make one thing clear at the start. Okay. At the time of this abduction, all right, when I asked that, let's say 7:30 to a few minutes after 8 o'clock. Okay. At the time of this abduction, looking at cell phone records and tower information, do we have any idea where Zach Adams' phone is, where Shane Austin's phone is, where Dylan's Adams' phone is, or where Jason Autry's phone is?
No.
And why is it that we have no idea at the time of the abduction?
Well, there was nothing reflected in the call detail records for those phone numbers you just mentioned. So didn't see any activity. So there's nothing for us to find there now. There's reasons that could be. Either their phones were turned off, just like mine is now, or it was on, but there was just not any calls being placed or received, or it was in a service in an area that it could not receive service.
So with regard to all the defendants at the time of the abduction, either their phones are off, they're not having any activity, or they're in areas where they don't get coverage.
That's correct.
You can proceed to slide 8. We'll just go ahead and get to the meetings. All right. Told you it was going to be maybe a little dry, but we're going to do this, okay?
Okay.
Tell me what we're looking at. What box should we start with? What these symbols, where should we start? And we'll start explaining the second person.
Well, what this represents is what you've already identified as the victim's phone.
All right, so this is her phone number, Holly Bobo.
731-549-7352. That's correct.
And we're looking for, it looks like we're looking at a period of time.
Period of time from 7:30 a.m. to through 9:06 a.m. on April 13th, 2011.
All right, and where do we start?
Well, let's look at 681 Swan Johnson Road. There's a little pink box there, and that's the location of the Bobo residence.
Okay.
On this map. So now you see different tower locations. I was wondering, would it be okay if I step down and point, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll try to speak up in a minute.
Yeah, just try to make sure the jury has a clear view of what you're pointing.
Yes, sir.
Would you rather use laser pointer? Or?
Lasers tend to get
get
bothersome sometimes, I think. So what these represent a tower. Okay. This CID is called a cell ID. That's the tower identification number I talked about earlier. So 1253 is the tower number. This last number 1 is the sector that was used. So based on the information in the call records, I can tell you what that sector, which way is pointing. So this is what we're looking at. At 7:30 a.m., her phone was using this tower. And the rest of the times down through here, 7:31, 7:40, 8:07, 8:09, 8:10, and 8:11. But if you look, 7:33, tower 1264, sector 1, was used at 7:33. So that's what these call-out boxes represent, phone calls at particular times. So we go from here, that 12531 jumps down to here to the southern tower.
Does that mean that between 7:30 and
7:33?
So I mean at 7:33 she had already moved necessarily?
I don't think so in this case, and this is why. Because it goes right back. We see towers being used all through here. There's probably a little area of coverage for this tower this way down here. Sometimes it's not always the closest tower that's used. Sometimes it's a little island of coverage. Most of the time, what a phone wants to do is use the strongest, cleanest signal when it makes a connection. So let me explain something. So like these chandeliers in the courtroom, sound like those are towers. So if I wanted to read my credentials right now, what I would want to do is use the best light, generally the closest tower, so that I can see the other towers. If this is my phone, I can see those, and sometimes I will connect to one for various reasons. It's a little further away.
So all these are towers, and you're standing right there, and you're using your cell phone. You may expect it to be on that tower right there.
I would, if we had lights on, this would be lit. That'd be the one I'd use.
But it could be on this tower here.
Could be.
And maybe even this one over here.
At times, it could.
Okay. So it's not a hard, if I understand it right, it's not a hard and fast, if I'm standing in a certain place, I'm necessarily going to utilize a certain tower.
That's correct, but most of the time it's going to be the closest, but not always.
Okay. And so we have Holly, 7:30-ish.
I think the reason they're highlighting that it looks like she could have moved at 7:33 when we know she wasn't is to point out why there's going to be inaccuracies, but that doesn't mean that the device was actually moving or necessarily fixed in one point in time.
At this tower closest to her home, is that correct, Holly's phone?
This one, and then at 7:53 and 7:59, this tower right in the town of Parsons. It's used. Then in the Parsons Tower, the 12573 is the one in Parsons. This one is in a community called Chesterfield. I'm very familiar with that community. It comes back over to that tower. at 8:07, 7:40, 8:09. So after the 8 o'clock hour, we're still using this one. This has got a coverage area up here. Where we start seeing transition take place is at 8:17.
Okay.
So it moves north. It uses a tower several miles north of our house. This tower, 10962, is situated on Shiloh Road, right along Interstate 40. And I'm very familiar with that road as well.
Interstate 40 is north of her house?
Yes.
Okay.
So at 8:17 and again at 8:26, we know that phone used this southern facing sector for this tower on Shiloh Road.
And I see another tower over here.
That tower, 31523, is to the east of the Shiloh Tower, and it was used at 9:06 a.m.
Okay.
Well, and all these are inbound calls. After you can see incoming. All these are incoming calls. Nothing's going out. The only thing that went out was at 7:42, 7:33.
Okay. So she's not making any calls at this point. She's just people trying to call her or text her.
People trying to get contact with that phone. Yes.
And at this point, we're up here. You said near the tower on Shiloh Road.
Shiloh Road, yes.
And then this tower here, where is this one located?
That's on Tops Road, but basically at the intersection of Highway 641 and Interstate 40.
And we're going to hear a little bit about later this community right here that I'm circling. What is this community?
Yellow Springs.
Yellow Springs. Okay. This is the information, if I'm right, that you collected and looked at having to do with her towers.
That's correct.
Okay. Proceed to the next slide. You proceed to the next slide?
I did.
Oh, you did? I'm slow. We've heard testimony here. Well, let me just ask you, did at some point, was AT&T asked to ping this phone?
Yes, the Decatur County Sheriff's Office had that done, yes.
And the result of those pings, were that later transmitted to you?
They were.
And tell us what we're looking at now.
So this is what the team day would look like. So we have the blue dot, the little pin. So right here at 8:57, a location-based services or ping was obtained from AT&T.
Let me interrupt you. I know we want to hear about this, but right here we have what looks like what we saw before, this tower.
It's the same thing, same call.
Okay, so we've put on this chart, would you agree with me? We have the two towers that she utilized between 8:17 and 9:06, the ones that we just looked at.
That's correct.
The ones
Right
here.
at 8:26 actually on Shiloh Road.
Okay. And the other one here near Yellow Springs.
That's correct.
So that's the tower stuff that we've already seen.
Yes.
But now these blue dots show something different.
That's the keys.
Okay.
So the confidence rating that talked about earlier, this was 4,448 meters, almost 4,500 meters. That's a rather large radius. So we take that, go out 4,448 meters this direction, 4,448 meters the other direction. Now we have our circle.
Okay, we have our circle, and you can see it here. Is that right?
This first circle.
Yeah, this first one.
There's going to be some overlap.
And from a ping like this, I know that we have this pin here, and I assume in the middle of the circle. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but could that phone be over here in the circle, over here in the circle, over here in the circle? It could be anywhere in that circle. So the ping doesn't tell you any information about where it is within the circle, just here's the circle you should draw.
That's correct.
Okay. And this ping is in what areas does this circle encompass?
That area is just a little bit south of the first one and a little bit east.
And the first one, I'm just talking about the first one. What area of Tennessee, what area is that circle drawn in here?
That is along Interstate 40.
Okay, that's what.
I know this tower is right on, not exactly on it, but right at the Henderson County and Carroll County line.
Okay.
So we're in northern Henderson County, southern Carroll County, and right over here somewhere close to Decatur County.
Okay. And we got Yellow Springs, all right?
Yes.
And we've got Holiday.
That's right.
Okay.
Which is Benton County.
And so her phone by 8:57 has made it north. And we've got a circle that encompasses a large area. Would you agree with me?
Yes,
To include Yellow Springs and Holiday.
that's correct.
All right, now there's a second ping.
Second one's at 9:02, 5 minutes later, 9:02 a.m.
Okay.
We have a 4,894 meter confidence rate.
Okay.
It's even larger.
And that's this big circle right here.
That's correct.
And again, we have a pin in the middle of the circle, right?
Yes.
But you would agree with me, this phone could be, and look at my laser, anywhere in this circle.
Yes, but how these two overlap, they are 5 minutes apart. If I was searching, I would concentrate in the darker shaded because these two overlap.
I got you.
I was looking at area first.
And then the next ping is at what time?
9:10 a.m.
All right. And now we have what looks like to be an enormous circle.
7,100 meter confidence rate.
Okay. And again, we have the pin in the middle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But this phone could be anywhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it any significance to the shared area right here?
Highway 641 goes right basically down this leg of this sector here, of that tower, and so that's about 641. You can see it coming out here going down toward Parsons.
There's a fourth ping too that we'll look at later.
Yes.
Okay. Were there 4 pings total recovered, or by the technical term, from her phone that morning?
4. Yes, that's it.
Let's go look at another phone. Next slide. Whose phone is this?
This is Mr. Adams' phone. 731-733-0191.
Mr. Zach Adams.
All right, so now while they're still talking about this Yellow Springs, they're gonna start talking about they've been talking about where Holly's phone was, and it was mostly here in this Yellow Springs area, and then it moved slightly in this direction, suggestive that she was going back towards Parsons. Now we're gonna talk about Zach's phone pings.
Zach Adams.
And you explained before that the time Holly was taken, the time we want to say 7:40, 7:50 that morning, Mr. Adams' phone had no activity in it.
That's
Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the first activity on it once we get into the AM hours of 6, 7, 8, 9?
8:19.
8:19. So this is the first time that morning that this phone is utilized?
After the time you just established. Some around the midnight hour later, some around the almost 5 a.m. I believe, if I remember right, 4:54 and 4:58.
Okay, so if I'm Zach Adams' phone has activity on it after midnight, turning into April 13th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then it also, if I heard you right, has activity on it in the early AM hours at 4:54?
I believe that's right. We'll look, but I think that's correct, yes.
But then between 4:54 and through the time of the induction up till 8:19 that morning, it has no activity.
That's correct.
So you can't tell us in that stretch where his phone was.
No, I cannot.
But at 8:19, we start getting some information.
We do.
And is that this box right here?
It is.
And this his first activity, is that reflected here in this 1819?
8:19.
Incoming call?
Incoming is actually SMS, short message service. That's a text message.
Text message.
I know, but right there, that doesn't match with Rebecca saying he was gone all night, and then he came in and kissed her on the forehead at like 7:45.
And you're familiar with this number as Jason Autry's telephone, or not?
733-2073, yes.
And then to Zach Adams, his number.
Yes.
So at 8:19, this was a text from Jason Autry to Zach Adams. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The next activity on the phone is at what time?
8:30.
8:30. And this is an outgoing text. Is that correct?
It is.
From Zach Adams to Jason Autry.
That is correct.
And there's actually even more communication between Mr. Autry and Mr. Adams shortly following that morning.
There is.
Up to 8:50, is that 3 or I'm not?
8:53. It's a little blurry.
8:53.
Excuse me, 8:55.
8:55. So we have incoming call 8:53. We have outgoing call, that's Jason Autry. Incoming call, Jason Autry to 8:55.
That's correct. And 8:53 is an incoming call from Jason Autry. I recognize that 901 phone number there to be an ATT voicemail number. So that call went to voicemail.
Okay, so an incoming call from Jason that went to Zach Adams's voicemail.
That's correct.
And then an outgoing call to that number. And then an incoming call from that same number. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
And remember, Jason worked this into his story by, he was trying to contact Zach because he was trying to look for his hit for the day. He wanted to get high. but Zach wasn't answering. Zach wasn't answering.
All that's like 8:53, 8:55, that moment.
That's correct. I'd like to explain something just a little bit more.
Okay.
So I've labeled these sectors 2 and 3 to make it easier to understand which sector we're talking about. It's broken out. Remember the last number is a sector. So these calls occurred in sector 2. This next block of calls, sector 3. The last block of calls back to sector 2.
Okay. And the fact that it's switching sectors, does that necessarily mean the phone is moving?
It could indicate that.
It could, but does it
It
necessarily?
doesn't necessarily mean that.
Okay, so just like we talked about before, when we were trying to find your phone, and we were saying, is it using that light or that light or that light? Because a phone uses sector 2 and then turns around and uses sector 3, that doesn't necessarily mean the phone's mobile.
That's right. It does not.
Okay. So this activity here at 8:19, you were explaining it was on sector 2?
2.
And what tower is this?
This is the tower located at Cox Road or near the intersection of Highway 641 and Interstate 40.
Okay. And that's what, I know I keep on bringing you back to it, but that's the tower that services the community of Holiday? Is that correct?
Holiday, Yellow Springs.
And Yellow Springs. Okay. I see a little house here. What is this?
My fault, I should have labeled that. That is the Adams residence.
That's where Zach Adams is.
Yes.
And we have Yellow Springs here.
Yes.
Okay. And then at 8:53, we're utilizing, it looks a different sector.
That's correct.
But it's that same tower there, Holiday, Yellow Springs.
That's correct.
So between 8:19 and 8:53, 8:55, we're utilizing the same tower, the Holiday, Yellow Springs tower.
That's right.
The phone may or may not be mobile,
May or may not be.
and it's a tower that is close to his house, it appears,
It is.
and close to Yellow Springs.
It is.
After that, what time is that?
8:58.
Okay, so now we have a different section of time proceeding 8:58 to 9:12. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And where's the phone then?
It's using sector 2 of the same tower.
Okay. So we got Zach's phone between 8:19 and 9:12 using the tower that services Holiday, Yellow Springs.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So a general idea about where that phone is between 8:19, which is the first activity, and 9:12 is near that tower, Yellow Springs.
That's it.
Okay. But there's something else on this map too. We see these pinpoints. What's that?
Those are the things we've discussed.
Okay, so we put Holly's cell phone pings between that same time up here on the same map.
It is.
Okay. And her circle at 8:57 is right near that same tower that Zach's phone is using.
It's not too far away. That's right.
And that second circle at 9:12 is even closer to that tower that Zach's using.
It's closer. That's correct.
And when I say, and I misspeak sometimes, and I don't want to create a false impression, okay?
Okay.
If I say where Zach is, I'm actually talking about Zach's telephone. Is that correct?
I don't know who used the phone during these calls. I don't know where it was specifically.
And then her third ping at 9:10 is this big, huge circle that includes the area here near Yellow Springs.
Yes.
So April 13th, 2011, between 8:19, which is the first time we know about on his phone, and 9:12, his phone is in the same general area as her phone is pinging.
That's correct.
Let's talk about, you already advanced it?
No, sir.
All right.
Wait on instruction.
Go ahead and advance it.
The pages has, I can't see it cut off on this.
This is page 11. And I think, because we got ahead of each other talking, I think basically we're looking at the same thing here. Is that right?
We're looking at basically the same thing. So what this slide depicts is victim's phone and Zach Adams' phone. Between 8:17, 8:26 calls the victim's phone received, 9:06 calls that she received, and then calls we just discussed with Mr. Adams' phone.
Oh, I see the added information. Like you said, the last slide showed Zach Adams' phone's tower activity. Is that right?
That's correct.
At the same time, it showed her pings.
That's correct.
Does this slide show Zach Adams' tower activity at the same time as her pings and her tower activity?
It does. So I want to clear up this stuff. So the pink represents her, the blue represents the tower that he used. And so this sector 3, I don't know what we're going to call this color. It's not pink, it's not blue, it's a combination of those two.
Okay, because I assume pink is for Holly,
Yes,
and so there's this tower that's utilized by Holly's phone,
yes.
and then there's this tower that's utilized by Holly's.
But it's weird because Zach's phone was already pinging off this location at the 4:54 timestamp. So if whatever he's doing at 4:54 isn't some abduction scheme, then it would also make sense that he could be doing things that are not abducting while he's still in the same tower vicinity. Because it makes no sense why his phone would also be in the same location hours earlier when his residence is also located in this area. If we're going to say, well, just because Holly's phone was also pinging in this area and his was pinging in this area, it must be nefarious.
Phone.
Holly's in, Zach Adams.
And Zach's phone uses both sides of the same tower.
Yes, it does.
So there's actually a blue underneath this pink
It is.
because it's the same side of the tower and everything.
That's right.
All right, let's advance to the next slide. We're looking at a different phone now here, aren't we?
Yes, sir, we are.
See this number. I was gonna try to steal that from you while you're
Oh, no, you're not. What were you gonna try to do on this?
the water.
Oh, water, I've got to get the water, dude. We're gonna have a problem here.
This phone we're looking at here.
This is Jason Autry's phone.
All right.
It's got 332073.
Did I tell you I wanna try to know where Jason Autry's phone was that morning?
We did,
All
yeah.
right. And what's his first activity?
6:50 a.m.
6:50 a.m. Outgoing text message, is that right?
Text message.
And later we will, as stipulated too, later this other number will be recognized as belonging to Angela Scott Smith or Smith Scott. I always mess her name up, but Jason's girlfriend.
Okay.
This tower, where is this tower as far as in Tennessee?
That's up near Camden, Tennessee.
Camden.
Yes.
That is a decent distance north of Holiday, north of all these places that we're talking about.
It is. I can guess. I've driven that. I'm gonna guess 15 miles rough.
Okay.
Maybe a little less, maybe a little more.
And it's actually not if you take back roads and stuff, not a unpretty drive. It goes through nature preserves and stuff like that. Is that right?
I don't know about the preserve, but yes, it's a rural area. Yes.
So it's 6:50. Outgoing text, and Mr. Autry's phone is up here in Camden. Is that right?
That is correct.
And we put an address on here. Go ahead.
310 Midco Hills Road, Camden, Tennessee.
And we've heard that's the home of Angela Scott.
Okay.
So this tower is in that area.
It is. It's nearby.
And we're on we're giving the sector a name too?
Sector 2, that's going south.
Okay.
In this case.
And would that be consistent with Mr. Autry being in the area south of Benco Hills?
It would.
Could it also be consistent though? Because I know we're talking about general stuff.
Yes.
Could it also be consistent with Mr. Autry's phone being in the area north of Benco Hills?
Maybe. There could be what's called backloads. So the energy emitted on that sector would go toward the south. It's not a pretty highway. I want to make that clear. It's going to be, I don't know how to describe it. I'll use a technical word and call it a blob. It's going to be kind of skewed and funny. Backload, there could be some of that tower that would go to the backside of that. I would expect it to use the other sector, but it didn't in this case, if he were at that house at that time.
Okay. So the fact that he's using this sector, you would expect him not to be using that sector if at 6:50 he was sitting inside Benco Hills.
That's right. I'd expect him to use the other sector.
And in fact, at 6:51, which is shortly after that, is that correct?
That's right. 1 minute.
We see him on this other tower.
That's right. So that tells me that most likely that phone is in between those two towers.
Okay. So in the area between these two towers below, south of Camden and her house.
That's correct.
After 6:51, is it fair to say we have no activity on Mr. Autry's phone until 8:19?
That's right.
So like we said at the very start, at the time of her abduction, we can't tell where Zach Adams' phone is, correct?
That's correct.
We can't tell where Mr. Jason Autry's phone is.
That's correct.
And we can't tell where Shane Austin's phone is.
That's correct.
And we can't tell where Dylan Adams' phone is.
That's correct.
They may have no activity or they may be on.
That's correct.
Or somewhere they're not receiving any signal.
That's correct.
This next activity we have on Mr. Autry's phone, we've actually already looked at this on Zach's, is communication with Zach's phone.
That's
Is that correct?
That's correct.
At the time that phone was communicating with Zach's phone, what tower is Jason Autry using?
He's using the tower at Cox Road near Highway 641 and Interstate 4.
All right, well, is this the same tower we've been looking at quite a few times when we looked at Zach's phone and we looked at Holly's?
It is.
This is the tower near Yellow Springs and Holiday.
That's correct.
So by 8:19 through I can't read that time.
8:55.
8:55, Jason Autry's phone is on the same tower as Zach Adams' phone.
Yes.
As Zach Adams and as Holly's. Because I was just about to say, so he's in Camden where a girlfriend lives at like 6 in the morning. And then by 8:55, he's in this vicinity. He's connecting to this tower near where both Holly and Zach Adams are connecting to. And remember, Holly doesn't start moving north until like 8:20 something in the morning. Her phone was not moving at all. So if it's supposed to be sus that Zach and Holly's phone are both here in the morning hours, even though Zach's phone was also pinging there at like 4 in the morning, and his home is there, his house is there, which I think makes it look more normal that his phone is there, shouldn't it be extra suspicious that Jason's going to this area only for that particular time period where Holly's phone is moving? And the reason that's important, because you might think, oh, well, they're co-defendants. What difference does it make? But Jason's story is that he wasn't part of the abduction part of anything. He just happens upon Zach later in the day because he's trying to get drugs and go get high. And Zach's like, I need you to help me hide this body. Like this right here should have been like red flag for Jason's story.
And as we've seen from the previous slide, Holly Bobo's phone.
Yes. Ours didn't use this one until 906.
906.
Yes.
We used the one, we got ping information before 906.
We did, yes.
Okay. So it's the same tower as these circles that we've seen drawn all around this tower.
Yes.
Can you proceed to the next slide again? All right, this is Jason's phone, right?
It is, yes.
Now what are we showing here?
This is activity from 9:42 a.m. through approximately 10:48 a.m.
Okay, so later on that morning, right?
On that morning.
Next activity at 9:42 a.m. through 10:48. What towers are we using now?
In 9:42, Mr. Autry's phone utilized the tower right over here. This is at the Birdsong exit, Interstate 40.
Right
before the Tennessee River.
By the Tennessee River.
Yes.
So we were using one well west by Holiday and Yellow Springs.
Yes.
And now we're way out to this tower
To the east.
to the east and by the river.
That's correct.
Does that give you a general idea about where his phone is?
Well, we can see at 9:42, I labeled this sector U, sector 7, at 9:42. And then nothing until 10:35. And he uses the other side of the tower, sector 9, going back toward the west.
And could that be consistent with the phone moving from this area or being in this area and the next time it's used being in this area?
Well, in this case, yes.
Okay.
Because we see 10:35, 10:36, it's on sector 9, and then at 10:39, 3 minutes later, it's using the Cox Road Tower, 641 and I-40, just 3 minutes later. So somewhere in between the two, that indicates to me that the phone most likely was moving.
Go to the next one. And we got this out of order. This is just something we talked about real quick. Zach Adams had activity on his phone early that morning. Is that right?
Yes, started earlier, but I began my analysis around 4:54 a.m. to 4:54, 4:58.
Okay. And at that time, he was using that tower by his house.
That's correct.
We proceed with this. All right. Now we want to know about Zach Adams's phone. And basically those times that we just looked at for Mr. Autry. Okay?
Why did he word it like that? He just gave a detail about Zach Adams' phone and then said, now I want to talk about Zach Adams' phone.
4:54 a.m.
I'm going to talk about it real quick. Zach Adams had activity on his phone early that morning. Is that right?
Yes, started earlier, but I began my analysis around 4:54 a.m. to 4:54, 4:58.
Okay. And at that time, he was using that tower by his house.
That's correct.
And here it's being acknowledged, this detail is being acknowledged, and at that time he's using the tower near his house. Then he's going to say, now I want to talk about Zach Adams' phone that morning. You just gave a detail that at 4 a.m. he's at his residence, and he's going to stay pinging to that same tower for the next several hours. But somehow with your questioning, you're making a distinction as if there's a change. And to me, that's deceptive.
We proceed with this. All right. Now we want to know about Zach Adams' phone. And basically those times that we just looked at for Mr. Autry. Okay? So we started here at what time?
This is at 9:10 through approximately 10:37.
All right. And I've had you highlight any times that there was communication between what phones are we looking at?
This is 733-6373.
And whose phone is that?
Shane Austin.
All right, so when we see yellow, and we'll see this as we go, that as we see yellow, that's communication between Zach Adams' phone and Shane Austin's phone.
That's correct.
All right, 9:10, 9:12. Those are the first two as far as activity. Is that correct?
Not was there this time frame, yes.
Okay. And we're utilizing this tower I recognize now near Yellow Springs and Holiday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then if we skip to the next in time, we're at 9:50. Is that right?
We're at 9:50, Sector 7 of the Birdsong Tower, the Birdsong exit by the Tennessee River.
So now we have Zach's phone in the area by that tower that we saw Mr. Autry's by the Tennessee River
That's correct.
at 9:50.
That's correct.
And then we see activity after that, 10:01, 10:03, 10:04, 10:06, 10:06, 10:06, 10:06, 10:10. This is Zach's phone and Shane Austin's phone.
It is.
10:12, all the way through 10:19. Again, we have Zach's phone and Shane Austin's phone.
That's correct.
9:20, same.
10:20.
I'm sorry, 10:20. We go all the way through 10:37. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
Let me look in the this one. This little blurry.
This one.
In 32.
10:32. Okay. So 9:50, 10:32. And if we do jump ahead to these here, 35, 36, 36, and 37, we're all at this tower, Birdsong Tower by the river.
On Sector 9, 10:35 through 10:37.
And I know that we switched sectors, but
Yes.
we started, the first time we saw this phone at 9:50, we were over here on Sector 7 on the Birdsong Tower.
Right.
Correct? And the whole time between 9:50 and 10:37, every time we see it, is on the Birdsong Tower. Correct?
That's right.
But starting about 10:35, we switched to this other side of the Birdsong Tower.
That's correct.
Okay. Then we pick up with some numbers over here, 10:38, 10:39, a text with Shane Austin's phone, through 10:43, a text with Shane Austin's phone, and then 10:49. And by this time, which is 10:38, we're back on a different tower, aren't we?
Yes, we're back to the west on the I-40, 641.
The one we keep on looking at, Yellow Springs, Holiday.
Yes, that's cell ID 3152.
So if you want to read these chronologically, you have to look at the times. You got to go boom, boom, and then find your next time.
That's correct.
You can't just read straight down.
No.
Okay. You can proceed. Now we're taking a look at later on that morning turning into the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes.
Now we're at 11:16 a.m. through 12:18 a.m.
PM.
PM.
Afternoon.
Absolutely. Where's Mr. Adams' phone?
Mr. Parsons using the Parsons Tower.
All right.
Let me rephrase it this way. It's using the Parsons Tower.
So in the area here of the Parsons Tower.
Yes.
I'm not from this area, okay? But this Parsons Tower, we've heard some testimony about Joe's video in Parsons. You know where that is?
Not exactly.
Well, address.
Parsons is not very big.
No, it's not. You know where the gas station right there in the heart of Parsons is?
I do.
Well, right across the street used to be a video store
Okay.
called Joe's Video.
On the Ford dealership side or the other side of the road?
The other side of the road.
Okay, gotcha.
Other side of the road. Is that the tower that would serve as that area?
Yes, it would.
All right, proceed to the next slide. All right, we had previously talked about the fact that there were actually 4 pings on her phone that morning. Is that right?
We did, yes.
Okay, we looked at the first 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
The ones that traveled north and then around that Yellow Springs Holiday general area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But was there also a 4th ping on her phone?
Fourth and final thing, yes.
At what time?
9:25 a.m.
All right, and we have a big circle. Is that right?
Yes,
And her house is in that circle.
it is.
So is it fair to say that this circle is south and, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes from the circles that we saw before?
Yes, it is south.
Okay. And this ping is at 9:25 a.m., is that correct?
It is.
When we looked before at about that time and the times around that time, good question, isn't it? When we looked at that time and the surrounding time, where were Mr. Autry's phones and where were Zach Adams' phones?
Near the river.
Near the river.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't know where the phones were. I know they were using the tower. Located at the Birdsong exit right on I-40, next to the Tennessee River.
Okay. So at the same time that she's pinging in this big circle that includes, her house, Zach Adams and Jason Autry's phone is in the general area of the Tennessee River.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. At 9:25 a.m., when we have this cell phone ping, where's Dylan Adams' phone?
I don't know.
Why do you not know?
There's no activity.
No activity.
No.
In fact, when we see activity on Dylan Adams' phone, when we finally see that morning activity on Dylan Adams' phone, okay? Assuming that the distance from this area is
This is why they need the spoofing thing to make sense, because Rebecca Earp said something to the effect of getting a text message, but it was actually from Dylan's phone, and then that turns out not to be true.
10, 15 minutes from Shane Austin's trailer, okay? Would Dylan Adams have time to travel south into this circle and then get back to wherever he was getting back?
Depending on the route, yes.
Because I had you review, did I not, when we next saw activity on Dylan Adams' phone, correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And the final slide is a mess, but it's sort of a summary, is that right?
Yes, it's a summary of everything we just talked about.
Okay. And just brief, because we've spent enough time. We have cell phone towers down by her house, is that right?
We do, that's correct.
That would service the area of her house starting out that morning.
That's correct.
We have tower activity north toward Yellow Springs on her phone.
That's correct.
We start getting her cell phone pings in the Yellow Springs Holiday area, 3 of them.
That's right.
Over a period of time. Over that period of time, Zach Adams' phone is utilizing the same tower.
Yes.
Jason Autry's phone by that time is utilizing the same tower.
Yes.
But he started off up near Camden that morning.
It did.
Zach Adams' phone and Jason Autry's phone go out towards the river that Birdsong Tower.
It is, and that color doesn't really depict the blue and the light blue
Is Jason on top of Zach?
I think that's the
Is that
case.
the color situation?
Yes.
There's a final cell phone ping from Holly. Here. You know, this circle to the south.
Yes,
At this time, Dylan Adams' phone is unaccounted for.
that's correct.
And then we finally have that activity from Zach around 11:16 a.m. where she lies in the Parsons Tower.
Yes.
You can resume the stand.
Okay, thank you.
Can we prove the sketches for the time being?
Almost last question.
Okay.
This final cell phone ping, this circle, okay, in this area here, near this Parsons Tower, okay? Are you aware whether or not that was the area in which her phone and SIM card were ultimately recovered?
Yes, that was depicted on the slide previously.
And that's what we actually had it labeled previously.
Yes.
Let's take a break. We're going an hour and 17 minutes, follow the rules I gave you, 15-minute recess, and we'll do cross-examination.
They take a break. Oh, they don't unmute. Unmute. So there's clearly questions going on, but no sound from the court.
All right, Mr. Frizzell, finish your direct examination. The defendant attorneys might have some cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
All right.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, maybe they don't.
Oh my gosh, she's relying on John Walker to present the whole case for her. Holy moly. Even if you expect that you're going to have your expert witness come in and demolish this analysis with better technology and a replication, because John Walker actually gets the same device, the phone models, makes and models, drives around and replicates and says, okay, if we're in this location, what towers are we pinging to? She's relying on that. You should still cross-examine this witness. Find out if there's stuff that they didn't look at. Emphasize certain points that I think the prosecution was being deceptive about. Well, yes, their phones are located in the same area, but can you explain like how wide of a radius this is? And would you expect that to be normal if Holly's residence is here and Zach's residence is here? Did you analyze their records on other days to see where overnight where they'd be expected to be sleeping if their phones were pinging on the same towers? Like, this is wild. This is wild. And it doesn't matter if she thought there was a 100% chance that her witness would get qualified. You would still have questions to ask about this report. And I just don't get why we didn't.
You're free to go, sir.
Thank you, sir. Here's the exhibit.
Got the exhibit, all right?
Yes.
Dang. And with the SIM card, I think the theory with the SIM card is it's possible that it could have been, you know, whatever happened at 9:25, it could have been removed from the phone at that point. So potentially, let's say, and this is working with information outside of court. I did just link to the Trial and Error podcast. They have like a 30-minute episode, episode 1, on what John Walker wanted to be able to present at trial, his analysis that wasn't able to come in. But he's able to pinpoint the location that if investigators, the rest of TBI listened to, they would have been able to find Holly Bobo's remains 2 years earlier. But they just write him off, like his work isn't worth their time. But the SIM card, it seems like they could have done whatever they did, got into this location where Holly's remains are ultimately found, and then taken her belongings and scattered them about. So it's unclear exactly how the SIM card got to the road, but it's presumed that it happened after that last ping. I have a lot of questions though, because I don't think it's necessarily true that, the state is charging Zach Adams with rape. So they need to make it seem like there's some type of captive story. And what would be more helpful with that is don't put Dylan on the stand, who says everybody spent like 45 minutes with her and they drove to a different residence that would take time to get to and from. Just make it seem like it was a quick one and done. But I kind of think it's possible that somebody was abducted as some type of get back. I don't know. Were they even looking at individuals that might have had a reason to kidnap someone from the Bobos for some money? Because I do think it's interesting what we heard from the jail guy, Billy the jail guy. Because he said something to the effect of kidnapping her, holding her hostage for some money. Okay, and K-Riggs has, I think Marshall Walker's theory is that Britt kept her phone, SIM card in, and then TB's ex called him around, Terry Britt's ex called him around 10, letting him know he was seen. He then left to go get rid of the phone. And then to support that, we have the ex calling him and Britt seen on surveillance driving fast. What is it? The high rate of speed? Fast AF a few minutes later towards where the phone was dumped. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's questionable. That's a lot more compelling than just we have two people, their phones are pinging on the same tower, and that tower encompasses where both of their residences are located.
Tell your next mistake.
Candace Wood. Judge, I apologize. This is slightly out of order. We would have called her earlier. She was out of town.
You can call them any order you want, okay?
Just letting you know.
The same thing goes for them. You dictate that.
And then ask, someone said we would have to change this back over. Judge. Unless Mr. Braxton knows how to do it.
Right, and that's H. Walker to
No S.
No, that's okay. Well, I'm gonna have her. So anyway. All right, come on in here. Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the testimony about the kid is the truth, the whole truth, and then the truth and help you God.
I do.
All right, be seated. Won't you state your name first and last, and spell it for the benefit of the court for you.
Candace Wood, CANDACEWOOD.
May I proceed?
You may.
Well, I'm not asking what your address is, but where do you live?
Parsons, Tennessee.
Okay, did you grow up in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometime prior to 2011, did you become acquainted with, become friends with somebody by the name of Holly Bobo?
Yes, ma'am. I grew up in church with her.
And did you all go to the same church in 2011, or did that predate that by years and years?
No, ma'am. Before she went to Corinth Baptist Church, she went to Parable Baptist Church in Parable, Tennessee.
And because of that, did you know her family as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Both Karen and Dana Bobo and her brother Clint.
Yes, ma'am.
And in 2011, did you have a boyfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was his name?
Justin Lowry.
Okay. And where did Justin work?
He worked at the city of Parsons.
Can we send someone to check and see the source of that? It really doesn't sound like an alarm.
Your Honor, I believe that is our morning, the dog team, the vehicles.
Oh, okay.
This is the canine vehicles.
Okay. Well, tell somebody to turn the air on for that dog, all right? I'm sorry for disruption.
Okay. So my question was, in 2011, did you have a boyfriend?
Yes.
And his name was Justin Lowry, I believe you said?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did he work?
He worked at the city of Parsons.
Okay. And do you know anybody in particular that he worked with?
He worked with Drew Scott,
And who was Drew Scott?
Holly's boyfriend.
And because of the relationship of, was your boyfriend friends with Drew Scott?
Yes.
And as a result of your having known Holly, your boyfriend being friends with Drew, did you guys decide that you were going to kind of go on a double date somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where did the four of you decide you were going to go?
To the Decatur County Fairgrounds. They had an event.
Okay. And what was the name of the event?
The event is called the World's Largest Benefit Coon Hunt.
Okay. And we've heard about this, the coon hunt. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Comes there every year?
Every April, every year.
Okay. And so, do you recall the weekend? Let me ask you this. Do you remember hearing that Holly had been abducted and was missing?
Yes,
Just before that, just a few days before that.
April 9th.
I think Jennifer Thompson, I think it was a cross question for Rebecca Earp, but this coon hunt, we had a question about it, and Zach didn't go that year. And he was asked about it in relation to since Shane didn't have a car or he wasn't driving, Zach presumably doesn't go to this coon hunt, and he wouldn't be responsible for being with Shane that day.
What happened on April 9th?
From beginning to end,
Well, no. Did you do something in particular the weekend before Holly went missing?
we went to the coon hunt. Yes.
And is that the event that you and Holly and your boyfriends decided to go to?
Yes.
Right? And where did y'all meet up that day?
We began to meet at MAPCO, which is a gas station beside Decatur County General Hospital. Drew went inside to get him something to drink, Dr. Pepper, I think. And then we proceeded to the Decatur County Fairgrounds.
Every trial.
Do you remember sort of approximately what time you got to the coon hunt?
It was around 10:30, 11.
Was that a Saturday or Sunday?
It was on a Saturday.
And how long were you guys there?
I'd say about 2 hours.
And did the time you were at the coon hunt include eating lunch?
Yes.
Right, so I'm gonna ask you about things that happened from the time you got there, you said 10 or 10:30?
Yes.
Until you ate lunch, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember something odd happening? That
Yes.
you actually make note of something?
Yes.
If you'll direct your answers to the jury and tell them what you remember.
We were meeting at the fairgrounds main building, which is a gray building, and on top of the hill that you go up, it'll be a white building, and it'll say Decatur County Fair. The four of us went into the fairgrounds building. We walked around, saw the trophy, saw some of the dogs, and then we went up the hill to the Decatur County Fair white building. On either side, there are booths going from the front to the back, and there's also vendors on the back of the white building. We entered on the right side of the building, looking at all the booths. Then we went the back of the building, saw all the vendors back there. We came around to the left side of the building. We saw all the booths there. We then went to the front of the building. We noticed that there were local vendors that we knew. Holly was beside me to the right. Justin was in front of me. Drew was beside him.
And what were they looking at in particular?
The local vendors that we knew, they were selling dog collars, dog leashes.
Okay. So were both of the guys looking at the dog leashes and dog collars?
Yes.
And was Holly sort of looking at that with them?
Yes.
Okay, and what were you looking at the dog collars and dog leashes?
At the time, I was not interested in looking at any of the items that they had purchased, so I was people watching.
Okay.
And then we stood there for about 5 or 10 minutes, and all of a sudden, I saw in the corner of my eye a man to my left.
Okay. And what did the man look like?
He was in camouflage.
Okay.
I remember, but everybody that came through was in camouflage, but he was the only one standing still.
Okay. Was he Caucasian, African American, Hispanic?
He was Caucasian.
Okay. Did you see what color his hair was?
It had a reddish tint to it.
Right. And was he tall, short, thin, stocky?
He was tall and fat.
Okay. What was this individual doing?
So I was looking in the corner of my eye. I saw him on his cell phone. He had a black flip phone to his left ear, looking down, scooting some dirt in the ground and looking up at me and Holly. He did that again. He looked down, scooted some dirt and looked back up.
When you're saying scooting some dirt, bending over, scooting, what are you talking about?
He was standing straight with his foot out, scooting dirt.
Okay. So you saw
Scooting,
him,
not scooping.
eyes down, looking at the phone, then look back where you and Holly were,
Mhm.
and then eyes down on the phone, and look back up.
He was talking on the phone with someone.
Well, could you actually hear him talking, or is that what it appeared?
It appeared he was talking with someone,
You
yes.
couldn't hear from where you were?
No.
How far away was he from you?
About 10 to 20 feet.
Okay. And was that the end of it?
He did that about 5 or 6 times. After, about 5 or 6 times, I felt uncomfortable.
Let me ask you this. You said he would look down and look up. Did he look down when you caught his eye? Like, she sees me looking at her and now look down, or was he?
When I was glancing toward his way, he looked down. And then when I looked away, that he was looking up. But I caught him a few times looking up towards us.
And you said that happened 5 or 6 different times?
Yes, ma'am.
Over what period of time?
15, 20 minutes.
And then you indicated you started feeling uncomfortable and y'all left?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell your boyfriend, Justin? Did you mention it to Holly? Did you say anything to Drew?
I tugged on Justin's sleeve and I said, let's go.
So after tugging on his sleeve and saying, let's go, did you tell him, or did you tell Drew, or did you tell Holly?
No.
Did it, other than making you feel uncomfortable, were you at that point concerned for your safety, or did you report it to anybody else?
That day, no.
Truth is, did you just think he was looking at the 2 girls?
In a flirtatious way, yes.
Now, you said a few days later, Holly, you learned that Holly was missing.
Yes.
Okay. And within that next week or two, I'm not going to ask you what she said, but did Karen Bobo reach out to you?
Yes.
Was the purpose of reaching out to you because she knew that the 4 of you had been at the coon hunt?
Yes.
Again, actually, I'm going to ask you something not offering the truth. Did she ask you if you saw or noticed anything unusual at the coon hunt?
Yes.
Your Honor, I object. You're getting in your say.
That, she just stated the purpose before she said it. Your objection's overruled.
Based on that question, did you subsequently report to Karen Bobo and then to law enforcement what you had seen?
Yes.
And at some point in the next few weeks, were you asked to draw a sketch, or excuse me, were you asked to assist somebody, a sketch artist, in drawing a sketch of the individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach? Have you ever seen that before?
Yes.
And what is that?
The drawing that the sketch artist drew.
And did this appear to be, or I guess accurately reflect the individual that you tried to describe that was watching you and Holly?
Yes.
At the time that you drew this sketch, did you know who the individual was?
No, ma'am.
Did you know his name?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen his picture?
No.
Your Honor, I ask that you mark as the next number exhibit.
209?
Yes, sir.
I was thinking the same thing.
Put it on the
Erin.
overhead.
All right, let's.
It's not bothering me, but if it's not bothering the jury, we need to fix that. So at some point in time after you drew the sketch, okay, did Karen Bobo once again ask to speak with you?
Yes.
And did she show you a photograph?
She did.
Pass forward photograph. Ask if you've seen that.
I haven't seen this, Your Honor.
It's in the discovery doc. Let me bring this over here.
There's a lot of discovery, so let's give her a little look see. And you folks now know what discovery is, right? You still can't legally practice law despite the fact that I've given you this education, okay?
Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
How do you recognize that picture?
Karen Bobo showed it to me.
Is there anything else about that picture that is familiar to you?
It was the guy I saw at the coon hunt.
I said, this be marked as the
16.
together.
There you go. Shane
When you
Austin,
recognize
the one who
individual,
killed himself.
Not sketch, the photograph of the individual. At that point in time, did you know who that was?
No.
After Karen Bobo showed you the picture, were you again asked to talk to law enforcement about
Yes.
that photograph?
Yes.
And did they present you with a photograph that looked just like the other one?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time they presented the photograph to you, did they ask you any other information about this, the description of the man?
Maybe the height and weight.
And was that information documented somewhere?
Yes.
She doesn't know you.
She just said yes.
Where was the information documented that you gave to the police?
The first time I talked to a TBI agent, he asked me the height and weight.
Asking for the height and weight is not hearsay. It's asking what information she gave in response to that question.
She, in her defense, she wasn't sure what the response was going to be. Go ahead.
Did law enforcement ask you for a description the first time? Or the second time? Or the third time?
Yes.
Did you give them the description?
Yes.
Did you notice where they notated it?
No.
Do you know who that's a picture of?
Shane Austin.
I have nothing else, Ron.
Ross.
Miss Wood, the Coon Hunt Banquet Festival, it was on April the 9th, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a Saturday, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that day, your testimony is you saw somebody standing still. When you say he's rubbing or pushing dirt, do you mean that he's standing there with his foot kind of going back and forth and the dirt kind of making lines?
Yes, ma'am.
And he appears to be talking on telephone.
Yes, ma'am.
And he just keeps looking at you and Holly standing there.
Yes, ma'am.
And you say it's 5 or 6 times while he's standing there.
Yes, ma'am.
And all the time he's got the phone to his ear talking on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you next, when you first talked to law enforcement, it's June 26th of 2011, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's several months later.
Yes.
And at the time, even though it disturbed you that he was looking at you, you didn't give it any more thought the next day or the day after, did you?
I thought about it every day.
Well, but it's after Holly disappeared that it became significant to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And then that's what's haunted you because you feel guilty about this somehow, don't you? I can see you're emotional.
Let her answer the question.
What do you mean guilty?
Well, I mean, you're emotional about what happened, aren't
Yes.
you? And if you thought about it every day, perhaps you thought about what ifs in the situation. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. So I wasn't trying to imply that you were somehow responsible, but you thought about what ifs.
Correct.
And so that day you went in and they brought in a professional sketch artist, just like you see on television, and you kind of described as best you could from memory.
Yes.
Okay. And definitely after Holly disappeared, you thought about this a whole lot.
Yes.
And then shortly after you had drawn the sketch, Karen Bobo was present, but outside the room. Isn't that right?
During the sketch?
She wasn't present during the sketch, but
No.
she was around.
Yes.
Okay. And so you had stepped out, and that's when she showed you a picture of Shane Austin.
What time frame?
Well, you tell me what time frame she showed you the picture of Shane Austin.
It was a few months after,
Okay, a few months after. you
maybe a
did the
couple
sketch?
months.
Okay, is it possible that you're confused about that and that she showed you the picture shortly after you had done the sketch?
Yes.
And so it's after she showed you the picture and told you that was Shane Austin that then you put the two together, isn't it?
Yes.
When you first initially gave the description of the person, you said that it was a white male between 5'7" and 6 feet tall
Yes.
and weighed approximately 250 pounds,
Correct.
had glasses.
Yes.
You said he was dressed in camouflage clothing and brown boots.
Yes.
And as you said, at the coon hunt, everybody was dressed in camouflage clothing and
Correct.
because the whole idea is a lot of those people are there to do coon hunting, aren't they?
Correct. Yes.
Plus, it's a style indicator to wear camouflage.
Yes.
You just have to answer out loud for the court reporter.
She did.
Yes.
And I heard her. Okay?
I know, she shook her head at first.
Well, she answered.
Yes.
I heard her.
And you gave a description. You said that this encounter with this person occurred between 11:30 and 12 o'clock p.m. on that day.
Yes.
So even though you were at the coon hunt for several hours, this particular encounter was a 30-minute today even you said maybe perhaps 20 minutes.
Yes.
15 to 20 minutes. Somewhere between 11:30 and 12 o'clock hours. Is that right?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything else?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. You're free to go. You can leave, or if you wish to come back in the courtroom, you may do that, okay? Please don't discuss the testimony that you give. How are you next?
That's all we have for today, Your Honor.
All right. Courtroom, you may do that.
I don't know, that doesn't really look
Okay. Please don't discuss the testimony that you give.
like the same
Oh, your
person to
name?
me. But okay.
That's all we got today, Ron.
All right. Finishing up a little early. We're actually ahead of schedule. Okay. So we're going to take this hopefully to conclusion within the time frame that I gave you at the outset, if not a little shorter. Once again, all the admonitions I gave you, try as best you can to put this matter out of your mind. Don't make your mind up. Don't form or express any opinion. Certainly no discussion with anyone. You will be allowed to communicate in the presence of an officer, perhaps even visit, but all of that, and I'm sorry that's your privacy, but it's going to be done this way. You'll be accommodated because you've got a day and a half. I hope you get some rest. I don't rest very well. I hope you guys do. But I kind of tune in and I don't totally relax, but I hope maybe you can be a little more successful. I've been up since 4 this morning, maybe. And I'm not just saying this is the case. I get keyed up from trying to watch it. Like when I used to do acting, you get in character. It's not character, it's real life. But you get involved and it's hard to just. But I'll be watching Tennessee balls this afternoon, so you guys will. So maybe I'll relax a little bit. I wish you the best weekend. All of these activities are purely optional. I'm not going to force somebody to watch Tennessee balls. The little service tomorrow, you don't have to participate in that. I never would put pressure on somebody to do something you're not comfortable with. So you have the right to say no to any of the activities, okay? Any questions? Thank you so much.
Well then. So that's going to start the next day. There is a short clip that I wanted to see.
Witness in the Holly Bobo case. He was a prime suspect. And
This is the contemporaneous reporting of Shane Austin killing himself.
And a key witness in the Holly Bobo case.
And now he's dead. But tonight in a News Channel 5 exclusive, we know more about Shane Austin and his link to the high-profile murder. As Nick Barris tells us, it's clear now why the TBI had such an interest in Austin.
Austin died in Florida this week. Police there believe it was suicide. And since then, I've talked to a relative who, for now, is not so sure about that. And I obtained exclusive documents which expose why the TBI was so very interested in Mr. Austin.
Do you think that they should have upheld their agreement?
When the 30-year-old Austin died, he took with him all he knew about what happened to Holly Bobo. And the TBI figured he knew a lot.
So there was something that he had that the state believed was going to help their case.
Was Austin connected to Bobo's disappearance in April of 2011? Zach Adams and Jason Autry are already charged with murder. The TBI did.
Oh, he looks crazy there. What? Hold on.
11. Zach Adams and Jason Autry.
So this is Jason Autry before he testified, like before trial.
Autry are already charged with murder. The TBI did suspect Austin enough to ask a judge for a tap on his phone as recently as March of last year. That court request spells out the TBI's interest. Shane has been interviewed several times. He admits being with Zach Adams the entire day of Holly Bobo's disappearance. Phone records indicate Austin was in contact with Adams several times.
Very noticeable features that I think I would notice if I was going to have someone draw. The drooping on the one side of the mouth and the half-closed eye, as K. Riggs was pointing out in the chat. I'm not sure if that's like a scar here or a shadow, but it looks like the facial hair isn't symmetrical either.
Day of the abduction, Austin confessed to at least one person that he was involved in the crime. Publicly, Austin denied any involvement, but it seems he told the TBI and others a different story when it came to cutting an immunity deal.
You have to be honest. I mean, all those immunity deals are, conditioned upon you being honest. But
the DA did grant Austin immunity, hoping it might lead to Bobo's.
About being honest and telling the state's truth.
Body. Agents did search Zach Adams' property. Did police come up empty? A fair question since the DA then revoked Austin's immunity. Still, he was never charged. The question, why? Well, News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo says the DA may still have planned on calling Austin at trial.
I believe this is a blow to the prosecution's case.
Austin's family tonight is still mourning the loss. The relative I spoke with told me the TBI was unfair and treated Austin like a criminal, but never charged him. Now he's dead, and that relative has questions about whether or not it really was a suicide. We'll know more after the autopsy. Nick Barris, News Channel 5 HD.
Thanks, Nick. It's worth noting.
Not to minimize that, though, because it is such an egregious weight to carry, being falsely accused of really, like, false accusations in general, I don't think are easy for anyone to bear. But a false accusation that you took part in the abduction, rape, and murder of anybody, that's a really heavy false accusation to carry around. So, like, on one hand, was there foul play? But on the other, it's, even if it was suicide, it's a serious push that could push someone there to falsely accuse them of such a thing. So when I first, 2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 Wednesdays ago, when we first started talking about this case, and I was reading the backstory. We're reading some article with like a summary of all the details, and we first saw that Shane took his life. It was the detail, and there was no detail in the article that there was an immunity deal offered and then rescinded. It was just that he had taken his life. And I was like, oh, that kind of seems like could point to consciousness of guilt. But then when we looked at the order of operations, it seems like, oh, they're leveraging the death penalty over his head, and they're not letting up. And there's pressure on his shoulders to drive him. Your reputation's ruined. Even if you're somehow cleared and this goes away, you'll never get your life back once you've already been accused of this sort of thing. So I had to do some reflection there and reevaluate. We can finish this out. I don't know if they
Whatever
report
Austin
anything
did
else.
share with investigators will now not be admissible if the Bobo case ever goes to trial. The reason, defense attorneys cannot cross-examine a dead person.
Well, not for nothing, but it actually probably would have been helpful for them to be like, well, Shane told you you'd find a body in Zach's backyard, and you took the backhoe there, and you're over there a million times. You got hundreds of items, and you don't find anything over there. So, what a time, guys! We've gotten through day 5 and day 6 today. Day 7 is going to be Terry Britt Day. So it's going to be interesting regardless, but just to forewarn you, Terry Britt's really not on the stand all that long as I would expect that he might be on the stand with what we could be pressing him on that would be relevant to this case. Maybe Jennifer wasn't prepared. We'll have to see. So there's going to be Terry Britt and several other witnesses. I'm not sure if maybe a Saturday stream on that. I'm so invested that I feel like I'll walk away, and an hour from now, I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm going to want to watch more of the stream tomorrow. So keep an eye for a scheduled stream. And I'll let you know in advance if we'll get together tomorrow or Sunday, or if we're going to wait till Monday. I don't know if I can wait till Monday to keep looking at this case. So I'm so invested in it. The trial is 9 days. So, and this is the thing, K-Riggs, I think I'm just going to want to watch it. So, like, let's say like 80% chance, 75 to 85% chance, Saturday morning stream. Even if we don't do the full day, maybe we can do a short stream just to watch Terry Britt tomorrow. Because I'm going to be sitting here, I'm going to wake up tomorrow like, dang, I should have just scheduled a live. I can already feel it. So, maybe we'll do that. Would you guys want to do a short stream just doing Terry Britt's testimony tomorrow? Rather than planning for like some long haul all of day 7, maybe we can just do Terry Britt. And is there anyone interesting that also testifies on day 7? Okay, day 7 looks like the start of all the jailhouse witnesses. So, and it's 2 clips from Law and Crime. So maybe we'll watch like all of part 1 and then just save part 2 for Monday. Yeah, let's do it. Because I really want to watch it, and I don't want to wait till Monday. So tomorrow we'll get together and at least watch Terry Britt, maybe watch all of part 1 of day 7. So Destined to Be says it's going to be a snow day. I'm going to be snowed in. Heck yeah. All right. Yeah, we're going to do Terry Britt tomorrow, you guys. We're going to do Terry Britt tomorrow. Yeah. All right. That works for me. I've got some video games I want to crank out and play tonight. Check them out. And hopefully not stay up too late. And yeah, I don't know. That's all I've got. That's all I've got. We've got the Discord. Let me drop a link in the chat to the Discord. If you want, and I've got to catch up on whatever's been going on in there today. I don't like to do too much when I'm streaming because I really do try to pay attention to details. And as soon as I'm multitasking, looking up another case or whatever, I'm missing something that's happening in court. But if you've got something in the meantime between now and tomorrow or now and Monday, you could throw it in the Discord or say hey to everybody. And where are we going to hang out for the rest of this Friday? It's early today. It's only 4. Let's see who's live. Have a good one, Trey Keisha. Have a good one, Kerno. Let's see. I see that Valhalla Awaits is live with Goat Cam. It's his live camera feed of his goats. If you guys want to see some goats. I've got a lot of weather stuff back here. I didn't know any interesting weather events were happening, but okay. And yeah, we can do goats if you guys don't have any suggestions. I'm assuming Nick Starro will do his Friday panel around 6. Club Classy, you guys know Classy's channel is going to be 8 p.m. tonight. Sometimes 8:30 Eastern, all Eastern time. But yeah, otherwise, and Justice Serve TV is probably going to go live at 6 as usual. Other than that, we've got some goats. We'll go see some goats. Everybody have a good Friday. Touche says I'm going to check out the Growing Up on Scientology updates. You know, that's a good one. I might have to start auto playing a list while I do some cleaning, play some video games, and see what that's all going on about. See you guys in the morning, though, or in a chat somewhere. Hope everybody has a great day. Thanks for hanging out today. Bye, guys.